Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the SPL Gauntlet. As I said, this is the Gauntlet. We have our Masters, which is essentially our spring finals, a little bit later, but there's a couple more spots left, and that's exactly what we're doing here this weekend. We're going to figure out who winds up there at the Masters.
And today, we're going to be doing North America in the Gauntlet. Tomorrow will be Europe, and then Sunday, the most important day of all time, it's going to be the finals to determine which three teams is going to make the Masters.
So it's a little bit complicated, so let's go right into it. Essentially what happens is teams will fight up the ladder. Oxygen Supremacy might be a newer name. That's one of the top teams from the Challenger Cup, and they're going to be challenging number 8 of the SPL, which is Flashpoint. The winner goes on to battle the 7th seed Noble, then the 6th seed Team Allegiance, etc., etc. On Saturday, we'll see the same thing go on as far as Europe is concerned. Sanguine, they struggled throughout the season, so they wound up at number 8. And then we take it on Optimus Gang. The winner then goes on ahead and fights against Shadow Nightmare and Lion Guard Esports and Elevate, etc., etc. Then finally, we come back on to Sunday, and as I said, this is where Dimmy plays. Energy is going to be up on top there, fighting against whoever winds up on the top of the European Gauntlet, and then E United will take on the winner of the North American Gauntlet. But this is where it gets fun. Then the loser finals and the winner finals, they're trying to get to Masters. So let's get right into it. It's Oxygen Supremacy, the Challenger Cup team, taking on Flashpoint Esports, number 8. Chang'e, Zeus, Scotty, and Kabrakan off the board. Ain't nobody picking those characters today. So the first selection will be Medusa. Oxygen is going to take her next to the Hun Bats along with the Fafnir.
I really like the Osiris coming out from Flashpoint.
And the Poseidon. This is very interesting to me, seeing the bands come out for Flashpoint here, because Hun Bats is already selected for Oxygen Supremacy, and Flashpoint goes on to ban 2 more assassins, Susano and Thor.
The Vamana was picked after the Osiris.
Vulcan finishes it off.
Not to mention Sylvanas and Artemis. That's the perfect pairing because you want something that's going to be able to protect that Artemis as much as possible. Well, that's exactly what they have.
Right away, a 2-man grouping, but it's Shadow Q, the support in the mid lane with Incon, the support player for Oxygen. He's on that left-hand side, Naruma laning up with Data Remember. These are 2 guys that have been around the Challenger scene for quite some time, and both, I think, are reaching a higher level of play than they ever have before.
Skeely already taking so much poke, though, in that middle lane, and the speed buff, that's probably going to go the way of Flashpoint already.
And this is the problem you can have with Vulcan in that mid lane, is that his mid to late game damage is in the same conversation as Scylla. I mean, it's just insane how much safe damage Vulcan can put out in the late stages, but it can be difficult for him to get there. Oxygen knows this is the case, and instead is contesting on that right-hand side, give up both buffs and secure their own red. Xenotronics forced to beads, but he steals away the purple.
But Skeely looks like he might have other plans.
And Xeno, again, doesn't have those beads for their 45 seconds. No ultimate available either. Data Remember playing aggressive, and there goes Xeno. Skilladon picks up kill number 1 of the Spring Gauntlet in that duo lane. A clean first blood for Oxygen Supremacy. Skilladon does secure his own speed buff, but the 3-man grouping around the blue signals to me that Flashpoint is getting at least 1 enemy buff.
They'll have more than enough opportunity to try and capitalize on the little mistakes that Flashpoint might make.
Well, Flashpoint's not trying to make any mistakes on this right-hand side. Kiki's not healing anymore thanks to Lord of the Afterlife. Flashpoint needs 1 more, and Aquarius puts him on the board 1-1. By the way, they're focusing this left-hand side. Skilladon coming around the backside once more. Xenotronics has the purification beads, but instead use that Caledonian boar. Zeno gets crit there by Skilladon, and Data Remember is able to clean him up. And maybe we could see Shadow Q and Incon try and put some aggression onto him as a result. Aquarius wrapping around the backside, looking for Venenu, who's 2 levels down. The Soul Laner can't quite hit him with that Lord of the Afterlife. The Kraken gonna miss thanks to the purification beads, but Venenu still gonna fall to Aquarius. Skilladon jumps away from that gravity surge. Huge ult out of Shadow Q. Mirage finds 1, Shadow with the other. Naruma forced to jump away, and Flashpoint finds 3 in the enemy jungle. Flashpoint not done yet. They want to go for this Gold Fury. Kiki teleports in, but the Gold Fury getting low. Flashpoint secure the Gold Fury. Kiki now in a little bit of trouble, forced to get up into that Colossal Fury, but Data Remember around the back, knocked up, forced to use his purification beads. Shadow Q going to be able to escape with the help of Mirage. Flashpoint get the tier 1 tower and the Gold Fury.
His buff just allowed him to exert so much more pressure into these solo lane matchups, and it's just absolutely crucial to a lot of these teams that are looking for early aggression.
Fear no evil onto Skilladon, and he steals away the Portal Demon and jumps out of that Kraken, but it might be trouble for Venenu on Aquarius right on top of him as he was earlier on. Mirage still pushing forward. Meditation used there by Naruma to try and save the life of his mid laner, but again, ShadowQ finds 2 with the knockup. Aquarius cleans up Ven by his back harpies, and everyone else is going to be able to jump away. Gold Fury started up here by Flashpoint. They're looking to secure this with the Kraken, most likely. Teleport coming in. Naruma in a bad spot, locked in that whirlpool, and Incon gets himself on the board with his first kill.
3K goal lead, possibly, but it just seems like they're unable to really pick anything up after.
Uh-oh, Xenotronics falls once more. Skilladon has had his eyes set. Flashpoint, they're going to start this Portal Demon, but on the left side, Oxygen Supremacy just got the Gold Fury with no contention whatsoever. That's going to catapult their lead up above 2,000 gold. Out, Mirage trying to secure his own speed, but Skilladon is here and steals it away once more. Skilly's having a great game so far, 2-1-1, second on the player damage charts, behind only Aquarius, who's more than doubling him, but the focus is on to the solo laner. So tanky, level 17, still alive, able to use that Lord of the Afterlife over the top. The Vulcan ultimate not gonna hit. Aquarius is gonna eat 3 ults and survive.
I cannot believe that he just escaped that. Data Remember forced to expend his beads. ShadowQ in the middle of it all, but the Kraken is good.
Data Remember still 1 HP. Skilly underneath the tower. The tower shot doesn't quite clean him up. So low are the members of Oxygen Supremacy. Teleports coming in from Aquarius. He's coming back with a vengeance, and Oxygen Supremacy are on the run, trying to get away. Gold Fury has respawned, and Oxygen, they got the first one of, or excuse me, the last one, and it looks like they might get this one too, getting very, very low. Xeno tries to get in there and steal it, but not able to do so. Oxygen get another Gold Fury for their name. Petrify stuns out 2, and the Fear No Evil to try and get Data Remember out of danger. Venenu, he's the one who's in danger though, very, very low. Mirage has to jump away with 1 HP. Everyone is just getting out with 1 HP over and over again. Venenu does find Mirage with the meatball over the wall.
And Vulcan's probably one of the best mages for killing objectives.
Kiki in a little bit of an awkward position, but he is Vamana. There's the Petrify, hits so many members of Flashpoint just off the mark is Venenu with the ultimate, but Skilladon finds Mirage on this right-hand side. ShadowQ knocked up and controlled. Venenu puts on number 2. Aquarius went aggressive with his ultimate, and Data Remember makes him pay. Kiki finally getting gets knocked down by Xenotronics, who puts himself on the board. But I don't think it matters, Taco. That's 3 for 1, and Oxygen, they're looking at the Fire Giant.
And Incon and Xeno, neither of them had their ultimates available, which is going to make it in contesting incredibly difficult. I just don't see how they could possibly get in, and they can't.
You don't have to worry about providing that magical aura to the team, because Kiki, he's got that covered. Skilladon blinks in and finds ShadowQ with that Fear No Evil, commit onto the support, and he's dead before he hits the ground. Data Remember knocks him down. Incon has to Aegis out that ultimate out of Vulcan, but Kiki just zoning away 3 members. Aquarius has got to handle the rest of Oxygen Supremacy, and that lead that he got earlier doesn't matter much now. 2 dead on the side of Flashpoint.
I highly doubt that any of the remaining members of Flashpoint want to try and contest.
And Naruma's already up into this dragon form. He can give that chorus buff to everyone on his team right away as the Fire Giant respawns. Right side Phoenix given up by Flashpoint. Middle Phoenix already gone. ShadowQ wants to try and find the engagement, but doesn't have that blink. He went for the shell. Incon, he's the first one in. Hits multiple with that Kraken, but not enough damage. ShadowQ does get that Wrath of Terra off, but Venenu erases Xenotronics. Data Remember gonna find a kill as well. Skilladon jumps in with the help of Naruma, knocks down Mirage. 3 dead, only Aquarius and Incon left to try and defend against this last push from Oxygen. No minions though, they don't have any minions due Oxygen Supremacy. Aquarius immediately diving onto Data Remember, but the help is good. Skilladon puts up number 4. Oxygen Supremacy, they take the first game here at the Gauntlet. 30 minutes, 13-7 over the ace-seeded Flashpoint.
So Cabrakan going to be banned out next to Chang'e. Zeus, again, Scotty, too hottie. The selection for the Hunter. Between Osiris and Thor, well, Susano is going to provide a little bit of the peel that we didn't have, and they'll opt for the Kepri. So the Morgan was also banned last game. And so Poseidon also going to be banned out. Terra and Isis will be the bans coming out. And it will be that mid lane Ra. And it's going to be the Thoth and Sobek lurking in the waters over here. Rom, the hunter of choice.
Pretty early on in the mid lane, Aquarius hanging out underneath those backside Harpies, but there's a ward there, and he's spotted out immediately. Naruma and Venenu knew exactly where the solo laner was. Good ward coverage helps them out.
I mean, we've seen it plenty of times before in that mid lane where the solo laner will try to sneak around to look for an early gank first blood. And this time around, excellent warding, like you mentioned, from Oxygen Supremacy, just going to deter that entirely.
Oh, here's the grouping. Naruma and Venenu on the way to this left-hand side. Double root there out of Naruma, forces the purification beads from Xenotronics. Skilladon and Oxygen Supremacy taking a page out of Soar's book. We see a lot of homie face sticking around on this left side and kind of dual laning with Vedium. This time it's Skilladon in this dual lane with Data Remember. What does this bring to the table for Oxygen?
I like the option here for Skeely to just tank out. Oh, that is, that's an unfortunate one.
Well, what Xenotronics did to Oxygen Supremacy in Game 1, Skilladon returns in Game 2, uses Purification Beads to steal a purple buff. Skilladon in a bit of trouble. He's used every ability to try and clear those back Harpies. Mirage is going to put some good damage into him and zone him away from his own speed buff, but the heal's coming through from Naruma. Gets Skilladon up a little bit. Snipe hits there on a Skilly. Mirage looking to find him with that Anvil of Dawn, but he jukes it out. Instead, the focus is onto Naruma. The knockup is good there, but not enough to finish him off. Venenu, Final Judgment, is going to be able to find first blood. Venenu crushes Mirage on his own back Harpies.
That was a sick play by Venenu to just immediately take out Mirage. And it looks like Xeno could fall under the same fate.
Trying to get away. Xeno dashed and rooted, and nowhere for him to go. Skilladon picks up number 2 for Oxygen Supremacy. The Challenger Cup team still on a roll here in Game 2.
They're going to be losing their red buff here. The purple buff, I'm sure, is going to fall down as well. Venenu obviously loves damage. We saw his build from the last game. And Aquarius taking damage.
There's the Lord of the Afterlife over the wall. Knockup wasn't quite there from Skilladon, but Kiki gobbles him up from underneath the waters. Number 3 now on the board for Oxygen.
When we were talking about it, oh, speaking of which, the beads already from Xenotronics.
To get away from the slow. Aquarius can't get away from Skilladon, though.
I think that as long as he has Kiki and the rest of his team keep him in control, things like this can happen. And Shadow Q saving himself.
He gets popped by Mirage, finds 2 with the Anvil of Dawn. Venenu with the Final Judgment on a Shadow Q, cleans him up. Data Remember sitting at 1 HP, and finally Xeno will put him down, as well as another double kill there, actually on the side of Oxygen. Kiki cleans up Incon in that middle lane. Xeno running for his life, but can't get away from Skilladon. 3-0-4, top of the player damage charts for Skilly, and Oxygen Supremacy just rolling over Flashpoint. Aquarius is here in full HP, but he doesn't have his ultimate. Kiki trying to zone him away from this Gold Fury. Gold Fury does go down in favor of Oxygen Supremacy.
Kiki really just likes playing a little bit of everything at this point in time.
Well, he's working out in the solo lane right now as he continues to help put Aquarius down. Dunk down onto 2. Naruma falling low, but hits 3 with that knockup. Aquarius and Shadow Q go right back up thanks to the Typhoon. Shadow Q is put down from the Final Judgment by Venenu, but Incon finds 2 with the Searing Pain. Aquarius, he's going to be able to escape with 1 HP, or at least try to. Kiki can't quite find him. Great ultimate there out of Incon, turns that around in favor of Flashpoint. But Aquarius, he's walking right through that tower, almost pulled back in, but a well-timed ultimate gets him out of danger. Mirage, he's the one in danger, pulled back in. Great play out of Naruma to pull him out, but he gets popped at the wrong time. The play was there. Oxygen Supremacy played that perfectly, except they couldn't wait. They couldn't hold it for the last second. But Skilladon says, come on back, boy. I still got that kill. Skilly with number 5 so far in this game. Gold Fury pulled, but Xenotronics is really just helping Oxygen out with doing some extra DPS. There goes the Gold Fury. Oxygen secure number 2 for themselves in this game. Oxygen definitely keeping their foot on the gas pedal so far. Kiki looking to flick someone back into the team. Mirage doesn't quite seal it away. A great ultimate out of Incon puts Skilladon down to 1 HP, but Xeno doesn't quite have the range to finish him off. Venenu the focus here from Aquarius, but he doesn't have that same level he did last time. Meanwhile, Data Remember is handling every other member of Flashpoint by that Portal Demon. Xeno wants to make him pay, but turns around and takes a ton of damage. The stun through the wall sets up the kill for Kiki. Skilladon pops through that Portal Demon and finds some damage onto Aquarius, who now has to try and retreat.
And I'm not sure that Aquarius is going to be able to get out, and the answer is no. They're not going to let Incon have even the slightest chance of coming into this. You can see he's already looping around, seeing if he can make it in time. Mirage trying to buy him enough moments to see if he can sneak a raw ult over the wall, but he's just going to take a spill for it instead.
Mirage is the one who needs the time. Incon trying to get in there and try and steal away the objective, but Skilladon picks up his second kill there. And Phoenix falling pretty low. Skilladon teleports into the backside, forces use purification beads to get out of the abduct from ShadowQ. Final Judgment cleans up Xenotronics. ShadowQ makes number 2 in this one.
And these Phoenixes not looking too healthy. This one's already pushed out 3/4 health, about to be 0 health if Oxygen can keep this up, and the pressure is on.
Mirage, he's gonna fall to Venenu from a distance. The pull back in, Incon forced to use his purification beads. Middle Phoenix does fall.
But it could potentially be the final push and Flashpoint's hopes being wiped away.
ShadowQ pulled in and almost put down with a Scarab's Blessing is enough to save his life for just a moment until Venenu cleans him up one more time. Oxygen Supremacy was in the lead from minute 1 in this game. Right side Phoenix respawns and immediately falls back down.
I like this option by Oxygen as well to take away the Phoenixes first.
Fire Giant, the second one of the game, falls down to the hands of Oxygen Supremacy. Skilladon, for how good he's looked, Mirage has just not had that same pressure. Snipe from Incon, not going to do any significant damage. Data Remember still fairly healthy. Skilladon looking to finish off ShadowQ instead of the Titan. There's the ultimate out of Venenu, one-shot Zeno, almost does the same to Incon, but it's all just fun and games before the Titan falls. Oxygen Supremacy, they're the ones moving on to face Noble Esports.
One more time, breaking down the gauntlet. It's just the ladder. The Challenger Cup played against number 8. They win. Now they play against number 7, which is going to be Noble. In our second match, it's the Challengers taking on SPL number 7, Scotty. That's going to be the first pick. Sylvanas and Hunbat's also characters that fit in. Bacchus is an excellent selection. Scylla is certainly going to bring it out of the mid lane. Ram will be the hunter of choice. Serket and a Wheel is very intelligent bands.
Oregon was banned both games earlier on here against Flashpoint. This time, this is almost certainly going to solo for Kiki. He's been playing this god consistently.
This Susana just has his blue stun as always.
Nike is one of the best gods for the Morgan to transform into.
But Chiron might show up, and he absolutely will.
Nice interesting poke between the two. Waveclay's going to be very close between the two of them in the mid lane. Sylvanas Chiron will be okay, but it is Scylla as well as Bacchus here. Both the hunters have been left alone in the duo lane, but you can also see the Data Remember starting doing the baby camp to the purple and red to get a bit more experience. Oxygen with the pressure in mid lane once again are going to head over to the red buff.
Smart of them to go for the red buff instead of the right side mid Harpies because of all the pressure that Noble have in that solo side jungle.
Talking about MLC stuff a little bit more, he's playing that Scylla skin that he got for his team at the World Championships in Season 1. Ozzy going to get hit by the Fear Weevil, overhand smash as well. Second Fear Weevil, thanks to the Morrigan. Ozzy's still alive, but not long enough. First blood goes the way of Skilladon. The Changeling was awesome.
Skilladon was just laughing at that. Talk about aggression. These are the two names that come to mind. It doesn't really matter if you're high caliber, former Innister, now homie FA for Sword Gaming, or members in the bottom seeded of the SPL
this
team.
time for Neramar to escape this. The all-in potential's here. I'm a monster will hit. Still not enough damage to bring him down as the meditation comes into play. Over the wall is Skilladon with the Fear Weevil. He will miss it, but the overhand smash and monkey toss will at least make sure Chapo ends up in base.
Skilladon does have that huge overhand smash maxed out, and look what he's doing. He's still hitting that mid lane.
He goes, Fear Weevil looking potentially for Chapo here, who's into the wall, had no beads available there. I'm a monster will return some poke, but a great knocker from Neramar after the pull. Stealth is removed from the game once more. But the Gold Fury's been attempted here. Only Chapo is around, joined by Wowie now, trying to contest, look for the steal. Won't happen today as Oxygen pick it up. Wowie's now in trouble, forced to run for his life.
Oh, the
but he's still gonna go down.
The long-range snipes from the Chiron and Data Remember, the double hunters doing a lot of work in these encounters. First Gold Fury, 10 minutes, but all this time, Kiki's been able to get a tier 1 tower on the right for free, and now he's going for tier 2.
And that's what Ozzy's going to make a call here. We're doing the Gold Fury. Do I have to teleport back to the right-hand side? Remember, Kiki has teleport available if Ozzy does come over there. In the end,
there he is.
Chapo that's had to come over.
There he is. There's Kiki. Ozzy's in a lot of trouble, having to use the ultimate. The crush doing a lot of damage to Skid. Now the snipes from Chiron finishing off Ozzy.
And then free kill. kill there for Oxygen once more. Wobbin on the front line at half health. Now Chapo comes in, but meets Kiki. Kiki gonna poke him out a little bit there. Chapo still trying to stay involved, but Wobbin on the front line trying to set something up. Gonna fall down. The crush was good from Stealth, and at the end they'll pick up Skeleton for that. Wowie versus Kiki, and Kiki with the Hunt bat showing he can play Assassins too.
Kiki out playing his opposition. He's not done yet. He goes for Chapo as well, getting a double kill. Gold Fury being taken on the backhand side. It's only MLC Stealth alive. It's a game of push and pull. We saw Noble pushing Oxygen away from the Gold Fury, whereas we saw Kiki push the tier 1 on the right-hand side, but Noble couldn't really push far enough to secure the Gold Fury, so it just allowed Oxygen to push back.
They lose the Pole Demon. They're going to lose Ozzy as well. Now it's a 4v5. Knock up on 3 members from Chapo as Chapo's trying to fight against Skeleton. He's forced out, but in rolls Data Remember. Going to get the Aegis out of Chapo as he pulled into danger. Venenu picks up the double. Wobbin with the flop as well as the Armor Monster from Stealth is still not enough to kill a single member of Oxygen here. Kiki takes out Wowie. Next on the list is Wobbin. 5 members of Oxygen still stand.
And without that damage to augment the damage that Scylla can follow up with, essentially won the last game in about 18 to 22 minutes, but they played really safe, wanted to make sure that they found everything.
Goes straight to Chapo, and Chapo's eliminated again. But the Fire Giant and the Wisps will start to regen them once more. Once again, Kiki on the right, keeping an eye on things. It's 2 engagements at the same time. Neramar goes to the back with the ultimate as Wobbin initiates 2. Wobbin's the casualty of war, however, as is the Phoenix. The Armor Monster from Stealth is good. Neramar's pull is better. The snipes are the on point from Data Remember. They will be triple kill in the end for Venenu. No Penta this time, I don't think, even though Venenu really wants it.
Oxygen, they're feeling really confident to go for the win this time around. We saw how safe they were the last time. The question is, there's 2 members here, but the Fear No Evil deterring, finding Chapo. Neramar gonna get sacked out by Wowie. Titan is really healthy. Now, is he trying to zone out the members here from Oxygen? But it's gonna get pulled back into the Fear No Evil. It gets melted completely. Where did you go?
Neramar played lights out there with that big pickup, and now they're looking for the Phoenix too. Wobbin's going to get knocked in the air and already dead before he lands. Double kill for Data Remember. Phoenix falls, and this could be the game already, Tolly.
Oh, Kiki getting hit quite hard there, but Data Remember hits MLC Stealth harder with that big 3 skis. Titan's going to go down as well. Oxygen, this is their 3rd game in a row that they've won.
Bans coming out for game number 2. Zeus and Hun Bats on the left side, banned out by Oxygen Supremacy. Noble Esports, however, they don't want to see Kabrakin whatsoever.
Oh, there it is, Nashanga.
She's going to be next to Data Remember's incredible Rom, the Ymir.
There was Scotty and also the Morrigan, so it looks very promising so far.
Extra bans to play with, one of which will be the Thoth. OS opts to take Fafnir out of the conversation. So Vulcan's banned out. We saw Terra will be banned out as well. Noble Esports opts to go Sobek.
That does look like double hunted to me.
With the Shin
Yes.
Shen, Chiron will be the double hunters. Odin.
Well, I was going to mention before it was going to be Odin solo. It's not. Wobbin will be taking the Odin to the support role here. Ozzy will be on the Sobek instead. On the left-hand side as well, you can see where Oxygen has already started farming with a duo over there. Right-hand side, though, you can see Kiki has been left 2v1, looking to just try and do some of his blue buff on his own right now, as in the jungle contest, once again from Neramar, just to put pressure on Wowie a little bit more, and now they can look to invade these buffs.
It seems that Oxygen going to be able to secure themselves the purple, maybe even the red on the left. Speed buff will be stripped away from Noble here on their own side. Not able to really capitalize too much here because the mid lane pressure is going to go for Oxygen.
And now Stealth back in mid. Great lacerate on Skeely, and Skeely forced to Aegis there early. Avoiding the damage from Chapo, but not all of it. One more in-hand will do it. Stealth will pick it up with the blue stone pendant. A lot of focus from Noble on the right-hand side of the map here, especially sending Wobbin over right at the start to help out Ozzy in the solo lane. They're able to pressure the blue buff and the speed buff of Oxygen there. Left-hand side, different story though. Oxygen have had their way with things so far on that side of the map.
Out of Oxygen, look at this little gank attempt by Noble. They have level 5 onto Stealth. This could be an easy kill.
Skeely looks to the left, and to the right is Wobbin. Skeely didn't get trapped in the ring though, but he'll just walk back to safety. The 2 traps in the ring with full health. The bird bomb wasn't enough for Neramar to die. One more hit would do it, but they don't find the damage, and instead Chapo goes in too deep and pays with his life. Ozzy will have a little bit of an experience lead for now. Not by much though. It's about 100 difference between the two of net worth right now as speed buff looked up by Noble again. Well, both purple buffs are available right now, and you can see on the left, Data Remember's just bringing that one down at the same time as Wobbin's now turned up to pick that up. Stealth in the mid lane, who was only really sharing with Chapo, as Wobbin's been rotating from solo to duo most of the time.
Ooh, Chapo finding a nice stun onto Neramar. The bird bomb connecting, a nice little ring onto the Ymir, and that's going to be an easy pickings.
Skeleton comes round the back though, looking for pressure, forced to dance away to safety. The snipes come out from Venenu, and the snipes will remember as well. Remember his name. Double kill for Data Remember. Stealth will also fall down as Kiki cleans that up. Rowi's next to fall too. Noble are in tatters right now. Triple kill for Data Remember. Will it be the Quadra? Cancel that. Let's go for the Gold Fury.
Almost going to be a deicide, sacrificing the life out of Niruma with the hot snipes from both Venenu and Data Remember, capitalizing on just how grouped up Noble really were.
And now the teleports coming from at least Uzi. In base right now is Kiki, who will be looking to join this fray very soon.
Nice little dance from Skilladon, preventing that sort of poke. Uzi's controlling the front line, the Gold
Round
Fury.
the back.
Kiki's in the
Kiki's
backside.
in, and they pull Niruma in at the same time. Wax him. Boom. That's what I saw. Remember gets a kill. The cleanup crew from Venenu's there too. A double kill for the mid laner as Wowie drops as well. Another 4 for 0. Sorry, 4 for 1 again as Niruma falls again. But another Gold Fury the way of Oxygen.
The same exact story as before. Niruma sacrificing his life. You still have to think about the mindset here. Coming out of Allegiance, watching this set here, have they even been preparing
Woman walks
for Oxygen?
forward, gonna catch Venenu in the ring. Venenu's not panicking though, no use of Relics or ultimates yet. There's an Aegis as the ultimate from Chapo comes in as well. The Morrigan turns into Petrified, but it's not enough as Kiki picks up Chapo, and he's going on a wild ride. Forced to Aegis away. Chapo's in trouble, they're looking to survive as the damage comes through from Venenu. Venenu looking to clean it up, but Chapo the back gets double damage off. Still not enough for the bird bomb from Woman to clean up Nerima, who's bravely running away. Uzi will clean it up 1 for 1. Jungle.
Data Remember, he's here. He's trying to find the more cleanup, not able to find the mark. Wow, he can't find Skilladon either, but the Snipes trying to find Uzi. Can't connect on any single one of them, and Stealth now trying to zone out the rest of them. That's going to be Venenu dead as well. Data Remember caught in a world of trouble, but Stealth is on the backside getting taken out.
At the same time, this is a big play for Noble there. Kiki gets a double kill off this fight. They can get a tier 1 tower in the mid lane too. Wait, let's have a listen in to Oxygen as they look to contest.
Yeah, we get a ward over this wall.
Well, great start from Oxygen. You can hear them calling it till they want to try and sustain back up, but Nerima's in trouble here. He's going to ult, but Venenu will clean up 1 for 1. Chapo credit for Nerima, however. Skilly on the front side going to sustain back up a little bit more. Dance away to safety. The Chiron on the front is doing decent work as Chapo's looking for a potential damage.
Nice Aegis. Nice Aegis coming out of Veneno. Chapo taking a lot of damage here. He's forced to use an Aegis of his own. Woman caught in a bad spot. Chapo is poked out as well.
Totally.
We were listening into the rest of Oxygen as they were even talking about that. Poke here, retreat, use their sustain, reset.
And now Noble are trying to answer back with the Portal Demon, Nerima, Skilladon, and Kiki here. Chapo looking to set up if he can. Petrify, Skilly's in trouble. Can you dance if you want to? You better leave your friends behind, because if not, Chapo's going to run you down with a Medusa in mid. Still, Chapo will pick him up. Kiki's out of mana. Nerima with a great wall to wall off the rest of Noble, but he's still in trouble, trapped in the ring.
Not having the Phantom, that's going to be the second member dead out of Oxygen. They're going to take it all the way to the Fire Giant. They have a 2-player advantage for 20 seconds.
But it is 2 AD carries they're up against here. Data Remember and Venenu. One has the ultimate, Data Remember, but both of them can get ranged damage down onto the Fire Giant. Are they going to look to try and poke it and steal this, or would you look to try and get them off?
They're going to fight completely. Uzi taking a lot of damage. He even gets bursted by the Fire Giant. Wobbin has to retreat. Oxygen supremacy stole the Fire Giant.
And now Chapo's in trouble, running for his life on the right. Chased down by Venenu and Data Remember. The rest of Noble are running for their lives, but Kiki's having none of that. He'll blink in and get the Aegis out of Wowie. Woman has to dash away again, but look at Stealth. He got hit by 2 autos. 1 from Venenu, 1 from Data Remember. Half health in seconds, and Oxygen have the Fire Giant. Well, Noble think they can hold at the tier 2 tower, and I don't think Oxygen are going to let him do that. Woman's actually forced to leap out defensively. Ozzy on the forefront will get some good poke off onto Venenu, thanks to the support of Stealth and Chapo. Still not enough though for Noble to defend that tier 2, and Oxygen look to resustain and fall back, but the Petrify from Stealth is there.
Kiki gets stunned out, gets pulled out, but the snipes coming from Venenu. Nice waxing move from Chapo as he goes into the Chango, but Wobbin is going to be the first sacrificial lamb. Kiki still chasing down. Nirima trying to find the wall freeze combination, but not able to find it. Nice little sneaky play from Chapo going to left.
And Wowie's now caught in mid. The freeze was good, and Remember picks him up too. Stealth is looking to survive as long as he can, allowing Chapo around the back. But Chapo won't be able to do anything right now because Oxygen have this game the way it's going.
This might be game, Hindu. This actually might be game. Oxygen, they're going for the Titan, and they're going to advance to face off against Team Allegiance.
Can they do it in time? It looks like it will go down indeed. Oxygen have strangled the life out Adam Noble there. Asphyxiation. Kiki's so happy after that second set in a row.
We'll take a look at how we're standing so far with 2 matches in the dust. As we said, the Challenger team, well, they're doing pretty damn well. But ALG, this one's going to be a little bit tougher, I think, than the other 2 for Oxygen Supremacy. You're seeing the strategy in picks and bans and on the battlefield. No stranger to Scotty, as the Hunter will be the first selection. Osiris and Fafnir will be the choices for ALG. So the Nike is going to be paired up with a Terra here for Oxygen Supremacy. And Serket will be the choice for the jungler on Team Allegiance. A Wheelish, first ban in Phase 2. Rom will be taken away. That's one of Ocean's go-to characters. The Poseidon, instead, will go ahead and be the ban.
I think Agni is very strong in the level 1 mid-pressure.
Love the Cupid pick. Gonna shut down Agni and Serket with the cripple. Love the Alquang. Keep your enemy on their toes, toss them to the skies, and throw them in the ground.
Love this positioning early on here from Allegiance, though. Weaken and Cyclone Spin both high up in that enemy jungle, making sure that Skilladon and Kiki cannot get those buffs for free early on, but Weekend and Cyclone both backing up to go to wave, and it looks like Skeely and Kiki will just take their speed instead.
And now, actually, the invade is going to be coming through from Oxygen.
Wow, ALG might end up on the losing side here, but if the mid lane recognize what's happening, and they do, this could spell trouble for Oxygen Supremacy. Weekend and Cyclone are on the way, but Venenu and Naruma pick the right path. I think Allegiance is going to struggle, at least early on, without the presence of Polar Bear Mike, who, as F. mentioned on the desk, what he may not have brought on the field at times, definitely in terms of CC and just helping out the team. Naruma, he needs some help from the rest of his team, and Kiki provides it with that Sentinel of Zeus, slowing everyone from Allegiance away from the support. Now Cyclone's been caught in a weird spot, in trouble, trying to chase him down, but the execute goes on to Vivian instead, but Vivian may fall for first blood, and he will. Skilladon, another first blood to his name. Gold Fury's pulled right now by Allegiance. They're committing everything they have, and they'll secure it, no problem whatsoever. That evens the gold lead.
Allegiance is just trying to feel out Oxygen Supremacy, and what I really like is, oh wow, Skeely might actually be in a lot of trouble here.
But he's juking everything, bombs, hammers, nothing hits. The blink out of the Petrify as well. Naruma gonna eat that last breath, but Fields of Love comes down. Weekend trying to get away from the damage from the rest of Oxygen Supremacy. Data, remember, dashes forward, but can't quite find the last auto attack. Weekend escapes with 1 HP. Now Oceans, he's got to deal with Skilladon, and he turns it around on the jungler. Naruma cleans up Oceans to at least trade out 1 for 1. Gold Fury getting chunked down a little bit here by Oxygen Supremacy, but they were looking for the fight. They're looking for Vivian, but he's going to be able to transform and get out of that mesmerized there from Data. Remember, Weekend immediately dives in, but gets exploded by Venenu. Met finds Skilladon, but Vivian falls. A double kill for the mid laner there. Skilladon the only one to fall so far for Oxygen Supremacy as Met Yankee gets popped by Venenu. 3 kills, the triple for the mid lane Hunter. Data, remember, cleans up Oceans, and now it's Cyclone Spin alone, trying to return on to Venenu, and he will find it with those AoE autos, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one, Taco.
And I don't think Cyclone feels as though he's going to be able to get out of this one either. Just trying to buy time around this Gold Fury, but unfortunately enough for him, he's still going. And okay, there you go. Data, remember, finally cleaning up the kill.
A valiant effort by Cyclone Spin, but it doesn't stop the deicide for the Challenger Cup players.
What I really liked about Oxygen Supremacy there underneath that T1 is while they were committing to the tower, they weren't really looking to poke out too much onto ALG.
Flop on there to Oceans, looking for, there's the Fields of Love on top of Met Yankee, but he's able to escape. Huge Petrify coming out of Oceans, but Vivian falling too low, and he's gobbled up by Skilladon, who's now looking at the fight from a bird's eye view. He sees Data, remember, clean up Oceans, no problem whatsoever. He's tossed back into the tower. That last breath gonna finish him off. Weekend at least able to put ALG on the board in this scenario, but Data, remember, picks up number 4. They knock down that tier 2 tower, and the next thing on the list, the Phoenix.
The Phoenix is 100% gone too. You've got a Scotty and a Cupid, 2 pen-based hunters.
Right now, Oxygen Supremacy continuing their rampage through this gauntlet, up 10-4 against Allegiance right now, but Oceans is in trouble, has to use that Petrify, but he's gone before it even goes off.
Alquang's going to have a significantly easier time getting his poke damage off than what a Serket will.
That is true, but no easy times here for Allegiance as they try and do the Portal Demon, but Oxygen Supremacy doesn't want to let him have it. Oceans carries that Heart Bomb to Cyclone Spin. It's Met Yankee's already dead. Kiki able to put himself on the board. Skilladon picks up Oceans there on the backside by the speed buff. He dashes away, trying to find the kill onto Vivian. Double kill for the Ao Kuang. Cyclone Spin falls down as well. 5, 0, and 6 for Data Remember. 4 dead, only Weekend left to watch as Oxygen Supremacy say, who needs the Fire Giant? Who needs the left Phoenix? Who needs your tower on the right-hand side? We're just looking to go 5 games in a row.
And I think that they're going to be able to take it. A Sloan Circuit, the only one to contest. Titan's already at half HP, 10% and gone.
This is unbelievable. This is a run. I mean, when we draw up the Gauntlet, we're like, yeah, the Challenger Cup teams, they come, they've got a chance, they can do something cool. This is it. I mean, this is a run unlike we have ever seen before from one of these teams.
Chaga and Hun Bats taken away by Team Allegiance and Supremacy. Ban phase and the pick phase continues on. Poseidon next to Hercules and Terra here for Team Allegiance. Important ban coming out on the Circuit. The Mercury, however, that's a choice directly towards Weekend. Rom, sure.
So the Cupid in this example.
And Oxygen Supremacy continue pulling things out of thin air.
Stratsky coming out left and right, like F. mentioned, with the Habwa jungle.
Just want to reiterate that that is Fenrir in the jungle. Speed buff, no invade, and that's definitely a good sign for the OS boys because Habwa definitely does lack a little bit in terms of securing his own buffs early, though as Chaos mentioned, can certainly brawl in the early game. He's getting brawled onto right now by Weekend. That Brutalize is going to clean up that first blood. No way for Skilladon to get away from that Brutalize. Love this Fenrir pick into the Habwa. Obviously Allegiance, they're on the brink. If they lose this game, then their spring split is all done. But Oxygen Supremacy want to keep that momentum going. Neilma brought back in, but Venenu is able to clean up Weekend in response, 1 for 1.
Yeah, so even with the Terra Ultimate being procced on the side of ALG, just not really a whole lot of follow-up for Oxygen there.
Data Remember coming around the backside. The ward spotted him out, but he's not scared to fight. No mana, but Oceans has to dash away. Venenu looking for the shots, dashes forward and cleans him up. Number 2, both kills on the board are for the mid lane hunter, Chiron, who was just farming.
He was definitely wanting to hand it to Oceans, and it's clear.
I mean, Cyclone Spin taking this 2v1 though in the solo. I don't know if Kiki has enough mana to ult. Cyclone's been thinking about trying to full commit. He has the boulder, but can't quite find the driving strike. Now he might be the one in trouble, but Kiki has no mana left. There's the boulder coming down, but not enough damage. Cyclone's been also out of mana, but there's the meditation coming out of Neilma that's gonna give Kiki enough to rend down Cyclone Spin. The two longtime teammates battle it out, but Kiki, the new one to the solo lane, ends up getting the better. A classic med bait by Oxygen Supremacy between the solo laner and the support. Either way, they're only up 3-2 in kills, but Kiki in some trouble. Weekend trying to knock down his former teammate, and he will do just that. Just stuck around too long, did Kiki. I think this is the slowest paced game we've seen so far today.
100%, and on top of that, ALG just the slightest gold lead.
Well, Neilma, he's getting in trouble, but the knock-up and water cannons just bursts Weekend down, and Venenu notches number 3 in his arrows. 3 kills already for the mid laner. Now Tier 1 tower getting sieged down. Again, these double hunter compositions that Oxygen Supremacy are running are so potent with this, and they have that Fafnir double knockup from Skilladon. There are the ultimate shots from Venenu. He's gonna clean up Cyclone. Nice cracking out of Met Yankee. Finds Kiki and Skilladon. Met Yankee trying his best to keep Allegiance in the fight, but now he's the focus in the wrong spot. Vivian jumped on by Neilma. Oceans has to use his Aegis. Just not enough damage coming out of ALG to knock down any of these low health members. Oceans gets knocked down by Data Remember, and then Vivian follows up. Oxygen Supremacy find 4 in that engagement, as well as the Tier 1 tower.
If you notice as well, though, Venenu, oh wow, Oceans getting soloed by Data Remember, and he's feeling it. You saw that player cam.
Man. Look at him pop off there on the bottom left, and just Skilladon just giggles. Gold Fury free the way of Oxygen Supremacy. That makes them over 5,000 gold in the lead. Kiki and Neilma here trying to dissuade Allegiance from doing this Portal Demon, but the Kraken is going to secure it for the red side. As Weekend goes back to farming this blue buff. Data Remember is on the way over here. Oceans, he's all the way on the left side, still trying to get some much needed farm for himself. There's a jump onto Met Yankee. The shots coming in from Venenu, not enough to knock down his oppositional mid laner, but Weekend has just been getting bounced around time in and time out. Always getting hit by that water spout basically every single time. A lot of ultimates burned here by Oxygen Supremacy, but they do secure that 500 gold Tier 1 tower.
And I like how Data Remember just had Kaldar running around him. Vivian, though, could be in a lot of trouble, and the water spout from Skilladon on point to clean him up.
But Oxygen Supremacy just don't give a damn. They're still pushing this right side. Ocean's now trying to back, but look at how quickly this Phoenix is falling. Kiki cleans up Met Yankee. The Kraken just completely whiffs. Weekend takes Skilladon with him, but Venenu puts down the dog before Skilladon could get anywhere near the base. 3 dead now for Team Allegiance. Their right side Phoenix is gone, and Oxygen Supremacy is looking like they might win 6 in a row. I mean, they're the real deal. I don't think there's any doubt. Left side Phoenix already down. Again, this double Hunter composition, too strong in terms of objective sieging. Kiki, he's dealing with multiple members inside the Titan room. He eats the Fields of Love, he eats the Kraken, but he's still alive. The meditation gives him enough to jump away, and he'll finish tanking the Phoenix for his team. Skilladon gets a little bit too greedy, though, and goes into the enemy Titan room. So right side Phoenix has respawned, but no focus on it quite yet as Vivian gets locked down by Data Remember, who just shreds through him and allows Skilladon to pick up that last hit. Phoenix dead, Weaken dead, another kill for Data Remember, and Oxygen Supremacy, they're going into the Titan room. 6 in a row potential here as Met Yankee finds Skilladon with that Kraken. Met on the run. The focus is pulled away from the Titan. It is now onto the players of ALG, but the fire minions are pouring in. ALG is gonna have a tough time defending as Kiki Joe's jumping in, trying to find the kill onto Cyclone Spin. Neilma up into the Draconic form. 4 members all with that buff there, the Coerce buff, trying to give them enough attack speed. Cyclone Spin, he's gonna fall here.
And immediately, he's still alive. It's a Hercules, you gotta remember. And now Cyclone doing everything he possibly can to try and delay this for as much time as possible. And once more, ALG barely holding on though.
Kiki now tagging up this left side Phoenix. Titan, remember, taking damage from those fire minions. Phoenix falls as the middle Phoenix respawns. Cyclone Spin getting very, very low. There's the heal coming out, and Kiki's gonna go right into the fountain, but the rest of the team is just gonna focus down the Titan, and Oxygen Supremacy knocks out their 3rd SPL team today, marching through this gauntlet.
Oxygen Supremacy, the challengers, the pro amateurs, the guys that aren't supposed to do it. They're doing it. They take down Flashpoint. They take down number 7 of Noble. They take down number 6 of Allegiance. Now, they'll be going up against In Memory of Gabe, which I think is a little bit fiercer of competition. We see some bands come out, Standard across the way. Hunmats, Kabraken, very set in stone. Scotty and Zeus as well. But they're going to go with the Chang'e.
And immediately the responsiveness from Oxygen Supremacy, Medusa Sylvanas.
Cuban and Sobek. Hercules banned out by Oxygen Supremacy. Osiris banned out, with the Morrigan being the final ban for In Memory of Gabe. But now, with the Thoth selection, Rom selected as the 2nd hunter.
And now with the Odin pickup, so Kiki going with the Xing 10. We've seen him run it earlier today.
And will it be Cupid in the mid lane, joined by Eonic here up against Nerimar and Venenu. Venenu and Nerimar had fantastic performances so far, and Eonic's taken a lot of the pressure early on, but they have the wave clear advantage so far.
The question is what they're going to do off of this. They're going to rotate towards the right side jungle. Fire Giant Elementals is available, as well as the right side and mid Harpies, but it seems that Oxygen Supremacy, despite having soul lane pressure, they're not going to rotate to contest those right side mids. Instead, they're just going to invade the blue.
Bit of a safer option there as well from In Memory of Gabe, just to go for the right and Harpies. They could have looked towards the speed, but with solo lane being 2v1, there was a chance for a 4-man collapse if they went for that speed buff. Instead, they'll take the small wins, but Oxygen at the same time have taken the blue, and now they're stealing the speed.
The speed buff and the blue being stripped away this early on gives them a slight edge here, especially considering the fact that they can go to their own speed in blue at a much quicker rate than the Cynosure can on the Chang'e. More mobility on the side of the Susanoo here.
Now, as you can see, Memory of Gabe have pretty much focused on the left-hand side of the map here, managed to control most of this, where Oxygen in more investment into the right-hand side. So that's why the speeds and the blues have been taken away here from Memory of Gabe. And Walrus on the Odin is just going to have to play very safe for the time being.
It makes sense to try to shut down Data, remember, because of how strong he's been so far in the past 6 games.
Well, right-hand side, you can see Skilladon looking for the blue and the speed buff, but Memory of Gabe want to focus the left once more. The left Harpy's about to spawn now. They were looking for a pick if they could find it. Instead, Kiki has now rotated in, looking for pressure onto Cynosure. Going to force the ult. The Waxing Moon was absorbed by Kiki. Cynosure's in trouble. The Aegis is buying him a moment, but Skilly picks him up. Data, remember, around the back. back, though. The snipes are here from Snoopy.
Finding two, third one not on the mark, but the rest of his team is there through the wall. Astral Arrow is great, but Hurwin caught in an awkward spot. He's going to get taken down as well.
Well, the fight's still going here. Ionix forced to use the meditation there. Snoopy's going to be pulled into danger, and Snoopy's isolated and alone. Bird bomb from Warriors. Hits 4 for a chunk of damage. He claims 1. That's a passive stack. He claims 2. That's a passive stack. He's going to pick up Skilly as well, potentially, but there's not enough damage left over from his Bluestone. 3-2 after 1 engagement. The damage output from Toth will be a little bit higher because of this. Skilly's here to try and contest these elementals. Has to be careful due to the heart bomb coming out from Hurwind, but Hurwind's under pressure from Kiki, who's having a fantastic tournament too. Ionix in a bit of trouble there on the right-hand side, but still has Lurk in the Waters available. Walrus gets the big old ring down, and Skeleton doesn't have an answer to that. Neither does Neromar. 2 kills the way of Memory of Gabe, and they just pulled Veneno as well.
Veneno was beezing a little too late, though. Walrus is not done chasing here. He recognizes just how much damage he's doing. All the passive stacks gives him the mobility that he needs to be able to catch up. This support player, Neromar, has been making so much of an impact off of his first land, but Snoopy, though, he's getting aggressed on. Data Remember's definitely feeling himself, killing him before he goes in the air.
I don't think Snoopy recognizes Neromar was around that corner there. He does have a ward down, but he's sat far enough back for now. Neromar will walk around the corner. Snoopy should see this on his minimap if he's looking. The roll, the beads to avoid the ultimate, very important, but he won't avoid the pull. Snoopy's going to go with the sky. The dot damage could be enough. He might just tick to death, and if he doesn't, when he lands, good night, sweet prince. These kills are making small impacts just in experience, not in actual gold game.
Snoopy, though, he's going to get caught out, just poked out by Snoopy, but they're not done yet, forcing it out another relic. Look at all that damage.
But look what Skilly did there. He full committed, but once all his abilities on cooldown, he didn't continue to chase Snoopy. He was happy with the Aegis, knowing that the beads are down and the ult, but remembers being pulled here a little bit early. Heart Bomb didn't really hit from Hurrywin there onto the target. It was after he ended up hitting Neromar, but Skilly's ult is down, and Skilly's on the front line alone, split from his team as Walrus won't make sure the team is completely split with that fantastic ring of Bird Bomb.
The Bird Bomb did a lot of damage. Neromar, the first victim. The snipes are connecting into that backline. Kiki not finding anybody in that pull. Kiki having to go back in that tier 1 tower. Hurwin getting traded for Neromar, favoring OS quite heavily.
Well, he's favoring him for now, but the goal fury has been started by Memory of Gabe now. Hurwin being dead means they're not going to have any extra sustain other than Cynosure here. Snoopy and Ionix juggling it around. Walrus still full health, not choosing to tank, more than likely offering the Bird Bomb option. Veneno's looking for a steal if he can find it, but Memory of Gabe will clean up the Gold Fury. Oxygen just have to surrender. Then rotates to the Portal Demon after the rest of Oxygen recognize everybody in Gabe backed after the Gold Fury.
It's about 2 or 3 rings that you have to wait out before your Phantom cooldown will be available. Gold Fury about half health. Yana getting pulled, taking a lot of poke though, but he's not done. He wants to commit.
He is going to commit because Walrus is following up, and Neromar stopped in the cage for now, but the Phantom comes into play. Petrify from Data Remember will help out his support player who picks up Ionic, but Snoopy also picked up Neromar. Now on the front side is Kiki, and he's going to get beat and the ultimate out of Snoopy too. Walrus in the sky. Walrus going to fall down to Skion, I should say, but Snoopy just landed, and Veneno was there to clean up crew.
Same exact story compared to the set against Noble. Neromar taking the fall, but the rest of his team taking advantage, finding 3 picks, getting the Gold Fury.
5 members strong, and in we go for the tier 1.
Ionic out in a world of hurt. He gets flipped and flopped instantly. Tier 1 gets melted as well.
I'm listening to Oxygen as they look for the tier 2 tower.
Nice try, nice try.
Be careful of the cage. He has blink. He has blink.
Listen, I'm gonna blink in. Don't get Chongo ulted. That's the only way they win this. They get.
I'm looking at the. Okay, the right bus is down. I'm
Come
back. I know.
Nice.
Just hit the tower. Hit the tower. Hit the tower.
Hit tower.
That's only called cubic all.
Nice job. Nice job. He gets low.
Nice
Back
job.
up, back up.
Take their speed. Take their speed.
Yeah.
It just seems that every team is playing into the cards out of OS, and there's no stopping the momentum here. Yet again, Skeleton finding the pull, and no response. Snoopy left alone yet again.
I think Oxygen's supremacy, as the days got on, though, is they've found a rhythm now. They know what they need to do over and over again, and they just rinse, repeat, and no team is really coming up with an answer to what they've been doing.
Fire Giant has been started, but it's been Lee's trying to find the knockup, but the Typhoon not on the mark. Mesmerized onto three.
ring.
Walrus blinking in.
Petrify out from Data Remember, but that's absorbed. Bird Bomb, different story. Ionic gets one. Veneno will clear up Horrorwind, however, Snoopy gets involved with the snipes. And the third one will bring down Data Remember. This is a 2 for 2 so far, but Cynosure is isolated on the right-hand side, and they're not giving chase for him just yet.
He's so fast with that shield of regrowth, but there's a tier 1 tower in your way, buddy. Like everybody has been pulling their own weight out of OS. And Memory of Gabe, though, they're trying to get the portal
zone
demon.
duty looking to secure that for his team. Won't happen, however. The zone is good enough. Memory of Gabe will secure the portal demon. That buys him a window once again just to relax and try and catch up.
Qualifier is still available, and that's exactly where Data Remember is going. But by doing so, everyone recognizes this from IMOG.
Walrus is going to get a nice ring down onto Veneno, but Veneno ages out a lot of damage. Great ultimate from Neramar! All 5 members of Memory of Gabe go into the air, but they don't really care too much as now they're looking for a second kill. Snoopy picks up Neramar as well. Oxygen get the Gold Fury and only have 3 members left standing.
Gabe taking advantage of the Gold Fury greed out of OS. Now trying to go for this Phoenix potentially here. They're going to rush this down while the Fire Giants has been started.
Well, this is a base race. Fire Giant versus Phoenix in mid. Is the Phoenix in mid worth the Fire Giant? This is sustain and sustain on both sides to an extent, but you've got the extra sustain from Chonga and the Share the Love and the Rod of Asclepius, but there's a blink ring from Walrus. Immediately Skeleton will get out. Neramar trapped in the ring, but they're not focusing onto him. They went towards Kiki, but Kiki did work. Petrify hit Snoopy's attack to the sky. Good damage on him. Not enough to stun him out, though. He'll return some good poke back to Veneno, but Veneno and Snoopy are trading in the back. Neramar rooting out 2 damage dealers on the other side, as Snoopy has already fallen down. Next on the list is Ionic. He's juggled in the air, and the Crocodile will never smile. Horrorwind is running to the right-hand side in his own, and he's going to go down too.
It's a 5-on-2 now for the rest of OS, and this could be their 7th game in a row victory. The respawn timers are so long here that they can actually get this tier 2 on right, the Phoenix on middle here potentially if they want to, and maybe even end the game here. Walrus and Cynosure, that's not enough damage to really find the kills.
I can feel 2 Phoenixes here. I'm not sure about a game end, but maybe they'll go for it. Walrus went to the front, pulled it again by Neruma! The Phoenix is going to fall. Yes, it'll take a little bit longer thanks to the Odin Ring, but not long enough. The middle Phoenix as well, and Oxygen.
This is game. This is game! I'm telling you, Indoman, they're going to go for the end here. This is going to be the 7th game in a row that the Challenger Circuit team is beating every single SPL team.
How are they doing this over and over again?
1 game away from finding themselves at the final opponent here for our Friday. They're going to ban out Scotty and Hun Bats. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Dusa Susanu. So the Ogyrus here coming out for likely Walrus. Ymir was selected. 2nd round of bans, a Cirquet and the Morrigan already taken down. A Wheelish and Cupid. Your last 2 bans here for our game 2.
And with the Sobek pick being locked in.
And you want some long range, Vulcan's going to cook one up for you.
Thor making a
the
sneaky
flanky
rotation.
janky from Osiris.
Could be.
Not the Thor. Look where Osiris is right now. He's not in the solo lane. He's hanging out around the mid lane looking for the waves to start. But they've telegraphed this, Oxygen. They have prepped for Memory of Gabe.
The ward is there, spotting out the rotation from Walrus. He's not going to be able to really get anything. And during this whole time, we're seeing Kiki So Cheeky starting the speed buff here, getting the small minis, then rotating to the lane.
Left-hand side, the red buff will go the way of Memory of Gabe there as it's stolen away. But look what Oxygen did. They went to the right-hand side, and they're going to strip the speed buff from Memory of Gabe.
Skeleton now hitting level 2. He could make this early rotation, trying to shut down Walrus playing this Osiris.
Veneno is here to defend on Vulcan. One good backfire at the right time could secure it for his team, but Ionic turns up as well. Memory of Gabe don't like this idea though, but the turret's still got aggro of this red buff right now.
Seems that he's gonna get it though. A great ultimate from Ionic, the Petrify being deterred. Snoopy in the sky as well as Cynosure. A lot on the mark. Snipes are a little bit good. Data Remember gonna get first blooded by Horrorwind.
Yeah, the final judgment came through big there for Horrorwind to pick up first blood, and now Memory of Gabe can collect their prize. Both of them recognize there could be a rotation at any given moment, but Data Remember, the day he's having, he's not scared right now. The problem is, there's no wards, and guess who's round behind you, Day?
No, Data Remember, but he's caught on the right side of the wall. The Petrify not going to find the stun out to Cynosure. That was a very easy pick. Going for the Gold Fury.
Trying to get off the back of that win of Cynosure's ult now being on cooldown. At the same time, though, Horrorwind has the final judgment available, and Snoopy will take to the sky early. Investment into Data Remember here. The 3rd shot didn't hit, and Snoopy will not be able to pick up Data Remember. Different story for Ionic though, but over the wall comes Walrus.
Walrus jumping on in, Skilladon in a world of hurt. He jet streams away, but look who's waiting for him. Heroin dashing on in. Dashing in is Cynosure as well, but the wall cutting him off.
Kiki's in a lot of trouble here, but they want to pick up Cynosure, and Kiki will get hold of it. The rest of his team have to leave. Great blood from Kiki onto Snoopy will force Snoopy back and keep the rest of his team alive. Oxygen looking towards his Gold Fury.
Not investing into any ultimates, and without their Thor player, this is going to be a 5-on-4 up until Cynosure makes the rotation back. But if they stagger a little bit too long, this gives enough timing for Cynosure to come back into this one.
They left it very healthy there, that Gold Fury totally, but now Skilladon's here, will force the rollout at Snoopy. Didn't find the pull he was after. Now they're starting to commit again. Keep an eye on Hurrywind. He's got the final judgment, a game changer. Ionic pushes forward, looks for the ult, invests himself. Oxygen get the Gold Fury. Ionic's life is claimed by Veneno. The final judgment went to the back line, and it looks like Walrus will clean up Neromar at least.
Finding 1 for 1, but the Gold Fury going in the way of OS. Heroin, trying to go for Skilladon through the wall. His Spidey senses were tingling, but they weren't on point. Their OS sneak one away.
This time round, though, it's Memory of Gabe that are going to go straight to the Portal Demon, but Oxygen is sniffing at it themselves.
They want to contest this out. Veneno doesn't have his ultimate, but nice zoning from Walrus. Tethering out to the meatball. Connects, but it's being leashed here. Data Remember is going to fall.
And now that the damage from Skilladon is going to get a double kill, the Portal Demon goes to Memory of Gabe, but Memory of Gabe have got to back away from this. But Oxygen have 4 members grouped in the mid lane right now, with Ionic now rotating back to support Cynosure and Hurrywind. They need to be careful. Cynosure's plucked in the air. The beads were used, but he was already dead. Still alive for a second, but not long enough. And now they're looking at Hurrywind. Hurrywind frozen in place. Veneno's ult will force the Aegis out of Hurrywind as Ionic. He can't stop 4 members chopping at the tower.
OS a little hesitant because they invested 3 ultimates trying to kill out Cynosure. Now, granted, they did get Ionic's ultimate in return, but still a little risky to go for that tier 1.
Well, a little bit risky there from Neromar to go so far forward. Oxygen were a little out of position. Skilladon went really deep for Snoopy, and now Skilladon is actually going to get sniped out by Snoopy. 3 in a row! No! Just the 2, but Cynosure wants it. He can smell the blood of the Medusa.
He's trying to go for it, doing a lot of damage, about half health in return. Finds the stun. The double tap is good. The egg is a little bit delayed, but diving in the other backline, Neromar getting dove by Walrus. Heroin doing a lot of damage with that final judgment.
And Walrus is going to find a second one there. Cancel that. Snoopy will claim that kill for himself. Now Memory of Gabe have a power play on the left-hand side.
Skilladon just a little bit too ambitious with that jet stream portal in to the thick of things. Cost himself a little bit of an awkward position.
Teleport from Kiki. He's already down to half health before he even gets a block up. Kiki's dead. So is Skilladon. Snoopy with a double kill. And now they can siege a tier 2 as well. Things are starting to go bad on the Oxygen camp right now. A little bit risky for Memory of Gabe to start this Gold Fury because they don't have all their ultimates available. Oxygen, however, they do, but they're not in a position to contest just yet. They need Skilladon over here very soon. Ionic's going to pull Neromar. Neromar eats half his health down already. And into the sky goes Cynosure.
Taking a lot of damage, diving into the backline onto Data Remember, but a nice little petrify. Snoopy gets eliminated. Walrus still diving the backline. The Vulcan ultimate not connecting onto anybody as Ionic gets traded out for Snoopy.
Okay, Veneno and Walrus both on double kills.
Walrus trying to zone out Neromar. The Gold Fury very low. Memory of Gabe does secure it. Cynosure into the sky, trying to find the kill onto this Ymir support. Will be credited with Heroin, but this is all a bait, trying to go onto Neromar yet again.
Walrus plucked away by Kiki as well, trying to rotate around the back, and the collapse from Oxygen is actually onto Walrus. The wall from Neromar tried to slow it down, but now the tether is on multiple members of Oxygen, and Veneno was left alone. Poor old Veneno will fall down for his first death this game. Meanwhile, though, Skilladon will pick up the tree, but now he's going to try and get away from the danger zone. Neromar on the front side with Kiki, trying to answer back what Memory of Gabe have just done. 1 for 1, and nothing else is going to really come out of this one. You're going to see the teleport come back out from Walrus, though, and if he spots Neromar on that low health, they need to be very careful. Neromar about where he's going to go. The wall will not stop an Osiris, and in the end, it's Cynosure that gets the kill, and now they look towards Kiki.
We talked about how important vision is, and you can use the vision to also teleport to these wards. Skilladon getting heavily poked out here. Double tap. Berserker Barrage, second easy pick here, and with the sentry wards at the Fire Giant, 2 visions around the top-hand side, they're going to be able to get this one for free.
Well, Oxygen have stole a Fire Giant in an awkward circumstance like this before against Noble. Can they they do it again. The Fire Giant is at half, but Memory of Gabe have switched their attention to Oxygen themselves. Kiki's dead. Next on the list will be Venenu. And Data, remember, he'll like the start of the day. He might want to change his mind about the afternoon as Horrywind from downtown will clean him up.
This is trouble for Oxygen Supremacy. The Fire Giant going in the way of Memory of Gabe.
Because Warris is level 19 right now, 6-0-9. They keep trying to go in on him, and he doesn't care about towers. He's a Cyrus. Bad news is they left Snoopy alone. Snoopy's forced to Aegis and run from Kiki. On the backside, though, Horrywind does delete Data Remember once again with the final judgment, and still Kiki's alive on the left.
He's dashing away, but Sinishaw's chasing him down. The snipes from the Rama player. Nice little wall, preventing it from getting away. Sinishaw with the double tap. 2 free kills yet again. The Fire Giant squad out of Memory of Gabe. They're going to be able to get this tier 2 tower with only 3 members from Oxygen. I don't see how they can hold this one.
2 ultimates available, though, but Nenu has that Vulcan Earthshaker available to him if he uses the right time. Skeleton's 1 hit from death. He's been forced back, and the Phoenix will fall down in mid. Oxygen have to surrender it, and now immediately Memory of Gabe going to use the Fire Giant and go for the second Phoenix.
Great patience from Venenu, not using his ultimate from mid because it was guaranteed down, but nobody in the front line. Niroma too far back forward. Skilldon was coming back from the fountain. Left side Phoenix falling as well. 25 seconds remaining on this Fire Giant buff. Kiki getting poked out a little bit, going into the sky, but once he lands, he doesn't have that hammer to teleport out of danger.
Where's he gonna go? He looked for Kiki there after the pluck, but didn't find it. Instead, it's the Phoenix focus coming out from Memory of Gabe. All 5 members of Oxygen have now turned up to defend. Kiki's already low, and Kiki's been juggled. Final judgment from Horrywind once again takes out another member. Snoopy in the sky, looking for the snipes. 2 in a row, not the third one again. Snoopy's not on the run we've seen of days of old, but it could be good enough to stop the dream collapsing for Oxygen here today. The final Phoenix still stands as Horrywind goes unstoppable. It's all 3 Phoenixes down here, totally. Snoopy's going to clean that up finally with the arrows with it down, and Horrywind will just destroy Nerumar again.
The fadeaway shots from Horrywind. Snoopy, so I can see how these deaths been stacking up, but he's not that far behind. Skilldon on the right, Venenu is on the left, stunning out Kiki, doing a little bit of poke here. The meatball onto Horrywind, chunking him out a little bit.
In comes some minions, left-hand side, fire minions on the Phoenix too, but here's the engagement. Sanishal takes this guy, looks for an option. He will come straight down onto Skeleton, and one nice old crit from Snoopy will spell his demise. Next on the list is Kiki, who dashes into danger. A double kill for Warris, and the surrender vote goes up as Oxygen realize they can't win this one.
The streak is over. 7 games being shut down now. Memory of Gabe tying it up. They're going to go into game number 3 here between these 2 teams.
Love the Thoth ban. I think Horrywind ran that game.
They've chosen to go ahead and take away that Kavrakan.
So we see the Hunbats banned out.
They went for Chang'e,
By giving up the Sylvanas, they gave them Sylvanas Zeus.
Terra will be a Guardian. With the Osiris selection, Sanishore gets his Thor. Well, with the Medusa and Cupid bans, with the Ram ban, it'll be Vamana. And these guys are having a good time. Chaos is having a good time. They picked the genre.
And AMC.
I'm so sad. I didn't get a chance. I didn't want to like just kill Chaos in that, but I am so sad because I wanted to call AMC Snoopy.
Excuse me, Oxygen, but that is a Memory of Gabe strat I see in the mid lane. That is not your strategy, my friends. They're going to try and collapse in the mid lane with 3 members, Oxygen, because Kiki's round the back of both Sinishore and Horrywind, but they smelled it out in time, and Horrywind will be safe enough. On the right-hand side, look what they sent there, though. Nerumar did go there on Terra just to make sure Warris didn't get free farm at the beginning of the game, and now with 3 members, Oxygen can look towards the speed.
Still going to be able to secure the speed buff on the side of Memory of Gabe. It's going to hurt out Walrus unless he can steal this away.
Well, he went for the steal over the wall, but he was a little bit too late to the party there. Left-hand side, Memory of Gabe, though, will secure their own red buff. They didn't even look to invade that. Now with Eonic and Snoopy on this left-hand side, they've been available to go and invade that red buff, especially because the pressure that Memory of Gabe got in the mid lane. Purple buff does still stand here. Data, remember, isn't the worst god to be in a 2v1 as Ho Yi, just for the simple reason he can ricochet from distance to at least tag the creeps.
And he has a jump Walrus, though. He's in a lot of trouble. The little baby, the fadeaway shot from Kiki confirming first blood. That's one way to shut down Mark Maloney.
Well, they get first blood, but on the left-hand side of the map, Memory of Gabe will strip the purple and the oracles as well. Oxygen did strip the speed and the blue buff away from Memory of Gabe on the right-hand side once more. The red buff for Oxygen is about to spawn, though, Last time Memory of Gabe that went that way. We'll see if they go there again.
Not on the mark with that double tap, but it's a good little dance immunity. Everyone here from Oxygen Supremacy trying to contest this red buff with the exception of the two soul laners. Cynosure pulls it out, finding the double root is Niruma.
But the reset of the red buff happens. Niruma pops the Wrath of Terror. Cynosure takes the sky as well. Gonna get a bird's eye view of what's going on here, and Skeleton is the target. Aegis absorbs a lot of the damage, but it's not going to be enough to stop the detonate damage from Horiwin. Venenu did pick up one with the Ghost. Skeleton survived way longer than expected, but Horiwin finally claims him, and that Chain Lightning could spell disaster for Niruma. He just needs one detonate. Not needed. Cynosure with a double tap will pick up Data Remember. 3 for 2.
3 for 2. Snoopy barely able to escape with his life there. Here, not having any sort of modifiers in between sprint or any form of that means that he has to separate himself from that Ghost.
Cynosure in the sky looking at Data Remember, trying to time it right, but it's Data Remember who timed it better. The bad news is he came down straight away and got walled by Cynosure. Yes, the ultimate wasn't great, but the wall was so much better.
And now it's Ionic, though, that gets rooted out in play. Skeleton is here trying to confirm the kill. The Shang ultimate could be used, as well as the Shang-Kui, just to answer back. A nice little response from Oxygen. Ooh, Oxygen really want to force a fight with Kiki, making the teleport terror, using his ultimate. Cynosure as well. Horiwin in a lot of trouble in the backline.
But Data Remember's focused by Cynosure to keep him busy. Data Remember will kick Horiwin thanks to the Suns, though, but he'll trade out with Cynosure on the right-hand side. The bad news is the Ghosts are in town, and the slow from the card is good enough for Skeely to get in range. It's 3 for 1, and the last time we spoke about Oxygen doing that, they won the game after a Gold Fury.
Here comes the monster. Kiki forcing the zoning between Walrus and Snoopy. He might have bit off more than he could chew, though, because the rest of his teammates have started that Gold Fury. He's being taken down, ready at half health here.
Oh, no.
3 members. Snoopy could look to stop this.
Well, Kiki had support early on in this game to pressure onto Walrus, which is still happening right now as we speak, as the blue buff is taken away from Walrus once more.
Instead, the Portal Demon is going to get started, considering that they know where everyone is from Memory of Gabe.
And with Niruma being on this left-hand side here, and Memory of Gabe looking for more for the red buff, the good news is the Walrus had an idea. Something was weird because Kiki was missing, but he's against 3. Can he steal it away? No, because the waxing moon from Skeleton was very wise.
Great stun, but because of that commitment, Golf, you're going to get started on up. Niruma trying to steal it away, but Gabe finds it. A little more value out of that Gold Fury compared to that Portal Demon. About, let's say, 70 gold or so, but Tier 1 tower is getting sieged.
Risky, totally, because Memory of Gabe have got a lot of ultimates available. Snoopy now comes in, slow, and the Stinger onto Niruma. That did sting and hit home.
Grouped up is Memory of Gabe in the mid lane.
Do they know Kiki's there? I don't think they've seen Kiki yet. Walrus just did, and maybe
the
Memory of Gabe
Waxing Moon!
Waxing Moon hits the whole team. Horiwin drops the ult in place. At the same time, now the Ghostbusters are here. Venenu will try and bring them down, but he only gets Ionic.
Oh, diving into the backline is Kiki, but he misses the ultimate. The Suns come raining down, but is this not enough? Snoopy in a 1v2 spot, but still in the backline is Cynosure, not on the mark with the stun. His Gold Fury, though, does get completed by Memory of Gabe, just a little bit too slow to react as Oxygen.
The Portal Demon is now being looked at.
And it's probably been the first time that Zeus has been elected to be played all day today. Ionic very low, though. The Waxing Moon being dealt damage. Cynosure's in the sky. Diving in the backline is Kiki, finding the first victim. Support for support, but Skeleton being chased by Walrus.
And on the backside, Horiwin is being run down by Kiki right now, but he's got support from Snoopy and Cynosure. Snoopy will clean up Venenu. Both mid laners dead. Kiki falls back towards his team, but walks right towards Walrus. Skeleton's trying to help him out of a tricky situation.
This reminds me of the kind of style that Verizial kind of plays the Thor, but diving in the backline, Skeleton finding a nice Waxing Moon, trying to keep his Tier 1 tower alive, but Nano diving.
But it's only going to hit onto Ionic. Kiki around the back, now looking to engage, but a good ult from Ionic will disengage that for now. Horiwin dropped his ult at the same time, however. Nice ricochet coming out from Data Remember. Cynosure to the sky.
The Thunder is going to be good. Walrus finding the kill onto Skeleton. Venenu nowhere to go. The downfall of the Jean-Kui.
2 kills for Walrus and Kiki on the front. He could be the third if Walrus wants it, but Horiwin will deny that option with a quick detonate. Aegis forced by Data Remembers. Now Memory of Gabe barrel down the mid lane.
Just overstepping their boundaries was Oxygen Supremacy. Going too far out of their Tier 1 tower. They have nowhere to go, and they're going to lose their 4th member here. Tier 2 already fell, and this could easily be the mid.
Well, the Phoenix in mid will indeed fall down. Data Remember, no ultimate available. It's a double attack, forced to dash away. That will be the Phoenix. There is the Phoenix is about to come back up. There's a full minion wave on the Titan. And as soon as someone shows their face, guess where they're going to go, Toli?
Straight to the Fire Giant. 5-on-3 for a little bit. Venanu still staggering behind a little bit. Kiki with the ethereal form. He's very tanky here. He can absorb a lot.
This is just bait from Memory of Gabe. They're trying to make sure Data Remember either commits or stays out. And if they do that, they can just try and take a 4v5. Skeely's knocked down very low down the right-hand side, but it did cost Warriors his ultimate to do that. Data Remember has defended the middle Phoenix for now. Memory of Gabe realizing they're going to have to commit to this soon. But here comes Oxygen.
Vamana with a Frostbound Hammer can chase indefinitely. That's exactly what's happening. Diving in the backline is Sinosure, but a nice Waxing Moon. Not enough time to buy. Kiki's going to fall right now. Venanu with the Ghost all onto Snoopy.
Not enough to pick up a kill, though, and instead Memory of Gabe are running them down like dogs. And still in the mid lane is the Ho Yi. He's not able to get to this fight. Nerumar's dead. Over the wall comes Data Remember. He could clean up for a Penta if he was lucky, but immediately Memory of Gabe turned tail and looked to disengage.
It's just a different kind of style from what we're used to seeing all day today. To go from these bursty mages to a lot of these hunters to now to go for a damage over time mage, it's not really panning out well for him.
He's pinned in place for a moment or two. Forced to Lord of the Afterlife defensively. Hurricane gets a very good ultimate off of his zoning tool. Sinoshore's looking for the collapse. It gets 3! It's not them they're after, though. He wanted Kiki. He was peeling for his team. Kiki was isolated. Kiki falls. 4v5 again. Just keep an eye on the ults here. There is still 2 available for Oxygen here. Only Snoopy has the Stinger available, whereas Venenu has the Ghosts up. Neromar will be the first one to show vision and keep an eye on how low the Fire Giant's getting. Got to be careful about how they transition through the jungle here, Oxygen, especially because of the Zeus Chain Lightning.
The Fire Giant is really low, but it's still being leashed. Neromar having to stun out 2 into the sun. Tianic taking a lot of damage. Wallace knocking up 2. The Ghosts are coming out.
But Venenu's already dead. He got bursted down by Snoopy. There wasn't enough damage to keep him alive. No tankiness on the side of the Venenu. We mentioned that it's all damage output, which means you're going to fall down. Snoopy gets a double. Skeely's going to fall down to Walrus. And next on the list, it was a day to remember for Oxygen. Hurricane can just sit here and zone all day. He's not having to commit against Kiki. He just needs to keep eyes on and go, where is he? What's he doing?
As long as Hurricane knows that Kiki's here. Dead in mid-air. Nice little stun by Neromar, but no real follow-up. Holding on to the Waxing Moon is Skilldon.
Walrus goes in, pressures onto Neromar, gets tower aggro. The ultimate from Hurricane should delete Neromar, but no, it's Skilldon first down. Sinosure went in very deep there, but he won't be too disappointed as his team is still in a decent enough position. Kiki has respawned and comes around the back, but forced to Lord of the Afterlife back towards the mid lane.
The mid Phoenix, though, is vulnerable. He gets taken out instantly. Snoopy having to retreat a little bit. He's going to get chased down, though. Kiki getting slowed by that Frostbound Hammer. Ionic looking for the pull, not going to find it.
Right-hand side, you can see the recall coming up from Skilldon as quick as he can, fast as his legs can carry him, and the bunnies too, just to get to this Phoenix to defend. They're trying to backdoor it, though, the Memory of Gabe there. They got the ultimate at Data Remember one more time, and there goes Skeely.
Not able to find too much damage here. Sinosure is going to go into the sky, diving the back line onto the Chang'e, forcing out the Aegis.
In goes Venenu with the Ghost on the backside now, looking to get as much damage off as he can. Immediately, Memory of Gabe turn tail and flee, just trying to stay alive for a moment, and they will do so. Sustain is the name of the game right now, but Oxygen do not want them to be able to get the Wisps and re-sustain back up.
But look at this, look at the Titan room. The Titan's being taken down a little bit here, and a lot of trouble. Is Waller stuck in a bad spot, but taken out. Neromar, no problem. Everyone really low from Oxygen. Memory of Gabe, they want to be able to close this one out.
And Hurricane will get a double kill. Kiki on the left-hand side will fall. Sinosure will fall. Memory of Gabe will finally do it. They've taken down Oxygen. They have put them on life support and finally pulled the plug. Oxygen did so well to get to this point, Tolly, but their dream has collapsed.
And they didn't go down without a fight. Memory of Gabe winning that 3rd game.
The final set for our Friday in memory of Gabe taking on Soar. The winner of this will go on to play E United, which will be over on Sunday. Let's take a snapshot of where these teams have traveled so far. As I said, the challengers, Oxygen Supremacy, 1, 2, 3 in a row. They're able to win, but In Memory of Gabe comes up a little bit too strong in the last one. In Memory of Gabe has the first pick and the first ban. In Memory of Gabe versus Soar. Ra, Kabrakan, Sylvanas.
There's the Scotty.
Instead, we get the first pick, Fafnir.
Giving up Terra and Zeus, Gabe get the Thor and the Thoth.
And Artemis.
Like the Osiris ban, immediately they respond with the bots ban.
Amaterasu will be the ban of choice for Soar Gaming. Ares will be the Guardian, which means Terra likely to be in the solo lane still. In memory of Gabe, finish up their draft. Fafnir and Medusa will be the dual lane, and then the short man in the short lane, Vamana. Thanatos is your jungler of choice.
Well, two junglers, Homie FA and Aninster. Now Aninster is a mid lane, will group up together, but round the back comes Walrus. And this time round, they've been watching games all day long. All day long, they have sat and watched these games in the audience, and they fall for the bait that we've seen so many times teams escape.
Soar does not, and they pay for it immediately. Aninster not only falls for first blood, but has to use his purification beads as well.
That team was going for poke on Snoopy over going for the wave clear, which is always one of those risks to make, and now Sinosure wrapping round the back.
I don't think Vetium and Jigs know. There's a teleport in and walls off Jigs beautifully. Sinosure setting up for his team. Snoopy gonna be able to put down Jigs for number 2. And then all of Gabe is on that same page with Snoopy because this red buff invade is great because yes, you're getting that farm, but you're taking it away from Vetium.
Sinosure to the sky, down onto Aninster, who's beads to avoid the stun, turns the damage around with the ultimate himself, but Hurrywin has been left alone to get a lot of free damage off. Homie FA wants the dunk, finds the dunk, but he can't find the kill.
Not quite yet. Sino gonna stun him out, and Hurrywin finishes off Homie. Jigs doesn't have any cooldowns. He's gonna survive. Sino gets out.
Well, there's no escape for Jigs there, you get it?
He's only level 4 though. But it was also that Terra's Blessing out of Fine-OK, one of the longer cooldowns in the game. So now Soar has to be a little bit more worried about if they engage Vetium, he's gonna get petrified.
Ionic, who's playing that Fafnir now. You saw the hammer through the wall. That was just to get those gold stacks from the Talaria, and Homie FA is forced out from contesting these Ryan Harpies.
Jigs wants to keep fighting though. There's the chain onto Ionic. Sinosure up into that Anvil of Dawn. Ionic forced up into the Draconic form as Hurrywin deletes Homie Faye with the final judgment.
When you've got that many Doom Mob stacks already, you're gonna spell an instant problem. Aninster will get one, but to get taken down in response from Walrus. Walrus is looking for Jigs though, and that will fall to Snoopy, who's made a rotation along with Vetium, but Vetium can't do much against the army of Gabe.
Sinosure is not getting rewarded for his play so far. 0-0 and 6, but he's played great. Tier 1 tower falls. Snoopy stunned out. There's the 180 Petrify, and Sinosure finally gets a kill to his own name. 9-1 now, and Gold Fury gonna go down instantly due to the lead that In Memory of Gabe has, and that's going to push that lead to right around 7,000. Tier 1 tower on left is going to fall without much issue. 500 gold more in favor of Gabe.
Could be a quick bath for Saw here, but now Sinosure to the sky again, finds 2 with a dunk. The beads from Homie FA will keep him alive. Rapid Terror will also speed him up to get away. No escape from Diggs, didn't really bring anybody for a ride, as Hurrywin is challenging the judgment. He doesn't want to take it just yet though, but look where Fine-OK is.
He shoots it and finds one. Vetium walked right into it.
Half out for the Portal Demon now. Fine-OK on the forefront. Homie FA and Jigs in the backlines, but Snoopy and Walrus are also there too. Flanking from the left, and Fine-OK's the one that's going to dash away first. Once again, Sinoshure's ulting on cooldown pretty much right now. Seems to be just staring at the map from his point of view.
And Jigs is already dead, so why not just go back to the objective? That's exactly what Gabe is going to do. Portal Demon falls. Homie Faye walks into the middle of everybody. He's going to fall to the final judgment of Hurrywin. There's Fine-OK in the middle of everybody. Nice ultimate out of Andy, but it's just not enough damage.
Well, he's also, he'll get one from the dead as well to 2. Gold Fury started up again and taken by Memory of Gabe for the second time so far this game.
Portal Demon does go the way of Gabe, despite Fine-OK just being a little nuisance in their face. Not really worried about that. They're worried about the objective. Vetium.
One hit. Bluestone. Aegis forced by Vetium. Very well done by Vetium though to realize that. Homie FA once again did not find his ultimate onto Snoopy, and Snoopy's going to box both of them. Level 16 versus a level 11 and 12. Sinoshure's going to come down.
And there's the dunk, but Snoopy's the one that gets it anyways. Jigs walled off. There's the no escape, but doesn't pull in
really
anybody.
Nobody wants to escape from Memory of Gabe. They want to take this fight again. Andy's trying to get off damage, and he will get the detonate onto Hurrywin, but Walrus will clean up Jigs in the tail end, and now Andy's under pressure.
And walled off once more by Sinosure, going around. The double tap is good, but the Bluestone isn't quite enough to knock down Aninster.
So just not managing to get anywhere in time right now, as Memory of Gabe will take down the 3rd Gold Fury of the game. Well, now the Fire Giant started up by Memory of Gabe. Rapid Terror is on cooldown. All ultimates available for both teams outside of that, but Jigs has already fallen to the Petrify of Snoopy. Sinosure goes onto Vetium. Vetium returns some good damage there thanks to the boar, and the boar will ding through every single member of Memory of Gabe, and a Meditate will heal them back up.
And now 4 members coerced by Ionic up in that Draconic form. This Fire Giant not going to stand for long. Fine-OK thinking about throwing away his life to try and steal it. but I don't know if it would make even a difference.
If they lose this Fire Giant, I'm pretty sure the day is done. If they can find a steal with Adnister over the wall, looking to get it. No, Memory of Gabe will secure their own Fire Giant.
No, I still wouldn't pick the Artemis again. I just don't think it's worth the risk that you're running at this stage. But I know Vedium is very, very comfortable on it, and he's very good at it. I still think I would give Vedium a more pressure god in that lane. His ROM's phenomenal.
Memory of Gabe looking to finish off this Phoenix. Nice little limit from Jigs, but it's not enough to stop Memory of Gabe. Jigs already taken out. Fine, okay in the back, did a good job peeling, but Vetium's under pressure once more from Walrus, who's been forced all the way back to his fountain.
Phoenix fell. During all that time, that's all just a distraction to make sure that right side Phoenix falls. Exactly what happens. Ionic dashes forward, trying to find Homie Faye, and Sinosure comes around the back and cleans him up. Number 3 for the jungler for Gabe. Middle Phoenix falling low.
Now to the final Phoenix that's left standing. Walrus will tack this up for his team. No ultimate available, but I don't even think they need it, because Snoopy shooting through the wall of Tough will bring it down. Final siege from Memory of Gabe coming in here, potentially, but Sora trying to put up a defense to the best of their ability. The amount of ults being used by Memory of Gabe here, I was about to say, they're not finding anything that they really want to. This could be a bit messy.
But the Titan is still getting pretty low. Walrus still completely healthy. They're messing around a little bit, but Gabe still going to be able to secure game 1 here up against Sora in dominant fashion, 20-3.
One game in the wave in Memory of Gabe. We'll see if they can win it in 2, or if Soar will stretch the evening out even longer.
And there's a Scotty already.
The Fafnir. Well, the Raz band.
And right away, first picking that Kabrakan with that Medusa Chang'e picks.
I love the Amaterasu here.
Seeing the gap.
Looking at the Terra band.
Walrus, Vamana, that's the hot hand. Like you said, 3 wins, 0 losses, all on the big baby. Hoyi makes his second appearance here in our Gauntlet Rush. Cupid and Hercules on the other side.
The difference, and this time, if you guys fall for this again, I'm done. I'm walking off.
I think.
But it's a double. It's a double.
Please don't walk
because
off.
It's like a yin and a yang in mid lane. Walrus from one side, Final K from the other.
But Final K's heading back.
Oh no, not again.
Final K's heading back.
Please, no. Homie FA gets
How
knocked
does this
up.
happen again?
Walrus goes on to Andy. The beads, though, from him early on will actually stop the slow, and there's nothing to actually stun Walrus to stop him teleporting to the tower, so he won't lose any farm off that. It may slow down a little bit Memory of Gabe's 2-on-2 in the mid lane, just because there was a little bit of farm shared by Walrus.
But Sora, they did the red buff instead of going to the wave. How many creeps are they going to get there in that dual lane? I think they only got the archers in terms of experience, but probably not in terms of gold. You can see on that dual lane side, Sinosure and Snoopy are there trying to steal away the purple.
But they're level 2?
But they're only level 1, and compared to the level 2 of Sora, Sinosure is going to be able to get out going south towards the Gold Fury.
Well, let's look at the minimap now. Sora's jungle is completely on cooldown other than the blue buff on the right-hand side, so Sora going to have to go into Memory of Gabe's jungle to strip some of that. They'll get the purple buff. They see him rolling, and they may be hating in a minute because Homie FA's forced off the speed buff as well. Don't shake your head at me. I'll say what I want to. Speed buff being contested by both teams now. The mark of the Golden Crow from Horrywin onto Homie FA into the Ricochet as well. But the turnaround on Ionic is good. Better waxing noon from Sinosure. And Nister in the back though.
He's waiting but can't quite find that I'm a Monster. Horrywin finds the kill onto Homie Faye as Ionic falls. Jigs 1 HP and Walrus going to be able to pick him up.
I tell you what, Sinosure danced his way out of danger then. Fine OK was looking to pick up some remnants here if he can. Earthbreaker hits, but he didn't find the knock-up. The damage into the wall is good from the driving strike, but it's not going to be enough to bring him down yet. But Horrywin is running into an awkward place.
He's toast. There's no chance for him to get away.
He can get away. Have faith.
Boots.
Have faith. I lost my faith. So fireworks could go off at any moment when they start to group up. The Gold Fury will be the real point of contention that we'll see. But Sinosure with a great waxing moon to turn it around, and Homie FA has bought him enough time for Ionic to come with a shield. Jigs will get a stun to Ionic though. Cataclysm available. Doesn't even get a chance to use it. The Oracles will go the way of Saw Gaming as well. Double sustain for the dual lane, which we've not really mentioned now, and Snoopy's in trouble.
There's the Petrify to give him the CC immunity, but the Heart Bomb and the damage from Homie Faye is enough to put number 4 on the board for Soar. This Gold Fury is trying to get picked up by Gabe.
Feels
There's the ultimate.
that.
Svetium going to do a lot of damage, but not steal it. Ionic shields out Snoopy, but the Gold Fury has to be leashed as Homie blinks in.
But Homie FA's not going to find a single target because Horrywin went back towards mid lane. He's going to be a lot free poking mid. The Sikkim did not find a home from Andy, but Horry's still going to die there. A Monster still available. Over the wall, didn't find the target. It was after, I think, Sinosure Aegis that.
You know, he uses 2. He got out of that with that immune. Ionic's locked in under that tower, and fine, okay, ricochets the boulder off of Homie Faye's ultimate to pick up number 6 for Soar. And that's the power of Cupid. It's so difficult to do Gold Furies while he's alive, because even if he can't steal it with the burst damage, he can certainly get you off the Gold Fury. Where in the world did Walrus just go?
He's not Waldo. Well, he's in base. That's all I can say for now. But it will slow down Saw going for the gold. They got a kill.
I don't mind Soar peeling off that Gold Fury, though. I think they might have been able to secure it. Ionic knocked up and into the wall. FineOK has just been on point with it so far. There's the rollout, and he can't quite get in range to stop that body blocking, or body block the rollout, rather. So Ionic going to be able to escape 1 HP.
Oh, the boulder! No, not this time. Game 2. Bit of a different story here. Small lead for Saw. Substantially enough, though, to continue the aggression on Hurrywin.
That Geb Shield just saved Hurrywin's life.
And the Cataclysm, too.
Yeah, the Cataclysm big as well. But Ionic still going to get stunned there. Now I'm a monster, but it's not enough. Snoopy defines Jigs. Homie Faye's going to fall to Sinosure as well.
FineOK round the back, though. He's just cutting off the escape route. The boulder. Double tap one. Sinoshure's dancing like his life depends on it, because it really does, and FineOK mitigate wounds. That's balanced.
Oh, there's the crush. Vedium cleans up Sinosure under the tower. It's only Walrus, the gigantic baby, up against 3, but it's Soar with the Deicide up against Gabe.
Gold Fury will fall to Saw here. This will extend their gold lead above the 3,000 mark. Well, memory of Gabe trying to make a difference now with the pole Demon to answer back the Gold Fury. They lost the ricochet off the wall, hit Homie FA, and I don't think he really wanted that. Forced to stun Walrus and walk away, more like limp away back to safety. But FineOK has had time to teleport into the back to pull them off the Portal Demon.
Big bad FineOK is here. Jigs dashes forward as Homie Faye cleans up Walrus, who went a little bit too deep. Ionic falls to Jigs. The support kills the support.
Now the Portal Demon could go the way of Saw here. This is almost a rinse repeat of game 1, but for the other team.
I like this decision from Soar to group up right now, though. They have the experience lead. No reason to allow Gabe to farm up their lanes.
Here we go. Homie goes in with the stun on Ionic. The burst damage is great, and see you later, Ionic. Back to base you go. I'm a monster from Anis is primed, but I don't think he'll find a target.
Not quite yet. Hurrywin gonna be able to walk right out of that one, but tier 1 tower is going to fall. I don't care where Walrus is. I just want FineOK in these fights, because he's changing the course of them every time he's there.
Well, the Gold Fury's already gone down. Portal Demon is about to come up, but it was Saw setting a trap in the jungle. The bad news is Memory Gabe didn't bite, so they've got to force the issue anyway. Hurrywin's forced to Aegis, and he's still going to fall down here. A couple of hits, but Ionic Shield comes into play.
The great ult out of Sinosure and the heals, but finally Answer shows up and just crushes him down like it ain't no thing. Jigs wants to do this Fire Giant. Someone just back there. Homie Faye just backed, but again, they do have the portal. Anister's in mid lane. Walrus doesn't know this is going on. This Fire Giant, he just now hears it happening, but it's already pretty low. Walrus trying to get in there to the pit. Love the play.
Oh, he got it! He got it, but he may pay the iron price for it. Meanwhile, the rest of his team on the left-hand side, they're going to get a tier 1, probably a tier 2 as well. What a play from Walrus! Well, memory of Gabe, even though they are still behind considerably, they're looking to try and pressure the tier 1 in mid with Homie on the right-hand side. Problem is the Fields of Love and Boulder combination, and Jigs is done. Following that up will allow them to pick up at least Ionic. FineOK with a double kill, and Anister's wrapped round the back.
I'm a monster. Can't quite find Sinosure, but dashing forward, Vedium hits Walrus, and Andy gets the last hit there. 4-0 and 11 for the mid laner, and it looks like the Phoenix is next too.
Yeah, the problem with that engagement there, we were just talking about, like, yeah, it gave him a window, but it's not a window that you can start being aggressive all of a sudden. You are still down a considerable amount. 2 Phoenixes go down, middle and right. If a minion steals an objective, no one gets it.
Have you ever seen that before?
I have.
Have you?
Yes.
Can you show me the replay?
Me and F got queued together and it happened in our game.
Is it because you guys didn't properly secure a Fire Giant?
Yeah, because F was my solo laner.
It could be anything. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where Vedium is. A turnaround.
Vedium's Aegis will keep him alive, but the walls come down from Kabrakan and traps his own teammate for his death. And says I'm a monster isn't even needed to find a home there, as the rest of Saw are cleaning house.
There's the kill again. FineOK, 9 kills now for the new solo laner. Hurrywin is just watching as his solo laner falls. Hurrywin still 1 HP. What are you doing, dude? Run away! He was out! Hurrywin was out, and then he comes back in. Anister secures the Deicide.
All right, round 2. Where's Walrus? Can we get a zoom in on Walrus, please? I want to find out where he is and how far away.
The world's
can he get here in
longest
time?
umbrella rang.
He could have potentially done that. I'm not being funny. He may have done it.
Global umbrella rang.
So Yarn Assault is what you're telling me?
No, but then it comes back.
On an umbrella. Oh my god.
And it slows.
Oh my god. And it does the same damage as Yarn Assault.
Well, duh, yeah.
So
for this
game
team.
3 should be an absolute bomb burner.
Oh, we're here for 78 minutes.
Ionic is trapped. He's going to heal up with a meditate, but he's not going to last longer once those fields of luck detonate. FineOK is getting low, but he's still a Hercules, and he'll boulder back. Walrus runs through to create a distraction, but the distraction doesn't last that long either when you've got a full level 20 composition to deal with, at least in FineOK and Vetium's terms.
Cynosure and Whirlwind can only watch or get plucked back out of Phoenix or Fountain and potentially die to Vetium one more time. 29-5. Soar answer back heavily up against Gabe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final game of tonight. In memory of Gabe versus Soar Gaming. Taco's giggling, Chapo's drumming, the guys across the way are making faces. We need to figure out these matches.
Well, let's see one thing. I mean, memory of Gabe took Fafnir, banned Fafnir. Will they give up Fafnir this game? Memory of Gabe first ban still. That means it. Oh, there it is. God damn.
The Fafnir ban very important. The Kabrakin, however, I think is absolutely integral to where these teams are going to go. Sylvanas, very important ban as well. And Scotty, she's going to come on out.
And he finally gets his raw. And I love the pairing with the Terra.
You got Thor on Cynosure, you got Thoth on Whirlwind, the ROM taken by Soar Gaming, and now we're in our second round of bans. Osiris and Amaterasu.
I can see Soar banning Odin here, and that's what they do. I mean,
anytime Hunbats is banned, I'm giving you a thumbs up. Hercules, one more time on the side of Soar Gaming. They're going to round out their selection with a Susanoo. That'll be Homie FA's of choice.
If Soar don't ward their backside entrances to mid, I might have an aneurysm.
I think we all will. I think everybody watching will, just because we've seen it 2
call a
times in a
doctor,
row.
because I don't see any wards.
It can't happen, man. Surely it can't happen again. Ionic and Snoopy, though, they're set up for the red buff here, but they've got Walrus. Look where Snoopy is. The cameraman's not showing you right now, but the mini-map is that Walrus is on this left-hand side as well, behind Calder. There he is! There's a little cheeky baby!
He's tiny. You can't see him behind that wall.
Well, Vetium's going to see him in a second, and he's actually going to see 3 members now because he can collapse from all sides. The beads early to avoid the slows. So important. But Ionic took the pluck. And with Calder being here, that should be a dead Vetium. Go, Calder, go! Vetium, no! Why did you stop? Jungle. The good news is, Soar did capitalize on that by invading the jungle. They steal away the blue and the speed buff away from Walrus. Memory of Gabe, they took the whole left-hand side of this map. Both red buffs, and they'll get both purple buffs as well. But on the right-hand side, Soar Gaming, they get both speeds and they get both blues. Well, there's a batter coming towards mid lane now, stepping up to the plate. There's 3 members on that plate right now that was created by Jigs, and there is waiting FineOK. Fantastic work, though, from Cynosure to get away with the minuscule amount of health. But Whirlwind, he's in more trouble. Snoopy got picked up as well on the left as this is going on. Sora winning across the map.
Meditation popped in the mid lane, keeps FineOK nice and healthy. Now Ionic, he's in some trouble, rooted out by Jigs, driving striked as well. FineOK puts himself on the board. Quickly Soar get 3 kills to their name.
And not just that, they'll get the right-hand harpies, the red buff on the left-hand side as well from Memory of Gabe's jungle, and force Cynosure to come over and defend this side. But Cynosure's got to be careful here. He's got no ult.
But he doesn't quite find the pull on the Cynosure to get the beads. There's the beads out of Homie Faye. And Homie finds the kill and then lets Cynosure know exactly what he thinks of him.
Gold Fury pulled by Soar here, but they're taking a long time to do this. Whether they're baiting for a fight or they don't think they've noticed, they have been, because the Ionic's already there. And there's Cynosure collapsing onto Amnister straight away. And he didn't chill out there. Instead, he turns the snipe on its head. And it's Cynosure in the face. Whirlwind getting sniped out as well on the backside of that as that continued, thanks to the snipes coming out from Vetium, and now Walrus is in trouble.
The jukes from Andy are good, and he turns it around and kills Walrus as well. 3 dead now for Gabe. So instead retreats, and FineOK takes the 2v1.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, Whirlwind is getting 3v2. The Ionic was there, but a little bit late to that party, and the party poppers had already popped onto Whirlwind's face, and with that, Soar do find a win based off what FineOK was doing right.
So in game 1, you were saying, I don't know about this raw ban. Now you see the raw ban. Annister has been on point every single time. Homie Faye also on point. 5-0-1, cleans up Snoopy.
And Homie FA could be the next in the list, though, from my Memory Gabe's point of view. Ionic gets credit for that kill, getting the shutdown on Homie FA. If he finds the dunk, or even just draws the attention of him for a moment, he can turn it around. Talking about turnaround here, Vetium did a good bit of poke onto Snoopy, but he's forced into the sky. Snoopy's been baited a little bit here.
Without a doubt, Homie Faye's here and sets up Vetium for the 3rd snipe. Vetium hits all all three. You just cannot afford to give up more mid waves if you're Heroin at this stage in the game. But there's a Terra's Blessing pop. Homie Faye looking for him underneath that tier 1 tower. Look at the damage. Homie Faye just solos down Heroin and dashes to safety.
Listen, Homie FA may have had a bad game the first of this set, but not the last two. Mid tower is going to fall down at the same time as Sinosure. He's taking a lot of poke and is forced out, as is Ionic, but Ionic's going into an awkward spot.
The snipe didn't quite hit there for Annenster, but it's not going to matter in the end as he picks up that kill. Game 1, that was the first few weeks of the spring split from Soar.
That's true.
Starting off 0-6, just finding absolutely zero success in those games. They have to forfeit up against E United, and that's why I really am excited to potentially see them face off, because they didn't play each other during the regular season.
Straight to Snoopy, and Snoopy's down to 25%. Make that 0 after Vetium cleans it up with the in-hands. Gold Fury now going to be started by Soar. In the sky is Sino.
Looking for it, thinking about it, but instead get a dunk onto Fino K, and then just get out of dodge.
Talk about Homie FA. He's on the left-hand side now, getting some free farm. Walrus walked a little bit too far forward there. Wanted to check the Fire Giant. Sinosure got a double tap off, but now he's got no hammer to get away. Has to spin to win, but the snipes are raining down. Going to get the Aegis out of him there as well. He's Vetium, and Annenster's in a bit of trouble again, but the juke boots are still real.
Trying to get away, but now locked in place. Vetium finds Walrus, but Sino comes crashing down and secures the kill for Snoopy onto Annenster.
Sinoshure's going to look for the damage onto Jigs and try and trade this one out, but it's a level 13 Guardian against a level 14 jungler, and with Vetium just behind Jigs there, it's going to be an awkward spot. Meanwhile...
Ooh, Homie Faye able to get taken out there actually by Heroin. This is pretty early for the Fire Giant, only 20 minutes in, but the gold lead is pretty exorbitant, about 8K. Fine, okay. Doing his best to create a zone there, but Walrus immediately walks right past him, but has to go up into the big baby.
But I don't think they needed to fight this memory of Gabe. Now Sinosure dunks in. Annenster's already taken out one though, as Vetium was sniping from the sky. Sinosure will pick up Annenster off the back of that. The crit onto Walrus was pretty good. Vetium wants to give chase as Fino K takes out Sinosure, and poor old Ionic will also fall. That fight was just a little bit weird for me from memory of Gabe, because they weren't on the Fire Giant Soar anyway. Walrus saw that, but he popped the big baby and went, all right, let's go. Okay.
Okay.
No, it's Jigs. That comes before. But that was awful. There's nothing to talk about. On top of that, Walrus just did that too. So, 1 for 1. Great plays. Fire Giant. And now the tier 2 tower in mid lane going to go down to Fine OK here as well. Because Sinoshure's on the left-hand side, split pushing for a tier 1, trying to get some farm to catch up. But he may need to get back here relatively quickly, and that's why he stops DPS on the tier 1 to get back for the defense of the Phoenix.
But he doesn't have his ultimate quite yet, so he's got to walk up and try and make it happen. Walrus, see ya,
just
dude.
So you know, Walrus had an ultimate then, but he's not going to get to use it. Snoopy has an ultimate, but he might not get to use it either because Vetium's forcing him back. The Phoenix is not got an ultimate, but it doesn't matter because it's dead anyway as well.
Only 2 members have ults. Annenster used his there as well to try and make sure that Walrus fell, but I don't think it's that big of a difference. There's Terra's Blessing coming out of Jigs. This Phoenix in the mid lane just falling too low as Jigs cleans up Sino.
And the Phoenix gets cleaned up at the backside by Annenster. Vetium rolls in to pick up Snoopy as well. Can they end off right now, aggro? It looks like they're going to go for it.
They're going to try. They don't even want to worry about that left side Phoenix. Ionic and Heroin watch as Soar and Gabe spring split. They're moving on to face off against E United on Sunday.
Soar goes on to face E United on Sunday, and this is how we all got there. Fantastic stuff coming out from the challengers. Oxygen Supremacy, they certainly put on a great show today. As we said, Soar winds up solidifying their seat next to E United. We'll see what happens tomorrow as we do the European leg of the Gauntlet.
Good morning, North America. Good afternoon, Europe. And that's exactly where we're going to be focusing on today, is all European action. Today, we start things off over in the challengers versus the bottom of Europe, Sanguine versus Optimus gang. Following that, the winner will move on to face Lineguard. The winner of that moves on to Elevate. The winner of that moves on to Rival. The winner of that moves on to Enix. And then the winner of that will move on to Sunday and face off against Energy for a shot at going to Masters.
Sunday finals, and then whoever loses that will face off the loser against E United versus Soar Gaming, and it'll be the 3rd spot to reach the Masters land.
To pick some bans we go. Changa and Hun Bat taken away early on, and it's Terra the first pick here.
Yesterday we've had 11 bans of Kabrakan and 1 pick, and already right off the bat it wasn't banned but instantly locked in by Optimus gang.
Thor locked in for Sanguine though,
as well as Nike
pair with a rod.
But Fafnir being locked in.
Look, and they'll go for the Scylla pick here. Well, it's time to head over to the casters surely, but I want
already. Hook brought down to about half HP. Nice poke in the mid lane. but Optimus Gang still has enough oomph to go ahead and look for the invade.
And I feel like that's kind of just been the story in general with Sanguine, where they've just consistently tried things.
Important play there. Sanguine are actually able to secure their own speed buff. Optimus Gang goes ahead and invades, but just goes for the little guys. Doesn't actually try to go for the big buff man. Here, though, Sanguine getting a little aggressive here on the invade, looking towards the red buff, comes in the pincer. But Mike the Magikarp able to find a way out thanks to the hammer.
And I think for Mike the Magikarp to expend his beads there is an okay play, considering that there isn't typically going to be, oh wow, not an okay for Nika.
Yeah, a couple more basics. Nice jump forward and the long range shot. Gorgonzola first on the board. First blood for Optimus Gang. Now they're looking for an invade. Death Panther over by the blue by himself, but Optimus Gang able to successfully take that away.
And so if he's unable to properly rotate, or if he's under farmed for majority of the game, it'll be difficult for him to play a big part.
Gold Fury all the way or down to about half HP. On her, the only one here. Death Panther making the wraparound. There's the ultimate out of the mid lane. Gold Fury goes the way of Optimus Gang. Not able to take it away is Dark Dodo. Over the top comes Mike the Magikarp, forcing out the support. Hoek exits up north. Cosmic in trouble. Will the dive happen? Yes, it will. Nika on top of that one. There's the jump away, but Sibby stunned out. Not gonna hit it is Tins. Finds it, but not enough to kill. And Sibby's gonna have to back off. It's gonna be one kill for the Gold Fury. Optimus Gang know that, and that's why they're going to start up this objective on the right side of the map. Half HP on the Portal Demon already. Nika going to be pulled on in. Gorgonzola gets a big hit on him. There's going to be a large damage coming out on the right side, and Nika in trouble. Locked in, Cosmic gets revenge. Down goes the solo laner. Big ultimate out of the Scylla, not enough to kill. Gorgonzola cleans it up. That's 2 dead on the side of Sanguine, but they do pick up the Portal Demon.
Boss immediately seeing how low the Portal Demon was, and if his teammates are going to die, he might as well just secure a couple of kills, or the Portal Demon for himself.
Exactly, so. Oh, Tins! Right in the face! No warning, no setup, just let's Dark Dodo know whose lane it is. Welcome, Tins!
And that's exactly what you want to see out of the Raw. You were just talking about it. As much as possible, just spam it away, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Boss in some trouble. Slowed by a slowed a second time. Ages for the moment. Cosmic going for the chase. Gets it with the dog.
Boss, who's already 2 levels underneath Cosmic, which is going to make it really hard for him to be as much of a factor in the team fights.
Optimus Gang here. Cosmic finds himself in trouble. Mike's in the sky. Cosmic still very low. Not dead just yet. Nika over the top. Can't find the damage with the jump. Ren can't find it. Basic will. Down goes the Hunter.
And Optimus Gang actually, Hoek baiting, I think, a little bit on that side of the map, because now it allowed for the Portal Demon to go through from Gorgonzola and Sibby.
There's a jump forward from Nika. Tin's a little bit in trouble. Nika surrounded by the wrong teammates. And there's the ultimate out of one Hunter. There's the ultimate out of the mid laner. Dark Dodo gets the kill. Looking for Hoek. Gets him down, but not enough. That's a tanky Fafnir. And Nika still looking to push everything up. Crush is good. Not enough still. Hoek alive just barely. Sanguine are focusing the tank. Sanguine looking for the Gold Fury. Objective down to about half HP. Leashed out. Here comes Sibby trying to prevent it and causes disruption. Sibby's in trouble. Sibby's down for the count. Mike the Magikarp is good. It's 5-4 right now. Sanguine looking for the Gold Fury.
Well, speaking of tanky, Gold Fury not very tanky anymore, and actually going to fall to a Sanguine.
Yeah. 23 on the clock right now, 9 kills in total. Optimus Gang leading that 5-4, and they're leading in gold just by a hair though, about 1,000. Nika gets knocked up here, looking like we're gonna have a team fight on the right side. Good stun onto Nika, but Hoek is the one that takes the damage, down to about 40%. He's gonna be chased out thanks to the damage out of the mid lane Scylla. Nice little poke coming out. Dodo in the ultimate, not gonna find the kill. Mike the Magikarp lands right on top of Sibby and sends him down underground. 5-5. Looking for the follow-up is Sanguine. Jumping forward, Nika finds nobody, and Optimus Gang safely under their tower. In the shard, like you said, that's gonna just amplify that raw ultimate. 25 on the objective. There's the jump in. This time the Portal Demon gets snatched away. No, it doesn't. Optimus Gang maintains it. Here comes Mike the Magikarp, half HP already, and he's gonna disengage. Death Panther and Friend up top, but Optimus Gang, they've got the objective, they've got the support, they've got the mid laner. What else can they snatch?
Raw, just immediately healing up everybody in his ultimate or in his heal, and now because of that, none of the ultimates on the side of Seungwon were able to just help deter that situation the slightest. And Boss finding himself completely locked down by Sibby and Gorgonzola. That's an easy FG for Optimus Gang.
Fire Giant first. Nika is next on the menu. Go get him, doggo!
The Phoenix, potentially, with 2 members being unavailable for Sanguine and those being Nika and Boss, that's actually a mid-Phoenix for sure.
Well, here comes Mike, lands on top. Nice Aegis from the Ra, and he's going to be safe because of it. Left side, Phoenix going to be aggressed. Sibby and Hoek leading the charge. Blink forward. Dark Dodo forced out of the fight. Mike the Magikarp takes to the sky. Lands on the back end. Tins is half HP. Beautiful Warlock Sash helping out the Mage. Here's going to be a big stun on Death Panther. One shot out of the mid lane. They're trying to defend, and Sanguine will do so, at least for now. Down goes the Firebird. Optimus Gang now looking for it. Sibby down to half HP. Ultimate out of Tins. Gonna chase Boss away. It looked like it did nothing, but it chases everybody out of the conversation. Down goes the final Phoenix. Optimus Gang, they're gonna back up. That's a free Fire Giant for Optimus Gang.
What they're most likely going to do is apply a little bit of pressure onto that mid lane.
Fire Giant around their waists. 78,000 to 65,000 reads the gold. Optimus Gang looking for it. The Titans being attacked by the minions, already below half HP. There's the pull in by the Gorgonzola, and there's the kill by the Cosmic. Still looking for it. Mike the Magikarp bites on back. Sibby down for the count for now. It's a 4-on-4. Optimus Gang looking for it. Death Panther left side gets attacked, gets landed on. There's trouble for Cosmic actually. Can his team help out? There's the support Hoek. He's gonna get hit, but Tins right down the middle. Not enough to find the kill. Boz does. Still looking like a strong defensive set. Mike the Magikarp comes back, gets his number 4, and Sanguine defend the throne room.
Right side Phoenix could very well fall.
And Death Panther, he's going to be stunned out. Mike is taken to the skies. Lands on top of one. It's Tins and immediately finds his way out. Sibby this time a little bit more cautious. Gets a stun, but still taking a lot of damage. Left side, Death Panther in a fight of his own. Boss takes out Sibby, but Cosmic takes out Panther. It's going to be 1-for-1 so far. Nika in trouble, but ditching it back. Hoek takes out the Hunter. Big play from the support. Right side Phoenix goes down, and Optimus Gang have 2 birds down against their opposition. Sanguine did it once, Taco, and they do it again.
And this is entirely up to Dodo and Mike the Magikarp here, whether or not they can hold out. Dodo's trying to get those crushes down, exert as much damage as possible on this Scylla, but it's just not going to be enough. Scotty and Caldera are available, and that's all that you need.
Very smooth play coming out from Optimus Gang. They showed their green play a little bit towards the end, getting a little bit over-aggressive. But in general, Optimus Gang wind up with the win. Gorgonzola.
Sanguine and Optimus Gang into picks and bans again. Sanguine need to win 2 in a row. They've opted to be the first pick. They've banned Zusan. They have corrected their issue, Tolly. They have taken away that Kabrak.
Now the question is, are they going to first pick the Scotty? Yes, that's going to be the case here.
Yeah, the Terra again. You have Susano this game. It's not banned.
And with a Thor, going for the long damage over time, Jean Kui.
Well, with Optimus Gang picking up Cupid, they're double Guardian for Optimus Gang. And then on Sanguine's side as well, I like the end of their draft with the Bacchus and Sobek. Well, it looks like Sanguine have kind of prepared this composition here as we're going to get a double Hunter out of Optimus Gang.
He has a strong Uller. We've seen him play it. I like him on it. And as I said, I like Mike on this Thor. However, I'm not sure if Mike likes Mike on this Thor. That was rough to say. If you looked after game number 1, he just didn't look alive. He was leaned back in the chair, kind of sleeping, looking like he didn't even want to play. And that to me is concerning if I'm a fan.
I think that's just the EU, UK kind of way. He just looked a little bit tired. But I think that he's here. I think he's ready to play. And I think that it was kind of obvious in how he performed last game because although Sanguine weren't able to find the win, he seemed pretty on top of things as Thor.
Yeah, no, I really hope that he didn't get too much in his own head. Mike is very known for being extremely tiltable.
And at the moment, Optimus Gang really only losing out on their purple buff.
Gorgonzola here on the Susano. I want to see more out of him. I like this guy as a player. I like what he's been able to do, but we need to see more in-game. Sneaka gets followed up, and there's Gorgonzola right on top of him, looking for the kill. Hoek gets first blood on top of Nika. Mike the Magikarp follows up a little bit too late, and here's an ultimate out of Sibby. Big damage from Dark Dodo, however, bringing 3 players down, sub 50%. Another big meditation. Big grab! Gorgonzola gets 1. Continuing the fight, he's got to be out of here. But everybody else low and not in control. 2 kills for OG, starting this one off hot.
I think Gorgonzola actually heard you in the other room, and Death Panther.
Gorgonzola gets the kill. Death Panther lands on 3.
And
Oops.
Thor, that wall catch was actually just great. Sibby with the 2-level advantage over Nika, but starting to look like he's in a lot of danger.
Yeah, I mean, just pop, pop. Nice freeze coming out, but I still think it's going to be toast for Sibby. The pluck and the hit. Mike the Magikarp gets his first kill of the game.
And fighting through this matchup already, Boss in a little bit of danger, using the Aegis and the Scotty Ultimate, but now it's Hoek is actually getting turned onto by Kaldar.
Yeah, nice wall coming out from Mike the Magikarp, but it's Gorgonzola that gets the kill onto Boz. Mike still in the sky, taking damage from Dots, has to land to safety, but here's no safety for Dark Dodo. Death Panther gets pulled in, he's likely to fall as well. Hoek with the double kill on the Terra. The support is 303, and Optimus Gang gonna start up the goal.
I think at this point in time, it's Sibby who's the support now, and Hoek's kind of just transitioning as a solo laner. And now Nika, what a valiant attempt.
Portal Demon started by Optimus Gang. Mike the Magikarp lands on 2. Big stun, big play. Mike the Magikarp looking hot. Double tap. Can he get the basic? Tins activates the Aegis and gets away. Different story for Hoek. Knocked up, and he's going to be brought down by Mikey. Where was this Mike earlier in the season? If Mike plays like this during the spring split, Sanguine get a win, like 1 win. This is a lot of fun to watch, but I'm just sitting here wondering where it was earlier. There's another kill for the player of mention. They're able to take 500 gold into their coffers thanks to the tier 1 tower on the right, but still find themselves on the bad side of this game. Death Panther, oh, he gets jumped. And Gorgonzola doing the jumping.
But now Mike the Magikarp, he's hungry and he's looking for blood. Tins recognizes it immediately though and just backs off, but the Portal Demon could very well go the way of Sanguine.
Yeah, Optimus Gang are low, but they're opting to play it fast and loose. They're gonna go right for the team fight. Freeze misses, but the ultimate won't. Sibby takes down Dark Dodo. Death Panther full and healthy. Boz and Mike, not so much. There's the jump in. Sibby avoids it. Portal goes down to Sanguine. Great play as they steal it away. Death Panther likely to fall, and he will. 1 more for the Stinky Cheese Man. Gorgonzola on a tear. 16:40 on the clock, 10 kills to 4 as Optimus Gang lead this game as well by 6,000. Sanguine looking to shorten it up by looking for the Gold Fury. Sibby walks into 5 players. He's in trouble, half HP. Mike the Magikarp trying to zone out the Hunter, but he misses. Nice dash by Cosmic. Boz, credit for the kill.
And that's the only issue with Emir right there. But the Susan ult is great. Dark Dodo, he's so low.
He ages out much of the damage. He's going to be safe and sound unless he walks into the Hunter. There's the knockup. Dark Dodo's still alive. Nika saves him. Dark Dodo still alive. Oh, out of control. Card through the wall. Gorgonzola's going to get slowed. Mike the Magikarp finds another. It's number 4.
Unlike Nika, he's just falling back.
Officer John Kui reporting for duty. And Sanguine now pushing up mid lane. The tower 75% HP. Sibby slide and he gets tossed to the back line. Nowhere for Ymir to go. Mike the Magikarp 1 more time. Big pull by Gorgonzola, but the follow-up not there. Optimus Gang, they can't capitalize. Now looking for the damage. Nika's low. Great ultimate from Cosmic. Will it be enough? Doesn't look like it. He's gonna get harassed by Death Panther on the backside. Tower doing work as well. Optimus Gang plays defense for now. OPS. Fire Giant has been started. Half HP on the big man. Here
There's
comes
nobody
Nika.
there.
Nika's going to show up, but he's going to be a little bit too late. Sibby tosses the wall, letting him know. Will he steal it? Absolutely not. FG goes down. Sanguine's going to fight fire with fire and look for the counter push on the right side. Tier 2 goes down for both teams. Phoenix is going to be up next, and this time Death Panther the only one playing defense on the left-hand side. It's 4 strong for Optimus Gang. on the, or it's 3 strong for Optimus Gang on the left, 4 strong for Sanguine, who have already been pushed out. Phoenix goes down, easy peasy. Sanguine tried to fight it. I don't know if that was the right call, Taco.
Sanguine wanted to try and base race it a little bit as far as securing the Phoenixes, but unfortunately for them, that's just not a
He
trade.
jumps into the Cupido. This mid Phoenix is going to go down without a care in the world. You know what? Let's listen to him. Optimus Gang getting ready for what could be the final push. Let's take a listen to the OGs.
4 beats. Back it. Kill him.
Nice! Push left. We don't have fire, guys. We don't have fire. Okay.
Bye.
Show back.
Go. Nice.
Got it.
The fucking dog is on me.
End.
Go.
End.
Go out. He's gonna ult me, I think. End. Nice!
And the challengers complete it. They're able to take down this 8th seeded team of Sanguine, and they'll move on to face Lion Guard Esports.
Sanguine have been eliminated by Optimus Gang, and now Optimus Gang will get to face off here, Tolly, against Lion Guard. Well, here we go. Picks and bans. Lion Guard will be the first pick.
You see they're banning Terra here. That's their priority. They're worried about that Terra.
But Cabrakan has now slipped through. Susano and Zeus combining for Optimus Gang. They have already locked in Kepri here.
Into the Sean Kui. It's a lot of damage over time. This is so big ban.
Got to elect for the Rama there. You see Flurry Q go to the Neath that he's played a lot so far this season.
Camazotz, though, today.
Based on that chalk pick.
What if this is Camazot's support?
Or Camazot's mid.
Okay, let's calm it down.
What? F-Dot, no, just because it's chalk doesn't mean you get to cast. You casted the last one.
The game right now. Picking Camazotz can be a little bit risky.
Well, they're trying to make something risky happen up against Optimus Gang's jungle. 4 people here on the enemy speed buff, and Shadow Nightmare is just playing zone duty right now.
I'm really looking at Shadow Nightmare here to lead his team with his veteran knowledge from participating in so many LAN events and just really having an overall perception of how the SPL plays out. And because of that, I think that's what's ultimately going to potentially give Lion Guard the upper hand.
When Cabrakan's open, you pick Cabrakan. That's pretty much how the formula goes, at least in terms of that Guardian. Teleport in here to the top right. Harpies and Sibi immediately going to get abducted back. And there's the Book of Demons and the World Weaver. It's blocked, but Shadow Nightmare still picks up the first blood. There's the transformation from Hoak as he turns his attention back to Shadow Nightmare. Gorgonzola dashes forward, but Hoak is forced to jump out of danger. 1-for-0, Lion Guard claim the first blood. Yeah, that was a little bit ill-advised. Luckily, Hoak is able to jump out of danger there. Gorgonzola tries to secure his own speed buff, and it looks like he was not able to do so.
And speaking of leveling, this looks like a pretty free Gold Fury. Nobody from Lion Guard even expected it. And speaking of comfortable, Gorgonzola comfortably walking into this mid lane, looking for the pull onto Shadow Nightmare, and it's good.
There's a Typhoon as well. Shadow Nightmare decides to just go in onto Ting. Scarab's Blessing is on top of him. World Weaver cleans it up for Flurry Q, but now Shadow Nightmare is locked in into Ducky's ultimate, but he's going to pick up Gorgonzola before he falls to Cosmic. Hoak just barely up and over the wall. Going to try and back there sneakily. Sibi hits 3 with that ultimate. Cosmic 1 HP, and Frezzy's going to be able to get the last hit with that Rising Dawn. 3-for-1. Shadow Nightmare the only one to fall, and immediately Lion Guard turn their attention to not only the red buff of the enemy, but the speed buff as well. Another 4-man grouping, though, by Optimus Gang. Shadow Nightmare going in. There's the ultimate out of rearward. Bat out of hell, looking for some extra damage. And Tings is the focus. Shadow Nightmare is going to be able to clean him up between his 2 towers in that mid lane. Hoak in the draconic form gets abducted back into the damage out of Shadow Nightmare. Gorgonzola has finally arrived. There's the Typhoon, but a good Scarab's Blessing coming out of Frezzy saves the life of his jungler.
And that's exactly the issue that Optimus Gang is encountering right now. It's just these Kepri ultimates. They can't afford the engagements. They don't have the damage online yet from items.
Uh-oh, Hoak jumped in and now transforms at the wrong time. Able to jump up over that wall. Gorgonzola, he's going to clean up Flurry Q without much issue, then finds 2 with the Wind Siphon. Double kill for Gorgonzola. Now Cosmic picks up the 3rd. Shadow Nightmare, the 3rd one to fall. What looked like a great engagement for Lion Guard. Gorgonzola and Cosmic turn around. Frezzy tries trying to get in and contest, but Gorgonzola may just kill him instead of letting him in. Frezzy dashes forward, but the Gold Fury has already gone down. Lion Guard trying to recoup a little bit of that gold that they lost in that last engagement. Abduct onto Sibby, and he's almost dead by the time Frezzy lets him go. Bat out of hell, rearward trying to get him. The World Weaver wasn't fully charged, I don't think, and Sibby's going to be able to escape towards his blue buff. Hoek forced to jump away as well. Couple ultimates on cooldown. Sibby doesn't have his teleport available either, so he's going to have to just walk back in. Tings walks right into the clutches of Ducky, and Frezzy will pick up his second kill. 2-0-2 for the support for Lion Guard. Hoek again transforms in the wrong spot, but is able to get out of danger.
And that right there is exactly why Cabrakan is such a threat. But hold on a second,
Ooh.
Cosmic on that left-hand side.
And Ducky's teleport gets interrupted. That allows Cosmic to guarantee this 1,500 gold for his team. Hoek stopped the teleport. Portal Demon goes down in Lion Guard's favor, as does Gorgonzola. He falls to Frezzy, who just seems to be getting every single last hit in these engagements. Sibby, no ultimate, no life. Rearward puts himself on the board, but Cosmic is pushing down the Phoenix.
At 13 minutes?
Is he? I don't know.
I don't know.
He just doesn't have any power. And you would think that it would be Flurry Q who's split pushing, because he's the one who could make an impact with that ultimate from across the map. Rearward trying to chase down Hoek. There's the two trying to finish him off. The Bat out of hell will do just that. Rearward solos down Hoek, but he doesn't have any CD. He has 20% CDR with that Shield of Regrow, so that's good for them. Cosmic, he eats the World Weaver. Shadow Nightmare goes deep into the enemy backline, but Gorgonzola immediately picks him up. No Scarab's Blessing coming out from Frezzy. The snipes from Cosmic are good, but it doesn't save his life. Ducky cleans up two.
Tins has had to be so careful with his actives in this entire game, ensuring that at least one of them is available anytime that Lion Guard tried to commit to him.
Sibby takes a lot of damage and has to use his ultimate. There's the Abduct onto Hoek, who's not even going to try and get into that Draconic form, as Rearward picks him up without much issue. Shadow Nightmare looks like he blinked into the backline and actually picks up Tins. The Ghosts followed him for that long. Shadow Nightmare just turned and walked away because he's a cool guy. Cool guys, they don't look at explosions. Cosmic is not able to seal away the Gold Fury as Lion Guard get one of their own. Portal Demon once more. Lion Guard trying to open up onto this objective, and Frezzy just going to zone Sibby away and guarantee more gold for him and his team. Ducky's waiting for Sibby on the other end. There's the Sunder and the ultimate. Sibby locked in. Rearward can't find the ult, but then goes up into one of his own, trying to get the damage onto the Soul Laner. Gorgonzola teleports in and immediately forced to use his Purification. Finds a Wind Siphon onto Flurry Q. Not enough damage. Big Lightning Storm that cuts off the escape, but a better Scarab's Blessing from Frezzy saves life of Rearward. Flurry Q makes Sibby pay. Lion Guard starting to take this fight hand over fist.
And Kepri's making all the difference here as Hoek finds himself low again, having to jump out, but Ducky, no Scarab's Blessing for you.
Shadow Nightmare, he's in the middle of four members trying to trade himself out for Hoek, but you can see him on the camera shake his head. He knew that's not where he should have been. What looked like a good fight for Lion Guard. Again, Optimus Gang turn around. There's a Typhoon onto Flurry Q. Rearward gonna fall to Cosmic. Flurry Q nowhere to go. Gorgonzola stands and watches as Cosmic cleans up the Hunter for Lion Guard. Yeah, Lion Guard, despite being the lead for the majority of this game, they're significantly behind in terms of towers. Ducky continuing to push forward. There's the ultimate onto Cosmic, and his Purification beads are used in response. Ducky finds the Sunder, and Cosmic has to use the Aegis. That's a win for Lion Guard. That Aegis on a longer cooldown than that of the Sunder. Meanwhile, Gorgonzola, again, committing to that split push in the mid lane. Sibby trying to make sure no one can back, but Rearward does get back. Shadow Nightmare opens up that bag of demons, I think. Sounds like it, and he did. Hoek up into that Draconic form. Nice Lightning Storm, though, coming out of Tins. Cosmic 1 HP is just able to get away. Sibby chasing him down. The Scarab's Blessing revives him, but it's not enough. Shadow Nightmare finds Cosmic, and a double kill coming out for Sibby. Ducky responds onto Tins. Flurry Q running away, but gets chased down by Gorgonzola. It's only Rearward and Ducky left to try and fight. Up into the ultimate goes Rearward, but not enough damage coming out of this Camazotz. There's the ultimate out of Sibby as well, but locked underneath the tower. Ducky turns it around onto Gorgonzola. 1 HP is this Cabrakan, but he's juking in the minions, and Optimus Gang can't clean him up.
And oh my God, Rearward board, just non-stop. He's still going at it with Sibby. I think I would have preferred to see, because now that...
Cosmic, he's in trouble. Just got the Aegis off cooldown in time. The Purification Beads used as well. Up into the ultimate. Lightning Storm comes down from Tins. That Scarab's Blessing onto Ducky, and it gets popped. Cosmic popped it, then he gets popped in the face by Rearward. As soon as he comes down from his ult, Shadow Nightmare with the card cleans up Tins. Sibby, he's gonna fall. Double kill for Shadow Nightmare. Hoek again transforms in the wrong spot. Gorgonzola just able to get out of danger there from Ducky, but 3 fall for 0. Lion Guard take that fight easily in that engagement. And now the Fire Giant is on their mind. Ducky knocks down a tier 1 tower with no one there from Optimus Gang to make him think twice. The rest of his team secures that Fire Giant. Now 2 towers on each end, but Lion Guard, they've got the lead, about 3,000. And of course, that lead's probably only gonna get bigger with this Fire Giant. Shadow Nightmare blinks into the backside. Cosmic immediately rolls out, but Gorgonzola is left behind. Ducky cleans up his 5th kill of the game as the tier 2 tower on the left side falls. Rearward jumps forward. There's the damage out of Cosmic, but a great ult out of Ducky, and Cosmic is locked in place. Rearward is able to clean him up. Now Tins is the focus for Lion Guard, trying to get under his Phoenix. He will, but it won't save his life. Ducky with his 2nd kill in this engagement, 6 in total for the young solo laner. The left side Phoenix goes down, and it's only Hoek and Sibby. Lion Guard looking to end this game.
And this could very well be the end of the game, with 3 members down on the side of Optimus Gang. Titan's already at half HP. Hoek is dead. Flurry Q's just on a complete tear right now, and the Titan has no chance.
Lion Guard, it takes them 29 minutes, but they take the first game of this set, 24-13 in kills.
Optimus will have the first option. It will be the Terra taken away.
He's taking away these Guardian options. Kabrak and Khepri, like we mentioned before.
Well, Lambats is in the house, is what's happened here. Well, Frezzy's going to go back to his infamous Sylvanas play here. And the Medusa, but look at this, Anatoly. Optimus Gang have picked up Cupid and taken the Jonquil for them. He will go over to the Zeus. Fafnir, Odin, banned by Lion Guard. So Optimus Gang focused on the junglers there with their Assassin band too, and there's the Nemesis. Bellona and Amaterasu for Optimus Gang to round it out there.
I like Optimus's Gang draft, but at the same time, Lion Guard's looks a little bit more intimidating.
But Lion Guard probably going to just be looking for the wombo combos, much like what we saw from them last game, where they had the Neath ultimate, they had the Jonquil and the Camazotz for the cleanup crew, just in case. And now this time around, it'll probably be Rearward with the initiation factor.
I'm looking at Cosmic. This Cupid ultimate is going to be huge. Look at all the things it shuts down. Ducky might get shut down in the solo lane. Somersault on top of him. 1 HP, juking around in the minions, trying to buy time for his cooldowns. He's going to try and get into the jungle. The bludgeon, not quite enough damage, and Ducky somehow escapes with his life.
But he is fearless.
Clearly, because he's not worried about that Fields of Love. I might be if I were Ducky, but that's why Ducky's here. And I'm, well, here. Uh-oh, Sibby, Fearless into that tower. Rearward gonna put a little extra damage, and look at the rotation coming from Frezzy and Shadow Nightmare. Root onto Sibby. There's the Chain Lightning. Sibby's gonna fall for the first blood, and Gorgonzola pulled back in by Frezzy. A quick reaction time on the beads, but I don't think it's gonna be enough to save him. Shadow Nightmare picks up both in the solo lane. An early lead here for Lion Guard.
But that leaves Shadow Nightmare and the crew to try and take down this Gold Fury potentially.
Optimus Gang did this exact same thing in Game 1. Lion Guard gonna take a page out of their book in Game 2 and get an easy Gold Fury early on. While Lion Guard trying to steal away the speed buff once more. That speed buff go down, and Lion Guard still posturing on this right-hand side because of the lack of response from Optimus Gang.
Optimus Gang is just so spread out right now. Gorgonzola only just now making his rotation over. Hoek and Cosmic so intent on trying to kill Flurry Q underneath his own tower, but just no success whatsoever.
3,000 gold in the lead is Lion Guard, and they look to extend that even further. Cosmic, the only one on this left side of the map, trying to get in position to steal away this Gold Fury, but will not do so successfully. Lion Guard, despite it being only up 3 kills, are up about 4,000 gold just due to the map pressure that they've had. Ducky goes up and down, playing aggressively, stunned out, Fear No Evil, another stun coming up on top, and Sibby's the one to put Optimus Gang on the board. Another objective goes down for Lion Guard. without much ado from Optimus Gang, but now they're going to try and fight on these top right-hand Harpies. There's the Fear No Evil, but Rearward immediately turns it around onto Gorgonzola. The ultimate out of Tins doesn't do enough damage. He's forced to run away. Eagles rally on a Shadow Nightmare. Bludgeon is interrupted beautifully there by Frezzy. Rotation from Cosmic is good. Fields of Love only hits Frezzy, though. Ducky, again, in that front line, and Hoek will give him death number 2 early on.
And already, oh, Frezzy with another great pull. Sibby just completely decimated underneath that 2-1 tower. Waited out a little bit longer to see if they can get some penetration online to really burst down Lion Guard in the way that you'd want with the Humbat's ultimate proc. But
oh, again, Tins plucked back into danger. Frezzy gonna get credit where he deserves it, but there's the blink in from Gorgonzola. Shadow Nightmare uses both of his relics to try and survive. Ducky delivers Sibby to the mid lane, but Shadow Nightmare, he gets exploded by Cosmic. Rearward in trouble, but a good heal off that Retribution Shield knocks him back up to full HP, 1 for 1, and again, Optimus Gang and Lion Guard trade positions.
Part of that's largely to the fact that he keeps wanting to finish farming off the waves in the dual lane to make sure he doesn't miss too much, but geez.
Pull
Frezzy
again onto Hoek, and Ducky CCs him, blocks the dash as well. Ducky gets credit, but once more, it's Frezzy that sets it up for Lion Guard.
Normally I would be, but considering that...
Oh, again, are you kidding me? Tins, get back in here. He forced into the Aegis, but it's not gonna matter. Frezzy is on fire with these pulls. Look at Cosmic's positioning. Around the backside here, looking for Shadow Nightmare, who has no relics. There's the Heart Bomb and the Fields of Love. Sibby joins his Hunter to clean up the mid laner for Shadow Nightmare. Cosmic beats out that Fearless. There's the Fear No Evil to prevent the death for now, but Flurry Q's gonna be able to pick him up. But Gold Fury started up, and Shadow Nightmare has both his relics. Can't say the same about Tins. Gold Fury already down to below half HP. It's secured. Lion Guard get their 3rd of the game.
5 people are typically better at pushing than 1, and without Cosmic's Fields of Love, that could spell disaster.
Blake into the backline by Gorgonzola. He eats the Divine Retribution as well, and Ducky's going to be able to clean him up. It's Ducky and Rearward in the front, zoning back both Tins and Hoek. Sibby tried to do the same to Lion Guard, but they have enough damage to make him pay for it. Cosmic does get that tier 2 tower on the left, but Lion Guard, they're going to be able to do the same in the middle lane. Both teams get about 2,000 gold between the 2 towers, but it's Lion Guard who's in control. It's Frezzy finds another pull onto Hoek. Tins is gonna fall here after the slow from that Petrify. Flurry Q able to pick him up. Middle Phoenix looks likely to fall. Sibby knows his Fire Giant's going on, teleports behind the enemy team, but he's got a Nem ult waiting for him. Immediately, Flurry Q and Rearward go onto him. Frezzy pulls him into the Fire Giant pit. That may have helped it out. No, actually, Ducky's waiting right there, and Flurry Q is going to be able to secure it. Fire Giant going to go the way of Lion Guard. And look at where Cosmic and Gorgonzola are heading immediately to that left side.
And Shadow Nightmare having his Zeus ultimate available, that's more than enough time that he can buy for himself to defend this Phoenix.
Now, he does not have his Purification Beads, but that ultimate from Cosmic just not quite good enough. A lot of damage on a Cosmic, actually, who's standing just outside that Lightning Storm range. Middle Phoenix falling a little bit low, but not low enough. Well, left side Phoenix is their focus for the time being. Rearward's first one in. He's going to take a good chunk of damage. There's the dazzling offense coming out of Hoek. Frezzy forced to use his ultimate defensively. Petrify coming out of Flurry Q isn't enough, but the detonate from Shadow Nightmare is. Tins falls for the 4th time this game. Ducky blinking into the back line, can't quite find that Fearless. Now controlled by the Fields of Love. Lots of damage onto the solo laner for Lion Guard, but more onto Cosmic. Flurry Q able to pick up number 5. This is one of his best games of the split, and he picked a good time for it. Rearward's gonna survive thanks to that Retribution Shield. Left side Phoenix down. Lion Guard posturing to try and end the game.
And Ducky still having his ultimate available. I think that Lion Guard are definitely going to just look to end this one.
Gorgonzola jumps out after some damage. There's that Lawbringer you were talking about, but the Fearless does not find a home. Fire minions are in the Titan room. Gorgonzola very, very low, but the detonate doesn't clean him up. There's the Nem ult onto Sibby, who dashes towards his fountain, but he's got to make a choice. Does he die trying to defend, or does he watch as his Titan and his Spring split both come to a close? Optimus Gang tried to do their best. They were able to take the 2-0 victory up against Sanguine, but Lion Guard was just too staunch a defender.
Optimus gang, who came through the Challenger circuit, defeated Sanguine, but just run into that roadblock of Lion Guard. And now it's time for Lion Guard to take on Elevate. Winner of this will advance to take on Rival. Well, Lion Guard will get first pick. They'll ban away Chunga and Scardy, and Elevate are going to take away the Kabrakan for now. Hombats will be the selection from Elevate to take that off the table. And Kepri is the selection, though. But it's a very damaging duel in that Neramar. If it is a Ymir Medusa, they're going to take up the Rama here.
I like that they picked up the Zeus. It makes Sonic can, so that's actually pretty good.
Thor's a good jungle ban.
Well, Giannis and Odin now banned out as well. Elevate will be selecting Isis here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Osiris, yeah.
He's going to be picking up a Naja here. Well, Elevate have locked in Bellona as their last pick as well.
Frezzy starts things off quickly, being aggressive as always, bringing Nulissa down just a little bit, but ultimately the push goes to the Isis. No surprise there.
No surprise, but the jungler rearward is going to start in the soul lane with the Osiris, and this gives them that kind of lane pressure that they really want to do. Taking the right side mid Harpies is going to be Elevate, but they have to go back into the mid lane, so they might not be able to stop this blue buff in time.
Yeah, we'll see. Here's Rearward. Nice spirit ball coming out. It's going to stun out too. Rearward's in some trouble here, Toli, and fails. Gets the kill. That's how you start a game. Elevate, number one.
Smart idea and perfect execution.
Yeah, I really liked what Elevate's bringing, and as I said, I anticipated Elevate was going to be a step up in competition, and they're already showing that that's going to be the case.
Unfortunately for Ducky and Rearward, they weren't able to really clear the soul lane in time, along with the blue buff fast enough to be able to get the advantage.
Frezzy stuck between two. That's a sandwich. Fails is the chef. Number 2 for Elevate. You're looking at a mid-game hunter out of Medusa. Ram a little bit later. Ducky, however, in the solo lane, trying to get aggressive, is level 5, has the ult available, but Fails doesn't let him use it. It's 3 kills, and it's 3 for Fails. He's on a tear.
Fails doing a great job on the Susanoo, and recognizing the fact that the Duckster is not that tanky yet on this Osiris. And not only was the timing of the gank, but hold that thought in mid lane, beats on Rearward, getting the pull, and up in the sky goes Fails, but he's full health.
Yeah, it's very early in the game. Naja, not enough damage. Dardes takes down Rearward, punishes him for the ultimate, and the long-range spirit ball finds the stun. Not enough to get the kill, but Nulissa flexing that accuracy.
You were talking about Rearward finding a target to get them out of the circle of protection, but what if that circle of protection is waiting for you to come landing down? Yep. Rearward taking the worser end of that one. He's just going to be able to take one target in the sky and be able to set up your Zeus or your Rama for the damage that they are going to be building into.
Fails here. Big bully goes right on top of Rearward, bring them down to half HP. Rearward turns around and hits for 71 each, but down on the bottom, there's the Isis ultimate. There's Dardes. Rearward's dead again. Flurry Q able to answer back, taking down the mid laner. Ducky's gonna chase down Dardes. Turn around for the slow. Not much Fails can do here, waiting on his cooldowns. The ultimate's popped out, looking for the mid lane. Fails continues his reign of terror. 4-0-2 for the jungler. Not quite done just yet. Nice moves. Ducky can't find him. Fails is out of there.
Wow. Elevate on top of their game. Purple and red taken.
Yeah, this is looking far too easy for Elevate. I started to talk about how this team started to improve throughout the spring split. Rearward takes a ton of damage, but it's all about how they play as a unit. They're able to come together, make these calls. Nobody knows. Nobody knows at all. Elevate get the Gold Fury. They level 11 on that Bellona with the Mark of the Vanguard. A little bit tanky. And the other direction, tanky Naja as well. So not a lot of damage going to be coming here. Look, he's gonna hit the Bellona for 75 each, just barely tickling. But the missed freeze from Dardes, a big deal. Wall stops him for the moment, but not enough for the kill. Ducky chased out as well.
A few missed abilities, but blue buff does get confirmed. No number is able to steal away that one. Shadow Nightmare trying to peel for himself in that lightning storm. Nice little ice carpet from Dardes, trying to find more initiation as Fails, but the snipes from Flurry Q.
And here's the freeze. More follow-up coming out from the guys on Elevate. Ducky is the first one to take down the jungler. Rearward falls down to the rotation out of Jermaine. He gets 2. Ducky goes down, but Frezzy able to find the last hit on Nulissa. Flurry Q and Frezzy alive by the skin of their teeth. We've watched them improve. I mentioned the roster changes, but we've also watched them improve just in decision making like that. Able to back off and play things safe.
Oh, Flurry.
He's alive for the moment, but not unless Jermaine goes all the way for it. Finds the kill. That one was a statement. Elevate across the way, pick up the portal demon. Ducky trying to punish for it, but he's the one that's gonna get punished. Great ultimate. out of Frezzy.
The patience waiting for the ultimate to fizzle away, finally doing it, but Shadow Nightmare gets 2 in the process, getting traded out. 2 for 2 on the right, while there was a solo kill. Great job by Jermaine on the left.
Rear ward gonna go ahead and miss the sash. No numbers, half HP. Ring bounce is huge. Good ultimate out of Dardes. Chunks the opposition. A beautiful wall is gonna keep rear ward here. Frozen one more time and locked against the wall. Dardes finds his 5th, yes, his number 5 kill as the support. This is actually out of control for Lion Guard. They have no control of the situation whatsoever. They're down 7,000 gold at 12 minutes. Ducky's gonna fall down as well.
With Gold Fury up, it's not safe because we see Elevate trying to ward aggressively to allow for a very safe Gold Fury, and instantly like that, Dart is still zoning out, forcing the ultimate into a cancel on Flurry.
And there's gonna be the wall. Dardas and Flurry just gonna stare at each other. But Darda's doing the job. He's actually working out. Big damage! Can he kill him? No, not quite. He's going for it.
He wants to be able to zone Flurry Q away far enough to be able to get the tier 2 tower on the left.
Dardas chases Flurry Q all the way home. No numbers falls down. 4-man commit on the solo side. We'll see if LG are able to go ahead and pick up this right tower. Dardas is in town, but at the moment, Elevate are averaging a kill per minute. Dardes with the double freeze. Damage onto Ducky still. Shadow Nightmare piling basics into this tower. A successful defensive stop by a single support.
There's just not enough damage, and No Numbers is making the rotation. The Jermaine behind, fighting the triple. Petrify rear ward gonna get taken out by the Typhoon.
1 down, fails on top. 2 down, fails on top. No Numbers gets that one. Jermaine pops the bubble just to pop it a second time. Frezzy is in trouble. Frezzy is down.
Flurry Q can just sit and watch as this rest of his team gets dismantled. The damage is being attempted onto the Fire Giant.
This is incredible. Already down very quickly. Elevate gonna rock it.
Flurry Q going to be taken out by Dardes and zoned away as the rest of his team just gets taken by the Fire Giant. Easy Fire Giant, 15.5 minutes.
Elevate pushing in the mid lane. Let's listen along with the red team.
I have ulti. Call for my ulti. I just now.
Honest. Oh no.
I'm ulting. I ulted Titano. It's out of your ult, but...
Not doing any damage.
It's okay, good.
Yeah,
it's whatever. I'm playing like shit because I can't fucking concentrate.
It's okay, Shadow.
It's 20-7. Elevate has decimated the opposition. And then at the same time, you hear how it works out. 18 minutes so far. Left Phoenix, the only one alive. No Numbers makes easy pickings. If you look at that graph, it's going down, but it's up for Elevate. 20,000 gold or just shy of it.
Diving is No Numbers. Not able to hit the Eagles rally, but dashing onto Ducky, taken into the sky. Rear ward is going to be basically focused once he lands.
See, the impact that Rear ward had there was minimal at best.
You might as well just press F6. You want to be able to be useful in your team in the form of some damage.
Alyssa finds Ducky through the wall with the Spirit Ball. Jermaine finishes up what the mid lane started. Phoenix on the right side gonna fall down. Frezzy running away for his life. Elevate have the right objective in mind. Flurry Q immune to damage, but the Titan ain't got no Aegis. Dardes picks up a kill before they go right for the Titan.
Frezzy trying to buy some time. Jermaine is delaying the inevitable. He wants the stat line to be pampered a little bit more, but Nalissa snagging that one away from her hunter.
Oh, well, I mean, you got 2 people in the throne room doing the business.
Oh,
Dardes going for the cheeky kill, but the Titan will fall down. Nulissa gets a kill on a rear ward. Double kill for the mid lane. I mean, what do you say about that one?
27-7 in about 21 minutes played. Elevate just doing work in this first game.
Welcome back to the desk. I just want to apologize first of all for the delays and just tell you a bit of an update of what's gone down today. We've had a bit of an extraordinary circumstances, I should say, with one of the members of Lion Guard. One of their players has fallen ill and has been taken to hospital right now to be dealing with his emergency. The team of Lion Guard have decided to forfeit the game so they can make sure they can focus on the most important thing, which is each other at this time, and we wish all the best to Lion Guard and their team. They were down 1-0 to Elevate. We would have loved to bring you those games, but unfortunately, with the forfeit going through from Lion Guard, Elevate will advance through to the next round, which will be facing off against Team Rival. Well, here we go. In to pick some bans, and Rival will have the first option to ban away. Early Kepri ban coming out from Rival here as well. Don't want to deal with that. And Elevate going to ban away Isis. Bracken banned out. Going to choose a Susano instead.
For Ymir and Skadi, this is probably the strongest duo lane, I'd say.
Well, Poseidon drafted. Fafnir to join that, though, for Carlos.
Yes, Hunbats is equally as good.
Rama and Amateur also banned out by Elevate. Rival, surprisingly, they're going to ban out an Aphrodite there.
Oh my god.
What?
Out of the comfort
zone.
Alan, you're a pro. You can't go what? Like, we have to come up with reasons for this. You can't just go what? The Erlang Shen.
Yeah, but the Ares pick just completely counters the Erlang as well.
Despite all the pull potential targets for Dardes, like you mentioned before, he's also going to be that target. As you are slow during your ultimate, you're basically a sitting duck for an extension period of time, and No Numbers is going to try to follow up off of that. In the dual lane, though, Cal's taking a little bit of poke as the Scotty's able to outbox.
We haven't seen a true duo lane in quite some time, and here we actually get to see a 1v, not quite a 1v1 in mid, because Ice Ice Baby is there with Wolfie. That pressure allows them to steal away the enemy speed buff. We're used to seeing this kind of 2-1-2 in a way, just only in that solo lane where the jungler comes over and helps out in solo. But why don't we see more of the support in that duo lane? Actually, I'll ask you in a moment as Ice Ice Baby comes over to this solo side. No Numbers, not level 5. There's the Typhoon. The knockup's good, but that Mark of the Vanguard coming up big for No Numbers, but it's not going to be enough. Ice Ice Baby cleans up the first blood for Team Rival. Couple differences here in builds for the supports. Kalas, he's gone for the Traveler shoes, and he's using that extra mobility to get to Fails' speed buff. He has to use his Purification Beads. There's a Kraken coming out, and it gobbles up not only Fails, but his speed buff as well. I don't know if Wolfie was necessarily even trying to hit Fails with that Kraken. It could have just been used there to secure the buff. At this stage of the game, it's usually worth it just trying to get those kills. Jermaine, he's in trouble on this left. Ice Ice Baby is just decimating Elevate right now. So when Neilmo was on the desk earlier on, he was saying that this is his first time at LAN, and you hear about these gods that feel really good to play online without the online lag, and Sylvanas was his mention. Do you think that it could be Susano? I can't even talk about the game on a different level because Ice Ice Baby is just killing everybody. Now he shows up again on the right-hand side.
It's going to be 2 deaths on him in the 7-minute mark, able to still get the better end of it in the soul lane, trying to aggress even forward. Nalissa trying to get off some damage. Deathwalker using the teleport just to get away.
Love this idea there from Deathwalker. Do you think it would have been worth it though for the knockup from Sphere of the 9 Winds? I'll ask you after. The Gold Fury goes down here, but there's the Kraken, and Rival's going to be able to secure it. Dardes caught and stunned out. Jermaine left alone. Ice Ice Baby claims number 4. There's the no escape, but Sphere of the 9 Winds whiffs. Fails, cleans up Vote to put Elevate on the board. Wolfie has to use the Purification Beads to get away from the slow of No Numbers, trying to chase him down, but that passive movement speed, courtesy of the title passive, is going to be enough. Kalas there with Fails. There's the Purification Beads, and Fails just needs one more auto attack. Make that 2 after the coerced heal, but Fails picks up number 2 for himself.
You don't have to be necessarily too close to Ice Ice Baby. You just can't fall too far behind him, but it's making it very difficult when he rotates to the soul lane to pick on this Ymir for the 3rd death of the game.
Continued pressure onto Fails' speed buff. Ice Ice Baby and Deathwalker are here waiting for it.
For Elevate, and considering how far behind they are, I wouldn't be surprised if Ice Ice Baby just keeps forcing the issue.
Deathwalker right into 2 there. There's the taunt in. The Kraken doesn't hit anybody though. Portal Demon getting very low. It goes the way of Elevate. Deathwalker, he's gonna fall to the damage of the tornado until the meditation pulled back in though. Dardes, No Numbers, waits for him with that Shards of Ice and pulls the trigger, gets some revenge on his solo. No Numbers stunned into the knockup from the Fire Giant. Kalas gets the kill.
And Jermaine making a rotation through the portal, but he's left alone. Typhoon knocking him up. There goes the Hunter. The Petrified doing a lot of damage, jumping away his Fails. I almost would have liked to see him even go for the Wing Blade before the Breastplate of Valor to give him more mobility. The health would also provide that other kind of protection in the form of health, so that wouldn't be a bad option. He's so immobile that makes it very easy for Ice Ice Baby to catch up to him.
Pinned in place. There's the Shards of Ice, but Ice Ice Baby nor Deathwalker are
body
really worried. Pin was already used.
No.
Now he's pinned up against the wall. Ice Ice Baby and Deathwalker combine once more to take down the solo Ymir.
Doesn't even matter if Breastplate's completed, but the Gold Fury are going to get started. Fails, switching on to Wolfie. Nalissa trying to follow up there, but the Kraken taking away the life
and
of
Rival
Fails.
got the gold! Rival steals it away! Kalas, not only does Wolfie find the kill onto Fails, but Kalas steals the objective as well. Team Rival, it's all coming up for them. Vote dashes into Jermaine. 1 by 1, things just keep getting worse for Elevate.
A little bit of a disconnect for Elevate between that Gold Fear. They were really worried about the contestment, but Wolfie, instead of using the Kraken on the Gold Fear, here's the Kraken on Fails.
There's the chain onto Deathwalker. He responds with his ultimate. Wall from No Numbers blocks off the most obvious escape path, but Dardez has the ultimate. There it is. No escape for Deathwalker. Wolfie here to support with the Whirlpool. Fails has arrived, but no fear, no evil. Wolfie's now the target between the two tanks. Wall's not going to be good. Fails is going to be able to pick up Wolfie, courtesy of a crit.
Not able to find the knockup, but the stun is good from the Fafnir. Cal is credited with that.
Look at the gold per minute. It's everyone on Rival above Team Elevate. Jermaine, we'll miss you, buddy. Wolfie unleashes the Kraken.
But the only offensive tool from Rival has been the Susanoo, which there's no response to from Elevate whatsoever.
Dardez didn't want anything but that. Now Wolfie blinks in after the purification beads are down. There, Fails tries to get those out, and it's the Aegis instead, but Deathwalker around the backside. Tons of damage onto Nulissa. The Kraken's not going to do it, but the Typhoon will. Ice Baby picks up number 7. Vote number 3, 15 now for Team Rival. You can make that 16 as Vote picks up the double kill.
Damage. That Spear the Magus, you know, getting extra protection shred is going to amplify that Mystical Mailtix.
Well, if they needed more oomph, Rival have it now with the Fire Giant. Never lucky.
Just never lucky.
I'm always never lucky.
You know what I say about luck?
What's that?
It's when there is no luck, first of all.
Okay.
Second of all, it's when opportunity meets preparation.
So your copy pasta would be never opportunity meets preparation.
That's correct.
Baby Rage.
Baby Rage. Don't forget the Baby Rage. We saw how Dardez was about 4 levels ahead of his opposition in the last set, but this time around, not the same case. Ice taking a lot of damage. The Aegis being used. Typhoon as well. Pulled back into the Spirit, but it's not going to hit.
But the Tornado does. Vote finds 1, and Deathwalker another. Already Elevate what looked to be a great fight is getting turned around. Wolfie finds number 3. Jermaine takes his 7th spill of the game. Nulissa's getting dove underneath her Phoenix, and Deathwalker's level 18. There's no recourse to handle a solo laner who's just this healthy. Nulissa can only watch as Team Rival secure not only the tier 2 in mid, but the Phoenix as well.
Deathwalker having so much health here between the Mystical Mail and the Hide of the Urchin. Pestilence to boot, and having 3 stacks of that Urchin with all the successful team fights going in the way of Rival. They found the mid Phoenix going for the left, and there's no real way that Elevate can stop it.
And it goes down without much issue.
You have the Spirit that 9 wins, so you can play off of your teammates. You can hide behind the walls, behind the Phoenix very comfortably to make sure you're not out of position.
No numbers, nowhere to go. Wolfie finds the Kraken after the perfect setup from Deathwalker. Tornado not going to do a whole lot. Dardez blinks in and finds a big no escape and pulls 2. There's the blink in from Fails, but just no damage onto the back line of Team Rival. Fails, gets gobbled up by Ice Baby. Number 8 for the jungler. You can make that 9. Double kill for Ice as he continues to go into the Titan room. Right side Phoenix falls. None left standing for Elevate. Triple kill for Ice Baby and the enemy Titan. And they kill the Titan before he falls to the Tornado. Team Rival dominates Elevate.
Phoenix in the next round of the Gauntlet. Rival, though, only need this 1 game, so with the Bracken ban off the table, well, Kefri's been banned out here. Elevate will take away the Susanoo. This seems to be the priority making Europe now. Rival with them drafting Ymir and the Isis.
Yeah, that's not a surprise.
She will get the Zeus for herself. Into the counterban phase now. Odin and Bellona taken off the table.
The Ramaban.
Ramaban indeed. Scardy for Rival. Look at how far Scardy fell.
And there's the Anha from Elevate.
Well, that Erlang Shen at the end there.
Uh-oh, Dardez lurking in the jungle. Ice Baby and Wolfie don't know he's there. See the wards for Elevator there, but Dardez immediately heading towards Wolfie. But this isn't the same sort of gank potential that we normally see out of the solo laners that like to wrap around and do this. Dardez has the stun, yes, but not a lot of follow-up damage.
Dream-Man grouping from Elevate on the speed, but losing the purple buff on the left. Jermaine is going to be struggling, but at the same time, Fails is going to be able to secure the speed buff for himself, and Ice Baby going to be denied that mobility that's going to be so important trying to match up with the Susanoo. Unexpected set of circumstances potentially for Rival throughout the splits thus far, but despite all these circumstances, though, Deathwalker, though, double ultimate, and just like that, only level 4, this Erlang Shen taking a spill really early on. You have plenty of time to take advantage of the long CC from the Ymir.
Well, you talked about it, Tolian, and Rival's trying to do it. Gold Fury started up. It's called here, tagging it, Fails, knows what's going on. Circle of Protection is down, and it will secure the Gold Fury, but a big Typhoon is waiting for them as soon as they finish it. Vote's gonna fall to Nulissa. Kalas knows he's toast and is just trying to buy some time. Nulissa with the double kill. Rival get the Gold Fury, but Ice is going in.
He tried to find the kill onto Fails, but slightly off the mark. Now forced into the Purification beads. The rotation from No Numbers. All 5 members from Elevate are here, taking advantage of the 2 picks and no ultimate onto Ice Baby. This tier 1 mid tower just melted.
Deathwalker does show up. Tier 1 tower still alive. Fails, pulls him in. There's the taunt coming out of Deathwalker, but he's not going to be able to heal thanks to the Lord of the Afterlife. Nulissa puts her 3rd kill up on the board early on here.
Despite having 2 deaths thus far, still the same level as No Numbers.
Kalas locked in place. There's the Typhoon. Stun from Wolfie's not going to hit. Kalas uses the Shards of Ice to give him the CC immunity, but it doesn't save his life. Nulissa with 4 early on in this game. 2 levels up now for Nulissa. And just no worries whatsoever about the pressure that Wolfie can put out. Fails, dashes into the tower, doesn't use the Purification beats because he doesn't have them, and he dies. Ice Baby gets one of the easier kills he's ever gotten.
Wolfie having to play extra cautiously considering how low he is. Going to take a trip back to the base, and that tier 1 mid tower is still very low.
Uh-oh, Jermaine in a bad spot. There's the root out of Vote and the ultimate Anvil of Dawn, waiting for Jermaine, who uses Desert Fury to give him the CC immunity, but he's locked in place thanks to the Tectonic Rift, and that allows Vote to clean him up.
How are they doing a good job with their positioning? They didn't have to commit any ultimates, any relics to close the gap, instead using their abilities. Elevate even confirming these oracles.
Dardez around the back goes up into the Draconic form. There's the pullback onto Kalas, and over the top goes the Osiris. Kalas already very low, and Nulissa gonna pick him up. Fails is the target from Ice Baby as No Numbers eats a Spirit Ball, but the decision to fight is still in Elevate's favor. Jermaine evens up that kill onto Vote. Deathwalker does find Fails in the background, but now he might be in trouble.
Everyone is just getting zoned one way or another, getting taunted. Deathwalker trying to get the heal from the ultimate. Jermaine says, no, you don't. That's 3 for 1.
But Elevate do secure that Gold Fury. That puts their gold lead to right around 3,000 gold. It's like a total Dardez thing, too. He's so casual. He doesn't care about anything. He's just wiping his head. Like, he's just chilling. He's in the enemy jungle with none of his teammates around him until right now, and he's just chilling.
He did it on the red. He's doing it again here at the Speed Typhoon, being Channel Callus, using the ultimate. A lot of return damage onto Fails. He was trying to go on the right, but there comes Deathwalker, zoning him completely away. Thor in the sky, trying to find the Susanoo. Callus, though, finally taking a spill.
No, it's Nulissa who's the target, but the meditation is good for Elevate. Not good enough to save her from that Wing Gust. Ice, actually, as Fails comes in, it cleans up Wolfie despite being 1 HP, and he's going to pay for that one. Deathwalker now in some trouble in his jungle, but he's still half HP. It's only No Numbers still trying to chase him down. Thinking about it, but decides against it.
Despite potentially upgrading Sprint for that Fatalis effect, we're seeing Vote still go into this item. Too late as Ice Baby going into the sky, trying to contest a Portal Demon, but instead looking for a backline target.
Grouping, but Kalas is going to fall again. Ice does find the kill onto Nulissa, but not before she cleans up Kalas for the 5th time. Deathwalker in the middle of 2. The dragon there, but Kaldir comes around and gives his dog friend some support. Vote able to clean up Jermaine. Fails trying to chase down the low health Wolfie deep into the mid lane. No tier 1 tower here, and Wolfie's got to try and make a play.
Ooh, the stun is good, taking the jet stream, finds the Stormcutter, dashing on out, responding with 2 for 2. Deathwalker, though, taking a spill. Elevate get the better end of that one.
Deathwalker just cannot seem to escape the pressure from No Numbers. Mystical Mail helps in terms of dealing a bit of damage back, but I think the Winged Blade might be what's necessary here for the solo laner. Just try and get away from the slows.
And now going for the height of the Urchin, surprisingly enough. Vote caught in an awkward spot, getting some movement speed increase. Callus stunning out too. Here comes Ice Baby with a stun, doing a lot of damage. No Lord of the Afterlife for you.
And Nulissa gets baited into the enemy team. She's gonna fall here.
Deathwalker teleporting in right behind the Gold Fury. Will get started by Rival. It has been 1 Gold Fury from Rival earlier on, up until Elevate was able to respond with 1 of their own. Finally, Vote has made the rotation, trying to secure this objective. Circle protection still not being used.
There's the taunt in onto Dardez. Desert's Fury comes through and Elevate. They steal away the Gold Fury. Fails, dashed in and got it right under Rival's nose. He's locked in place. Kalas gonna make him pay, and Ice looks to do the same to the rest.
He's not gonna let anyone go. Not on the mark, but the Ymir wall will certainly spill Ice Baby into the graveyard. Kalas gonna get detonated by Nulissa, diving in the backline onto Vote is no numbers, but the Ice Rink is making it very troublesome. Double kill.
Nulissa gets number 8 in Elevate, steal away not only the objective, but 4 members of Team Rival, and now they're heading right towards the Fire Giant. And then when everyone came in, then it was like they were trying to fight, and you usually, if you're going to be fighting, you need someone to set that wall and zone them away.
And it's one of those tilt responses, though. Fails caught in a bad geometry spot between the 2 different walls. Typhoon not gonna matter here, taking his life away, but the tier 2 tower does fall. Heading into the 21-minute mark with still the Fire Giant buff on your waist.
Tier 2 tower, that's the focus for Elevate. There's a teleported from Deathwalker up into the sky goes Ice Ice Baby, looking for the right target. Jermaine is the call immediately with the purification beads and the Desert's Fury. Typhoon coming through, knocks up Kalas, but the Circle of Protection is gonna try and heal him up. Not enough though, Nulissa claims another life.
Everybody healthy on the side of Elevate. Tier 2 still being aggressed. Deathwalker pulled back in, Spirit Ball onto Fails. Not enough to save her solo laner though, so that's gonna be Tier 2 demolished by Elevate. They're not done yet. Their sights are on this middle Phoenix.
5 members still fairly healthy. Dardes goes jumping in, stun onto Vote, who's falling low very quickly. There's a double tap, but it doesn't hit Fails, who teleports to his jet stream. Middle Phoenix falls.
Fire Giant has respawned. Dart is still doing a good job positioning himself to spot out any members from Rival around this corner.
Fails has the Magai's Blessing ready to go in case of any CC. Ice Ice Baby up into the sky, but Elevate already got the objective. Nothing home whenever he lands down. Stun on Jermaine, and he's falling very, very low. There's a Circle of Protection as well, but Jermaine jumps out of it, turns around and hits Wolfie in the face, knocking him down. Fails, cleans up Ice as well. Kalas on the run, but the 2-man win Siphon set up Jermaine for the triple kill. The Hunter for Elevate, leading his team to another victory.
And this is why the honor was drafted for this Hunter player out of Elevate. He wants to play aggressive when the time is right. We didn't see the aggression out of him in the laning phase, but during these team fights, he's been making a statement, even laughing his way down the Titan room.
Elevate takes game number 2 in as convincing of a fashion as Rival took game 1.
Well, let's see if these guys have the ingredients to move on to the next round then. Picks and bans are now ready. Well, Kepri and Kabrak banned out so far from the respective teams. The Circuit one keeps poking his head out.
Yeah, banning Sasano, and Rival will most likely just take Fafnir here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now up against the Zeus Honbats. Rama early drafted by Rival here. Thor has been picked up this time round. Elevate have the first option for what to take away. Will be the Osiris. Well, you may have taken out by Rival.
The Cerbex are flex again.
Well, Wolfie's going to go back to Raw here.
Deathwalker, he just wants to run it back.
I mean,
the Odin pick is also
the classic
flexible.
Elevate pick.
Fafnir, for my money, is probably the best Guardian you want to have in the late game just because of how much better Coerce gets as the game goes on. And whenever you can transform into that Draconic form and then give multiple members of your team Coerce, it just gets even better.
Ooh, no numbers though in a 1v2 spot. Deathwalker though, it really low. The jump from Fails getting a little bit more damage. Really aggressive is both of these soul laners, and the timing here, Deathwalker, if he backs here, he's gonna have to use a really early teleport.
Love this positioning from No Numbers and Fails to deny Deathwalker the ability to only back or go back to lane. 2 members here for Elevate. Dardes and Nulissa up against Ice Ice and Wolfie.
Deathwalker starting his own blue buff, or at least just getting the minis before he heads into the lane. A nice little idea just to get some more experience under his belt. As he heads back to the lane, he will hit level 2, but Rival on the mean hand has been taking away this purple buff, and more than likely going to start this red.
This is exactly what we saw from Rival last time around, just pressuring the left-hand side, making sure Jermaine doesn't get off to an early lead. It obviously didn't end up mattering too much because Jermaine came back and had a phenomenal late game on the On-Her.
And this is why the Odin has been drafted, not only to shut down the Raw in the mid lane, but also to shut down the potential sustain from Deathwalker as he hits level 5.
There's the pluck onto Wolfie. He's in a bad spot. Nulissa didn't even have the ultimate because she didn't need it. Fails, claims first blood in the middle lane onto Wolfie.
And after the kill onto Wolfie, the Purification Beads was used anyway. Gold Fury though, Nulissa's ultimate still available.
Ready to go just in case, but Vote has his as well. There's the ult out of Nulissa. Vote up into the sky, but is not able to steal it away. Elevate, get the Gold Fury. Fails, jukes out the 3 shots remaining. Ice, after that failed invade on the blue, decides to just allow Fails to grab his own speed buff. Deathwalker knocks up that bird bomb. Nice play there, but now he's in trouble, locked in that cage. No heal coming for him. Ice is coming down though. There's the damage on a no numbers, but the patience for the Fear No Evil is good. Fails, cleans up Deathwalker. Now it's Ice Baby without any mana. The bird bomb stomps him down. 2 kills in the solo lane. We saw Deathwalker pop his ultimate pretty early on, and that's to get that damage reduction in the Odin cage. Is that the way you think he should play it, or should he wait until it's almost over to try and get the heal as the cage falls?
That's probably the better case, but on top of that, you're also trying to use it just to be able to stop the abilities from being used. Vote taking a lot of damage from that, and Jermaine just solos Vote, but his jumps down.
Now it's Ice Baby. There's a snipe onto him from Wolfie. Jermaine still trying to box it out without a jump. Nowhere for him to go, but No Numbers has made the rotation and locks down Wolfie. Dardes tries to toss Ice Baby into the cage, but can't do so. The dive underneath the tier 2 tower is good, and Dardes cleans up number 3. 3 for 1. Elevate continue to control the game up against Rival.
The Bluestone Pennant, you're mitigating a lot of that tick damage with Mark the Vanguard. Great idea, great opposition or wall that you're putting up against that start item.
There's a snipe onto Nulissa, beautifully timed out of Wolfie, but there's a lightning storm. Wolfie falling very low. Ice cleans up Nulissa. The overhand smash doesn't quite get there in range. Kalas pops that meditation, and now Ice looking to play aggressive.
Jumping over the walls, Jermaine does her Fury, trying to find the kill onto Wolfie, landing back down. Jermaine's gonna fall as well as Fails, and that's gonna be a nice little pickoff. Rival finding 3 members in mid.
Just Fury started up here. Rival don't have any vision on this. Ice Baby's backing. All of Rival have no idea this is going on, and Elevate get the second Gold Fury and rip that lead right back out of Rival's hands. It's really turned Elevate into a really solid squad. Jermaine is actually doing these mid-harpies right as Kalas and Ice Baby are on the other end. That wall does not block off Jermaine's escape. The snipe is perfect out of Wolfie, and Jermaine gets erased in that mid lane. Wolfie is feeling it right now. When you're playing raw and you hit those just raw 1-4 combos, that's when you know you're in a good spot. Wolfie's not in a good spot anymore though. After this bird bomb from No Numbers drops him down. Nulissa gets that last hit. Kalas has to jump up over the wall to get out of lurking in the waters, but now Ice Baby looking from the top, trying to find the target, and he hits 2.
Hits the 2. Dardes in a world of hurt. Vote taking him out completely. No Numbers gonna get stunned out, knocked up, jumping away in the sky. The snipes finds the 2 that he needs. Third one doesn't even matter. A 1 for 2 in the end.
That double kill now puts him up 2 levels over Jermaine. Fails, blinks in, trying to get Rival off this Portal Demon. He does have his Purification Beads and Fear No Evil ready to go, but holding it there, the beads, trying to get out of any potential CC, but Fails has already gotten down to 1 HP.
Oh, Jermaine missing the Impale, but it's not going to matter. The rest of Rival not going to chase down that Hunbats that is very low. Starting up the Portal Demon, Nulissa warding over the wall, but she puts herself out of position.
Lightning Storm there right on top of her. Aga's going to buy her a bit of time as well. The snipe is perfect once more from Wolfie, but not enough to finish off the mid laner. Portal Demon does go down in Rival's favor. That Phantom coming up big for Deathwalker, getting him out of that dangerous situation. Elevate know this Gold Fury is happening because of their Oracle Vision, but it doesn't matter what they know because Rival's just going to take it anyways. Grouping on this right-hand side, this tier 1 tower going to fall 500 gold for Elevate. Deathwalker and Kalas trying to get in there and initiate the fight. Deathwalker still frontlining. There's a taunt onto Nulissa. Ice Baby now getting up into the sky, comes dunking down, finds 2 with that one, but it's in the Odin cage. Nulissa falling away 1 HP. She will get picked up by Kalas. Vote looking for the snipes. Looking for the third, hits it on a No Numbers, but not enough to make him fall just yet.
This is going to allow Rival to utilize the raw heal on Wolfie and push down this tier 2 tower.
There's that AoE coerce, teleport coming in. There's the blink pluck onto Vote, right back into the Impale out of Jermaine. That Thor wall hurting more than it's helping the team, but Vote is able to roll right out of danger. Dardes forced back as well due to the damage coming out of Rival, but here comes the sustain from Wolfie. We haven't seen it come into play yet, but Jermaine just gets bopped after that stun from Ice Baby. No Numbers likely to fall as well. Jumps away, but has to juke back into the team. There's the Raven Shield, so No Numbers actually does manage to escape with his life.
1,500 gold after that tower, grabbing the speed buff, going for the blue buff as well. Has to be careful though, because Fails and Dardes is right around the corner. Going into the sky is Ice Baby. He wants to go for Nulissa and finds her.
Without any actives ready to go, Nulissa's gonna be in trouble. Great pluck though from Dardes. Gets his mid mid laner out of danger.
It's like, hey, we're doing the fire jump, but you can't really see what health it's at. If you come any closer, now we're going to start collapsing on you.
Collis can't quite find that hammer, but there's the blink pluck. Vote beats it away, though. Dardez gets hit by Wolfie's snipe. It is very low right off the bat. No numbers into the back line. There's the cage down, but the Phantom was up and ready for Deathwalker, so everyone from Rival just disperses off of it. Kalas forces out the purification beats from Nulissa, and a massive taunt coming out of Deathwalker. No follow-up, though. There's the snipes come out of Vote. Can't quite clean anybody up until Ice Ice Baby finds Nulissa.
Vote finally finding the kill onto No Numbers. 2 dead on the side of Elevate. Fails jumping over the mid wall. 2v2 Ice Ice Baby and Deathwalker finding Jermaine, and now Dardes barely able to escape. One of the 2 surviving Bruise brothers, but the Fire Giant will certainly get completed here uncontested for Rival.
But Rival has to commit to this mid one instead. There's the blink in from No Numbers. The cage is down. Phantom ready to go for Deathwalker. The Lightning Storm up on top, and then he pops the Relic, baits out that ultimate from Nulissa. Fails to separate into the left-hand side, so Ice Ice Baby's looking for him, but he blinks underneath the Anvil of Dawn. It finds Vote. Dardez cleans up the Hunter, who's been a real thorn in the Elevate side.
Fails, using the Beast, jumps back into the Phoenix, taking a lot of damage. Sees Seed in Eternity. Wolfie, though, gets jumped on. Not enough damage because the shield being used later on, but still finding the kill is No Numbers. 2 for nothing.
Middle tier 2 tower. Not worth a whole lot at this stage in the game, totally. Still worth the same amount, 1,500, but in terms of what it actually means for Elevate.
Elevate trying to get this tier 2 tower. No Numbers is taking a lot of damage. Let's listen to Elevate as they take this team fight.
Well, Rambo. Don't go back. I'm going in. Careful. Toy's missing.
That's all I've got.
Reset.
I need help.
I impale elbow. I still have impale for you. Run.
They're
Don't
gonna
turn around.
chase. Are they gonna chase us with the wall?
I have impale for
I have my combo.
Just one.
Can you pluck the forward?
They're chasing close. Along there.
Nellyson needs help. She's gonna die.
I can't help you, I'm sorry.
Let them die. Just don't play with one.
Yeah. I'm up in
They're going fire.
15.
Fire Giant started up by Rival, falling below 50%. Dardes trying his best to get into the pit. Stunned out by Collis. There's the wall. No Numbers gets in there and steals the Fire Giant away from Team Rival. There's the taunt in onto 2 members of Elevate, but they've got the buff. They're regenning.
Ice Ice Baby diving in the backline. Vote finds one. The second one as well. Third not connecting onto Jermaine. The rest of the teammates of Rival wanting to find some kills. They find one onto Jermaine. Deathwalker slowly going onto Nulissa. The rest of his teammates right behind him. Vote with the Fatalis able to chase this one down.
Collis jumps onto No Numbers. Ice cleans up Nulissa. No Numbers jumps away courtesy of that Raven shield, but Wolfie finds fails in that backline. The problem, though, is that there's a lot of low members here for Team Rival, Tolly. They do have that Raw, however.
They're not too much mana on Wolfie, but he has enough for 1 heal. That's all he really needs. They could get this middle Phoenix after the right-hand side. They have a lot of damage. No Numbers jumping away. They got the Fire Giant, right? They stole it away from Rival, but at what cost? And with that, Fails is going to be looking to blink and use that Fear No Evil onto Vote. If he can successfully do it, this could be Elevate's fight.
Blink number 2 comes out. That one's onto No Numbers. Phantom used by Deathwalker and taunted right back into the snipe. Vote finds the kill on the No Numbers. Fails still lurking, waiting for his opportunity.
Fails not able to really find the right timing of the window. He could have potentially tried to wrap between mid.
Oh, there's the stun beautifully. It keeps Fails in combat. Use the purification beads and jumps forward. Vote eats that Fear No Evil, but the meditation is good enough to keep him healthy. Fails falls pretty low as Jermaine finds Collis. Predicted Ice Baby comes dunking down. Right was waiting for Fails on the ground. Another kill. 2 dead now for Elevate as they try and keep their Titan alive.
Rival secures the Fire Giant. No contest from Elevate.
Making sure there's no opportunity for that sort of play. I don't know if Elevate can really afford to wait, and they don't. There's the blink in from No Numbers. No Phantom available this time. Vote forced up into his ultimate defensively early on, but uses it to put Nulissa down to half HP. There's the Fear No Evil waiting for him on the ground, but Vote turns it around and finds the kill onto Fails. Ice cleans up Nulissa. The jump forward from Deathwalker and Collis right onto No Numbers. Snipe hits the mark. 3 dead now, and Team Rival is marching on to face off against Enix.
And the left side, Phoenix is exposed, and the 5 minutes will end the game. Team Rival advance.
And right now, Rival have just been elevated and they're off to take on Enix. Rival will be first pick here, so they will also get the opportunity for the first ban. Once again, it's the Capri. Still surprised by the circuit bans coming out from Rival here, but Enix have allowed Fafnir to go over to Callus. Now, Enix drafting this Chang'e here is still very flexible, even though we do have a Terror, which is also flexible to the solo or the support role. Oh, yeah.
Why they banned Neath there.
Pressure. Odin banned out by Enix here in that Sol for Enix. Like Rival have locked in Poseidon right now. How are we feeling about the composition so far with the last 2 picks still to come?
I think that's great. I'm not sure how it does specifically against the gods that Enix have picked, but as a whole, comboing that with Thor and Fafnir, it does really well because you can easily Kraken off a Fafnir hammer or a Thor ult. It really synergizes very well.
And there it is. That's the spice.
Interesting.
That's Deathwalker's. That is Deathwalker's Outwash solo. So you know that Rival are not holding anything back. This is a pick he is notorious for completely dominating every time he picks it in the solo lane.
And then finally, Enix are locking a Nike as well.
So excited. It's been so long since I've been able to do this. So, Outwash. Crushed it.
Nailed it. You've good thing you put all that practice in. Chong got picked early on. Cherio was locked into this pick. I'm just surprised Zalia didn't want it in that solo lane. Would have been great up against Opwash.
Yeah.
Can really lock him down. Either way, I love this soul pick here for Lobster, a god that we haven't seen a lot of recently in Season 4, but it's got a phenomenal matchup up against Poseidon. Slow immune in that Disapparate, as well as the immunity frames that come afterwards. Really works well with getting out of that Kraken combo.
I think the soul is fantastic. Is good enough as a mage. I think her time in the long lane is kind of over. No longer is she a hunter. She is just she's a mage. So Deathwalker over here in the solo lane, 1-on-2. He's not going to be able to get his own blue buff. You see Zelia was able to snatch that one away. That's the go-to when you put a mage in the solo lane. You're just going to abuse him specifically with the buff in mind.
And no teleport available for Deathwalker either, so all this mana that he's using is going to have to be recouped using those mana potions that he's already burned through multiple so far early on here. And then you're just going to have to walk back to lane.
Why did he go the Aegis? I mean, instead of the teleport.
Because he knows he's going to get camped.
500 gold lead. Not really anything impactful as far as the team fights are concerned, but just shows you that Enix have been a little bit more fastidious.
Wolfie has to use the Aegis in the mid lane after that supernova coming out of Lobster. He's knocked up by the Kraken, but does get into that Disapparate form. Big man tanks here in the mid lane.
Cherio!
Sets up Cherio for the kill.
And there's Ice Baby looking for the follow-up. Nice little jump forward out of the support. Changa's in trouble, but the rotation out of Fun Ball. That's a big play. Down come the Suns, and down goes Collis. 2 kills for Enix. And the Gold Fury, 10%. Can he steal it with a basic? Don't think so. Enix picks up the objective after the team fight. That's the stuff after the stuff. 2K lead.
Those Suns made a huge difference in locking down Collis, allowing for that follow-up to CC to be nearly guaranteed off the slow.
Opwash here on the right side, still not able to get his blue buff. Fun Ball chased away by Vote on the left side. 2 shots are good. 3rd shot is good. That's the first kill for Team Rival, thanks to Vote. Big Man Ting's gonna wrap around after his support stuns him out. Cherio shows up behind Vote. Big hit out of the one, and the 3rd ability gonna deal some damage as well. Ultimate, can Chang'e make the gank? The straight jungle gank, dancing around the basics. Vote gets taken out. Cherio, the Slayer, takes him down.
I don't know if it would have made a difference in the end, but Vote used up all his remaining mana using those astral arrows, guaranteeing the fact that he wouldn't be able to jump away. Zalia can't jump away either. Ice Baby gets the kill, but that was all Deathwalker's damage.
And his damage will help secure an early Portal Demon as well. That's going to catch Team Rival up just a little bit while the rest of his team handles the Gold Fury.
Getting pretty low here, below 25%. Wolfie not in position to try and steal this away, and Enix do secure the Gold Fury, but there's a stun on to Big Man Tings. Terra's Blessing popped to get them away, and it'll do just that.
Hey, the Gold Fury. It's at half HP, that's what I was going for, but it wasn't there yet. Very low, actually. Can Team Rival snatch it away? Absolutely not. There's Gold Fury number 3 for Enix.
Collis trying to get away, Ice into the back line, but then teleports right into the damage. The Deathwalker ultimate, though, is tearing through Enix. Team Rival, they're not worried about kills. It's just about creating space for the towers. Sol and Hu Yi, too much damage for the tower to handle. but Vote cleans up Lobster in the mid
But
lane.
Cherio from the back end gets 2 stunned out. Enix can't follow up. Ice Ice Baby takes to the sky, trying to pick the target. Lands on Cherio. There's the Crips coming out from the solo lane at Plash. Vote capitalizes off of it. Takes to the sky. Couple of shots, but I think that be that. Team Rival able to bite back. All right, Enix starting up the Fire Giant. Let's listen to it with Enix as they decide to fight.
Oh, push?
Yeah, push, jump!
I have ult in 5 seconds.
Chase! Big one!
I have ult in 1 second.
Kill boss! Nice! Nice fucking jump!
I'm gonna jump.
Fucking kill him!
Let's go. Back up.
I'm really low,
Heavy.
Grip up heal! Behind us! He's gonna go in,
Careful.
Yeah.
Go on him. You're fine.
Nice!
Back energy.
We can do it. Loves to heal up.
Yeah, I'm waiting for goal. I'm in now.
Stop.
Listen, we talk about momentum-based teams. Funball is the definition of a momentum-based team. I mean, this is what this guy does. It's fantastic to watch. It's fantastic to cast. The Fire Giant goes down. Enix picks it up, and they're pushing it on. Cherio with the kill. Enix, right side, looking for the push onto the Tier 2 tower. Crips coming out. Not Crips, but the Corpse is coming out just now. Ice Ice Baby to the sky. Perhaps a little bit too soon. Group up is good, lands on one, and Funball jumps away. No harm, no foul. Crips come out. Enix got what they want. They bait out 2 ultimates, and that's a win.
But they do lose Waxing Moon and Sentinel of Zeus. Zalia really needs that shield in order to frontline effectively right now.
Funball jumping backwards. There's a good stun out of the Thor, but it's better with the jump and the knock-up. Zalia gets one. Funball gets the other. Great play coming out of Enix so far. Tier 2 tower in trouble.
It took until 31 minutes, but Opwash is finally gonna die. Zalia does it. Vote finds Lobster with the snipes, but it's only Vote and Wolfie left alive to try and defend their Titan.
Well, the Phoenix, Tier 3 tower. The Phoenix is going to go down here nice and easy on the right side. We'll see Enix shift over to the mid lane as well. I mean, yeah, with a soul alive, these 3 Phoenixes are already dead at this point.
Yes.
And they could just walk right into the throne room because of the fallen soul. They can't even get the 3rd Phoenix. I need to see Team Rival stop grouping up together because they're getting jumped on by Nike almost every time, and it's ruining them. 2-3 people get knocked up, and that's the end of the team fight. Spread out is what Rival needs to do.
Kraken doesn't hit anybody as Cherio's able to dance right out of danger. Ice Ice Baby finally forces at least the purification beads, but that's 3 ultimates and they got 1 relic.
Yeah, Big Man Tings drops his ult. I mean, that's not a win for Rival in any way, shape, or form. Fire Giant now started, but will be leashed. Collis jumps forward. Here comes damage out of the soul. So there's the Titan under attack, but Funball takes out Collis. It's a 5-on-4. Wolfie's low in the backside. 2 kills for Funball. Vote takes to the sky while Cherio takes down the mid laner. 3 people are dead aggro. The Titan is dead. That's an F6.
There it is. Enix takes game number 1.
Here we go. First pick will be Enix.
Now Susanoo and Chang'e just consistently being pulled away.
Isis is joining it though. Well, Hombats will be the selection for Enix this time round. Well, Scotty wasn't picked last game, but it is going to get picked up this time round. Scotty Fafnir lane.
He opts again for the Hu Yi.
Well, this time round, Rival are going to draft the circuit for themselves. They've been the ones that have been banning it consistently. Drafted and raw picked up.
And I like the Vulcan pickup and the Nike as well. They're just running it back.
Seems like everyone seems to have looked at Kabrakan in this draft.
And clearly Cherio's god pool is prioritized by Enix because they're first picking his gods consistently now. The first pick Hunbats, and we've seen him do exactly this before, starting at the enemy back camps to steal those away. He goes from here to start the red sometimes.
So this is a uniquely Cherio game plan. Nobody else really does this, and what happens is you're leaving your mid laner by himself. What's the upside?
Well, you're going to lose pressure in mid no matter what when you're playing Vulcan. He's not very, very good in the early game. That early clear is not solid. So you're going to expect to lose your right side buffs. You're going to expect to lose whatever buffs you don't start, basically. And so this way, you're denying gold to the enemy team that they thought was guaranteed to them. No way for Rival to know exactly where Hunbats is right now.
Oh, well, Cherio's going to be in trouble here. I hope he has the jump available. He's half HP already, and he does. Good play coming out, making sure to prioritize the damage, or excuse me, the escape of the jump. Cherio strips away the red buff and the two little guys by the purple. That difference between level 1 and level 2 in the long lane is so important.
It's everything. I mean,
It really is.
That's what dual lane is all about. How fast can you hit level 2 so that you can get your second ability? Because a lot of times,
Big stud, voted BK, big man Tings with the big land things, making it happen. Credit to Lobster, he DM'd me that yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Wow, he's setting you. How come he didn't DM it to me? I could have used that.
Yeah, I'm cooler than you.
Yeah, that's probably true. Maybe it's just showing energy, something that they don't want to pick, but secretly want to pick, so that energy doesn't worry about it and picks it bans.
So they don't ban it and then surprise they first snatch it.
That's the idea, potentially. The idea for Vote is to not fight Funball anymore because he's just having too tough a time. 11, Ice Baby forced into the purification after that Fear No Evil came out from Cherio. Good heads-up play there to make sure that that defensive relic's on cooldown.
Here comes the dash out of Deathwalker, turns around looking for the damage onto Zalia, where it's upside. Big Man Tings in trouble, and Wolfie able to put his team on the board. Team Rival takes down the support for the first time all game.
Yeah, just way out of position there for Big Man Tings. There's the Vulcan ultimate over the top, but it doesn't quite secure the speed buff because Rival leashed it.
10 and 8. Are the levels for Enix's dual lane. 7 and 9, trailing by 1 each as Team Rivals. However, the story is on the right side of the map. Lobster gets jumped on, beats away the stun. There's the ultimate out of Cherio, and that's going to be a nice turnaround. Deathwalker half HP. Zalia looking to provide some help for his mid laner. Here comes Cirquette, not too much of a big deal. Big ultimate out of Zalia, bringing down Ice Baby, and he's not done jumping forward, but he jumps into the ultimate.
There's the ult out of the damage from Lobster as well, but it's not quite enough. Ice Baby gonna be able to survive thanks to the meditation coming out from Collis there, as well as latching on with that last breath right as Zalia hits him to get the CC immunity.
That was just...
Oh, Wolfie! Are you kidding me? Again with this raw snipe, just phenomenal, wiping out Lobster. Gold Fury started here by Enix, but Vote gonna make Funball's life difficult on that pull. Ice coming around the back, almost gets stunned out by Funball, but the snipe from Wolfie. Good. Again, Ice Baby chases down Funball. He's gonna spread that last breath onto Cherio.
And the help from the monkey was just not enough. Collis gonna go ahead and use the transformation. Stun is strong, but no damage after the fact. Gold Fury already down to about 10% HP. Cherio's local, but it just doesn't matter. Team Rival takes it down, and Cherio gets Goomba stopped. Deathwalker on top of it. Interesting thought process. Very nice to see that there's still new ways to do things. Cherio gets zigzagged on, and Wolfie just brings him down. Ice Baby's able to get out of there before he gets into too much trouble, and the Portal Demon goes to Team Rival as well. Here comes Funball. Lobster makes it rain and takes down Collis.
This is a team that knows they can play with this level of caliber. Cherio again, focused out by Ice Baby. Cherio's dead here. This true damage, nothing for him to do. Gonna try and return as much as he can before he falls. He's been setting up consistently for Wolfie on this Raw.
On a character that doesn't do well early. He's not supposed to have this much impact just yet.
Cirquette does better in the early game than she does in the late game. She's not a very great team fighter. Ice barely gets away using that mobility. Speed buff the focus once more. Wolfie getting low with the Aegis, the good heal there, but it's not enough. Funball cleans up his third.
Zalia coming through with that knockup aggro. So big last game, and that one right there.
Ice has returned full HP, but no last breath quite yet. Funball pushing up way farther than necessary. There's the blink and the death bane. Funball forced to jump away as the tower still stands.
And the nice stun sets everybody else up. Deathwalker with the kill. This is a best of 3 series, so if Purple does decide to stretch this one out, Enix will have to be forced to play another game. Gold Fury down very low, and that one gets taken down.
Enix! Tings got it! Are you kidding me? Through the snipe from Wolfie, it was too late. Tings just walked up with the crushing earth and just squished the Gold Fury away.
One more time, Big Man Tings with the big land things. That's how he does it, baby. That ties the game. Teams are now separated by about 1,500, which at this point is a tie game. You're looking at very, very little in the lead for that number.
This time trying to secure it is Team Rival Snipe.
I don't like
but
that.
again, Ting steals it away with the hog this time. Now double roots. They're triple actually is Vote and Wolfie right on top of each other. And Funball trying to chase down the Circuit.
He did it on him 2 times, twice from long range. That's going to want to miss, but Collis gets the transformation. Team Rival looking for the turnaround. Backside is Cherio getting chased out by the assassin. Ice Ice Baby gets knocked up. Good play by the Vulcan player right there. Cherio in trouble. Stuck, and Vote takes him out. Still, a natural born killer gets the doubloon. Funball fights on back and takes down the Hunter. Deathwalker knocked up. Lobster running for his life. Finds a little hit from the Inferno Cannon, but that be that. 3 players dead on the side of Enix, and Team Rival clean them up. Team Rival, a little bit of a lead here, looking for the objective. We'll ride along with Team Rival as they take on Enix.
I'm in the back, I'm healing in the back.
Okay.
I have a healing too.
I'm half.
Just heal both. Watch out for bot.
Careful.
I stand back. That's Vulcan. Cap dead.
Oh, you jump.
Yeah. My shot is down.
Careful.
Free stun. Alright, go.
Careful. I have a healing too.
Bot's behind us. I'm just gonna go for it.
Yo, Terra.
They're right behind us, yeah.
Nice.
I stand now. Vulcan no beats. I backed up.
Can we do
more? I need to
kill.
kill.
Next one.
Do you have anything? I can't tank it.
Yeah, just do it.
Sometimes nobody wins. And I think that's that team fight. Team Rival are going to go for the Fire Giant. This is a gutsy play. Ice Ice shows up, takes down Zalia. But still very low is Team Rival.
Yeah, that heal was used offensively there by
do
Wolfie. It's going to take a little bit to get there. There's a stun into Ice Ice Baby. Funball
Can he get the clap?
have returned. Ting's right around the objective, but Rival are finally able to secure one away.
And Big Man Ting just barely misses that one, but look how low Rival is. Do you think that Enix would be in a better spot if they didn't have a Hog, but instead of Teamfight Relic?
I don't know. It's gotten them a couple of objectives. Lobster, there's the blink onto him from Ice Ice Baby, but he's forced to jump away immediately thanks to a big meatball.
And there's going to be the continued fight. Zalia in trouble, likely to fall. Vote gets credit. I have so much fun listening to Enix do their thing. There's a lot of communication. Cherio and Funball doing a lot of the work.
Big Man Tings, there's the last breath ultimate. Decent all that time out of Lobster, but a lot of Aegises are used. Big Man still pretty low after that last breath, but Deathwalker is just handling Funball on the 1v1.
There's the ultimate from Funball to drop Deathwalker a little bit further away from him. Vote drops an ultimate of his own, and that's going to be trouble. Cherio goes down. Vote one more time. 5, 3, and 1 for the Hunter. Oh, that one's going to be tough. Fire Giant goes the way of Team Rival.
It's about stripping away the protections of the enemy with that stone cutting.
And he's going to be basic attacking often and early, so he's going to be able to start the team fight like that. Cherio starts the team fight with an ult of his own. Nice stun coming out from the other side, and Deathwalker capitalizes off his own ultimate. Down goes the monkey. Not dead just yet as Team Rival pushing forward. Lobster far out of the convo, and the Meat Phoenix goes down.
Now it's the left side Phoenix as Rival transitions from right to left. The AoE coerce bot from Kalas is going to pay big dividends here when trying to siege us down.
And this one jumping forward is Kalas. That's going to separate the rest of the squad from the objective. Deathwalker's running away. Kalas just soloing players on the back. Takes him out. I guess there's some help.
Yeah, Lobster was there. The snipe hits one from Wolfie, but no one falls because of it. Kalas really wants to stun on a Funball, can't quite find it. Funball decides to turn and try and fight. Didn't think he could make it all the way to his fountain, and Ice Ice Baby guarantees that. Here comes down the heel, and Rival trying to take the game.
Looks like we're going to see a game 3, folks. Go ahead. We're stretching out the evening. Team Rival takes out Enix, and they take it to the 3rd.
Again, a very, very close game. Wasn't a stomp that time either way, but Team Rival once more proving that they can hang with these big boys.
Wolfie is raw. Aggro is still a fat egg. Thank you, Coach Alpha Jackal.
What is that about, man? That was not warranted. That was rude. Come on.
It was rude, crude, and socially unacceptable.
Yeah, that one. What he said.
I'll still give him
what
a high
the fat
five
egg
for it.
said.
I'll still give. Oh, man. I'm going to toss it to the desk so I can toss aggro.
Tossing each other off is not a good idea in broadcast, boys, that's for sure. Please calm down. And in they go to the picks and bans now. 1-1. Next one moves on to tomorrow to face off against Energy. And immediately, it's once again Chunga and Susano.
For Enix to take away the Susanoo and bots from Ice Baby as well with the Fafnir pick. I'm just so happy to see Funballer on this ROM.
Well, Medusa's been locked in here. Just banned out by Enix there. There you go. Bracken got banned finally.
I like the Ama though. I love.
Well, Deathwalker is actually one of those players who's known for his Valona gameplay in EU, and there it is. I'm convinced that that's Cherio. I'm convinced that's Cherio Mir.
Enix, team rival. Both of them have a win. This is our final match, and this is our final game of the night. Whoever wins here today goes on tomorrow to face Raffer and the boys, the defending world champions that find themselves here in the Gauntlet. And then, of course, that all is about making it to Masters. So this one's for all the marbles, baby.
Nice idea there for Big Man Tings to try and body block the shots out of Vote. The problem is that Medusa has this ability called Acid Spray that just explodes on the first target hit and then does damage behind it. Funball gonna get very, very low early on in this lane.
And same thing for Kalas, however. Big damage on the Big Man Tings. Everybody except for Vote in this long lane just hurting.
But Funball and Big Man Tings do have the lane advantage as of right now, courtesy of that Amaterasu passive and first ability, giving Funball and Big Man Tings some extra power and or movement speed, depending on whatever Tings is on right now.
I love this draft out of Enix.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's well balanced. There's a lot of CC, there's a lot of control, and there's a lot of damage throughout.
Cherio, however, he's on the wrong end of the damage so far. 25%, but avoid some of the nonsense out of Wolfie through the wall. Amaterasu support, one of my personal favorites, but for what she brings, which is a lot, she does lack in the pure CC, which is why you have to pair her with something else, like the Ymir jungle. Well balanced is the term you use, got to agree.
Kalas gonna jump away.
Do you see the Watcher's Gift and the Bumbas mask on the Ymir?
I mean, he's a Guardian, he gets Watcher's Gift, right? That's how that works.
That is very suspect.
That's I'm trolling a little bit there, but overall, Ice Baby's actually in trouble, walled off. The Deathbane's already on cooldown on the right-hand side. Ice Baby is gonna be able to get out okay.
I don't think there was any intention on going in, just wanted to harass a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Watchers to get some more mana back whenever Lobster clears it.
That's a jump in.
Dashing in, trying to find Cherio, and does with that last breath, taking a lot of damage, but there's the freeze onto the enemy jungler. Funball needs to hit this third snipe, and he does! From a distance, Funball picks up the first blood.
Incredible play by the Hunter, making sure to clean things up. Enix off to a great start. 2-on-1, Deathwalker pushing both players underneath the tower. Ain't no thing.
Again, he's got that ultimate. Zalia's low on mana here. Lobster 1 HP.
The hammer.
Looking for it. He'll get it with the bludgeon.
When you look at Season 1, you see all the creativity that Zalia brought out. That was his heyday. He was considered one of the best solo laners in the world. And then the game got a little bit more standard. You kind of had to follow the meta to a certain extent. Cherio not following anything as he misses another freeze. Up, down, at a DW. And down goes Big Man Tings. Down goes Cherio. It's 2 kills for the guy on Team Rival.
Final judgment there from Wolfie was beautiful, hitting home onto the support player, Big Man Tings. Ice Baby get a fall to the damage out of Zalia, but Funball was the one who set up his solo build, as well as Lobster, again, going for this Bancroft's Talon build. Love this idea out of the mid laner.
Deathwalker gets jumped on here. He's going to be walled off as well. Still very healthy. And he'll walk away pretty much. He'll walk away and then turn back around on Azalea. Big stuff coming out of the Mystical Mail holder right there. Team Rival, though, what I was saying was, the pros, I don't want to say secretly, but underneath the surface, really respect these guys. And that's part of it. That's part of it.
Deathwalker just does whatever he wants in that solo lane, man. He'll play whatever he wants, he'll build whatever he wants, and then he'll steal your stuff.
I thought he was one of the players that were holding Cyclone GG back when they were Cyclone GG. Meanwhile, you transfer to this season, he's one of the star players of the league.
Lobster very low after that Petrify coming out of Vote. Funball forced into the Aegis. Kalas a little bit too early on that hammer, and Lobster's going to be able to get out as he jukes that final judgment. Now Funball, the one in danger under the tower, just barely able to get it up into the sky.
Here comes Big Man Tiggs to provide some help. Nice little silence. Here's 1, 2, 3. Stuns out Collis. Over the wall comes the assassin, and he takes out Funball on the backside.
Ice finally cleans up the Hunter. Lobster very low, but Ice Baby still on the run from Cherio. No blink for the jungler, but it's a Circuit with speed buff. Good luck catching that.
Meanwhile, the ping's coming out. Nike's available. Rival destroys the Gold Fury. Where did Deathwalker come from?
I don't know, man. Last year he was building Frenzy Chalk, and this year he's killing it. I mean, that's all I know, man. He's always, again, you know he's going to bring something weird. To this tournament, it's been the Mystical Mail.
The Mystical Mail.
The Mystical Mail. And it's worked out because no one's punished him for building a really expensive item and even delaying that expensive item with a starter right before. The Mark of the Vanguard after the boots.
Team Rival are looking for the Portal Demon. Xaylia shows up, and it's not enough. Team Rival take down the Portal guy. Team Rival, they're going to siege up here on the right-hand side. Let's listen to Team Rival as they take on Enix.
She's stunned. Be careful here. Ram snipe, be careful. They are going down. I'm ulting. Yeah, get it. Yo, Amy. I got so. I'm in the back. I'm jumping out.
I have TP in like 5 seconds.
Oh my god, that's unfortunate.
Nike is trying to back. Nike just back.
Yeah, Soul really low here.
Yeah,
Soul is quite low.
Can you ward here?
No, I can't. I warded in the jungle.
Okay, I'm TPing.
Amy. Okay, disengage. Can you ward? No, I can't ward. I've got the ward in the jungle.
Thank you for asking.
Just a conversation. Thank you for asking.
Terrio gonna eat that final judgment after the stun from Kalas, but without that Glyph of Pain, just not enough damage to knock down the Guardian, even though he's only level 13. The wall and freeze on a Deathwalker, but
nice
the rest of Enix is looking at Wolfie.
Xaylia's gonna come around, but Kalas shows up. That's what a support does. Love the play coming out from Kalas. Now Xaylia, a little bit too deep. There's the jump in from the assassin. Ice, baby. Down goes Xaylia. Spear of Desolation has been something rampant across both North America and Europe. I think the layman looks at it and goes, that's too expensive. It messes up your power curve. Why is it so prevalent?
Because teams that are ahead are the ones buying it. It's usually not the teams that are behind. In this situation, it's working out right now. Deathwalker falling low, and finally someone will make the level 19 pay. Big Man Tings is the one that claims that bounty. Lobster getting low underneath the tower. Petrify coming out from Vote as the tier 1 tower falls in favor of Rival.
Big Man Tings, half HP brought down lower. Nice jump in from Xaylia. Got the knockup, but the players weren't there to capitalize. Funball looking for the shots. Half falls down after 2. Collis in some trouble. Can they finish him off? He jumps away. Big play as the disruption comes from the assassin, and they can't finish him off. 6 of 3 are the kills. But ladies and gentlemen, the gold, quite a different story. Portal Demon, a little bit more realistic for Enix to go ahead and tussle over. Team Rival starts it, and maybe Enix can finish it. Lot of presence, lot of red players here on the right side of the map. It's going to be Deathwalker peeling off. Fire Giant gets woken up by Collins, put on a different player. Deathwalker low, Wolfie takes out Lobster.
Final judgment doesn't hit anybody, but the rest of his team is on the run. The snipes coming out of Funball is enough, finds the kill on the Vote.
And that's going to be his second kill of the game. 2-1-2. He's a city boy. Looking for some more. Nice knockup on Xaylia. Ice Baby's low. Ice Baby in the ground. Taken out by the big man. Collis is low. Collis is slow. Collis is God. Double kill for the Amaterasu support. What's that?
Now Wolfie, he's gonna get frozen. Another kill looks likely to go down.
See ya.
Tings with the triple kill coming out of the support. The support carry more like 4-2-2 for the Amaterasu. Vote level 19 now has those chin size completed. Xaylia looking for the initiation, finds 2 with the knockup, but Ice Baby immediately blinks on a Funball with that last breath.
Deathwalker half HP, chased out of the circle thanks to Cherio. Low mana is the Ymir. Funball low HP. Takes to the sky. Who can he find the damage on? Collis waiting for him on the bottom, and Wolfie brings him on home. That's a kill for the mid lane, number 8 for Team Rival.
No triple kill for Tings this time. 2. Instead, a double for Wolfie on the mid lane. Thoth bringing his scoreline to the nice 3-1-4. 2 dead now for Enix. Got to try and defend this Fire Giant.
Look at that player damage aggro. Mage, Medusa, Bologna. That's the dream. That's what happens when your composition plays the way the composition plays in the notebook.
and it's working out right now. It's only 9-7 in kills, but Team Rival now in control of this Fire Giant. They're going to be able to take this one away. All 5 members now with that buff.
Well, Enix going to look for a good defensive set. Keep an eye on Ice Ice Baby. Wrapping around the backside, looking for someone squishy. It's going to be Fun Ball, but he gets caught out by Big Man Tings. The rest of the team looking for the tower. Down it goes. Wolfie takes out Zalia just like that. It's a 5-on-4. I like it. Look at the Masamune coming out onto the Bologna for Deathwalker.
A lot of power and a lot of protections when he's in the middle of everybody. Final Judgment doesn't find a home there from Wolfie as Funball had to use his purification in response to Ice Ice Baby's blink. Middle Phoenix falls to the hand of Vote. And Big Man Tings will do the same.
And there's the jump forward from Collis. Cherio still going to push up. Here's help onto the Phoenix. And the Titan starting to get hit by those minions. Have HP on the Phoenix already. And the fight continues on. Jumping forward is Zalia. Hits nobody with the jump, but they're going to take out Collis. Big play coming out from Zalia. Well, it rains fire arrows from the sky thanks to Funball. One more push here on the left side. Team Rival are 3 players strong while Ice Ice Baby takes care of Lobster in the mid lane. And they're going to look for the Phoenix. 25% on it. Chario drops the ultimate to shove everybody off, but the damage is done. Firebird falls.
And with the Fire Giant up at about 1 minute and 20 seconds is a nice time to grab this portal back.
This is going to be the second Fire Giant of the game. Both have belonged to Rival. This could be the final push. They've got the Fire Giant around their waists. Collis jumps in. Team Rival, let's listen as they take on Enix on the right side.
Just keep poking.
Where's Rom?
He's mid. I can probably go on him, man. You guys can go.
He's alone.
Yeah,
he's alone.
we can engage at
For
the same
now.
time, I think.
Yeah. But just
Yeah,
tell me when you're ready.
On this next wave. Well, let's
Okay, the next wave. Yeah, okay.
Okay. No.
Yeah, just go in.
I got mode off.
That's sold really low.
I'm chill, I'm ulting.
I ulted.
Ramos, just get the Phoenix. Yeah, I'm getting on Phoenix. I'm getting the Phoenix. I'm getting the Phoenix.
Ram is
down, by the way.
Amy.
Yeah, Amy.
Back.
Let's go. Okay. Wait. I'm looking at the Ram.
I've made. Just in.
Careful.
I'm still tanking.
Okay. Yeah. Can you focus the Titan?
Yeah, I'm
I'm getting on Ram. Kill
Very casual. Team Rival discusses it, and very not casual, they take the lead. Enix, their spring split ends here. Team Rival fighting on Sunday. Standing here with the solo lane for Rival, his name is Deathwalker. What do you think the future holds for Rival? Not just not just on Sunday, but for the summer split.
Oh, we're gonna win.
You're just gonna win.
We're just gonna win.
Straight up.
Yep.
I love that confidence. What are your plans for Energy?
We're gonna destroy them in 10 minutes.
Sounds about right.
Up our solo, yeah.
Here's a little look at how the brackets look now heading into the final day of the Gauntlet LAN. We head over and we can see EU United will be up against Vetium's team of Saw tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And the winner of that will move on to the finals from North America to face off against the European winner, which will come from either Energy or Rival.
Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on this Easter Sunday. But as I said, we're getting into our final day of the Gauntlet, and we certainly have traveled a number of days to get here. Starting over on Friday, we saw the North American teams climb the ladder. Oxygen Supremacy had a fantastic stretch, but ultimately did fall to Snoopy and the gang on In Memory of Gabe, who then lost to Soar Gaming, so they will be playing today. And then Europe as well. We saw a number of teams sort of go throughout everything, but it was Team Rival that ultimately wound up coming up here in the finals. Energy, they're here ready to play and relaxed like always. Scotty, Serket banned out by Energy, and then Susano and Kepri banned away by Team Rival, Fafnir being the first pick.
Well, you can look at the two teams already just on the cams alone. Energy, like we saw, are just all calm, really talking things over. But even the shots from Wolfie to Yaman, Rival just has so much of that confident swagger about them.
So he picks the Arlong Shen.
I think that they opted more towards a Ra and Isis ban after they saw the Odin ban go.
I think it's going to be the Xing Chen, I guess.
Ooh.
And the Chang'e locked in.
Look at this start from Energy right now. Where Emelito is positioned is the back Harpies. He's looking to try and get the Ricochet bounce to clear them quickly. Meanwhile, Rafa's already started at the red buff with... Has he got the hog? No hog available. So they're going to try and take the backs and potentially the red here. Meanwhile, Rival have already cleared the wave in the left-hand side as we continue to watch mid. And Team Rival are looking to engage at the speed.
But Rival don't want to invade on that left-hand side. Adapting in Yemen only going to take the little little guys off that speed buff just to make sure they hit level 2 early on here.
So with what Energy just did there, they do lose most of that wave. Maybe they got 1 or 2 archers in that wave, and you can actually see that Rafa still level 1 at the moment as the duo lane of Rival do hit level 2.
But Rafa has that Bumba's Mask. That's what allows him to tank up that red buff and just not even worry about the amount of damage he's taking. Getting Emilito ahead is the idea with this, and it's already working thus far.
Wave clear advantage once again to Rival, and at the moment all 3 lanes of Energy are not actually winning. They are being pushed into tower consistently.
I mean, that's what you expect when you have an Erlong Shen over here, and Ice Baby's just getting himself some guaranteed farm whenever. Boots 2 right now, so there's a little bit more power. There was no power in that build outside of that blue stone. Yaman has to run away, gets hit by that waxing moon, and taunted right into the Medusa ult.
But most of it was absorbed by the Aegis, but still cleaned up nicely by that 3-man rotation as these invades continue to happen from Rival.
Speed buff is the target right now. Remember, adapting no ultimate. Rapper trying to get in there with that Draconic Corruption, but doesn't get it in time.
But he can look towards Ice Baby, who's in a lot of trouble here on this right-hand side. Terra's Blessing comes into play, but already Ice Baby's dead. The root combo onto Deathwalker's good, but the Kraken just off the mark as Deathwalker will heal back up to full. And on the retreat of Energy, all this pressure has allowed Deathwalker to get a 2-level lead right now. Speed buff does go down as Dimmy tries to keep Deathwalker busy, but the speed buff being dropped is very awkward. Now Adapting wants to try and get hold of that by the looks of it, but he's not being allowed to right now.
It looks like Energy got it, but there's the Kraken onto Wolfie, who used the Purification Beats, then dashes into Yaman underneath the tower, but the Aegis is good enough to save his life.
However, Adapting was waiting for the turnaround play, looks towards Wolfie, gets hit by the Waxing Moon, trapped in place though, can't get away, trapped on his own wall, running for his life now. Raph is on the way to try and help him out.
Oh, but Folk cleans him up with the snipes from the sky. Dimmy coming around the backside, looking for the toss into the tower, but with Deathwalker here as well, Energy may have to retreat.
Raph is the one in better trouble here, but Dimmy's gonna pick up 2 for a wild ride. Sadly enough, it was Callister got aggro from the tower, so Deathwalker will get out. Emilito turns up to the fray, falls back towards his team though. It's only a 1-for-0 exchange where Energy come out on the losing end. All ultimates are down for both teams right now as the Gold Fury started by Rival. The Oracles will go their way as Deathwalker on the aggressive, keeping Emilito honest. Ratha cannot get there in time to steal it away, but Energy want to make them pay for taking the Gold Fury.
But Dimmy's only level 11. He doesn't have a second relic, doesn't have a blink or anything like that, so Energy have to just accept the fact that they can only get the enemy red buff here.
And that red buff will have him out a little bit as the wall comes out here into with the double tap. He's adapting there. The Kraken is good. Callus falls down. In comes Dimmy again, but Deathwalker's clean up Yaman.
Deathwalker's in trouble now though, but a huge waxing moon coming out of Ice Baby. There's just no follow-up from the rest of Rival. Petrified just came off cooldown for Wolfie. Rival do end up losing 2 only to 1 for Energy. You're saying, okay, my ultimate's up in 8 seconds. We can almost fight. But the thing is, Yaman has 10% CDR, so his ultimate is up right now.
Emilito's in trouble, but the Suns will help him out a bit. Vote's going to avoid the damage and turn it back on him. Emilito forced to Aegis, worried about the snipes. 2 of those 3 did hit. That could have spelled death. Why is Aegis?
Just not enough patience right now from Vote. Doesn't wait out that Aegis. Yaman
hello.
around the backside has that Kraken ready to go. Vote's got no relics.
And he's not going to get out of that Kraken damage either. The Whirlpool just pulls him back in again. And Emilito will give him a giggle to let him know, you got baited, my friend. He's in a bit of trouble here as the tower's being focused, but with Rafa's rotation, they can try and hold for a while. Still plenty of minions here for Rival, though. And with Dimmy's helping slightly low here, they should get this tower. Adapting is on his way, though.
As is Wolfie. Adapting has that ultimate, though. Tower goes down, and Adapting goes up, looking for the dunk and finds 2.
The baits are real from Energy right now, and the whirlwind of rage and steel is causing them a problem, but Ice Baby will clean up Dimmy. Rafa claims the life of Callus at the same time, but now Energy on the retreat again. 1-for-1 exchange, but Rival get the tier 1 tower.
But Emilito's going to get one of his own on this left side.
Deathwalker straight on Yaman, making sure it's very difficult for them to contest this portal demon right now. Ice is quite low here, but with Wolfie and Deathwalker, it's really up to Rafa. Now Adapting joining in. Rafa got a kill! He didn't manage to steal the portal demon, but Ice, that was a mistake. Jungle Chunga is top of the player damage now. Surprisingly so when you've got the likes of Erlang Shen in the solo lane. Ice Baby is involved in these fights more than you'd expect.
Yaman stunned out there by Kalas into the Waxing Moon, and he dies before he even gets his Kraken off. Kalas able to pick him up.
And the beads down for Emilito now, thanks to the Petrify coming out from Wolfie there. Rival feel confident to continue pulling the Gold Fury. Rafa's here, adapting in the mid lane, but no ultimate available for that Thor.
Not yet, but it's close to being up. Rafa is still just being cheeky in that front line. Not a whole lot of burst secure here for Rival.
Gold Fury is getting very, very low now. Adapting's still farming to the tier 2 tower. Now Rafa pops the ultimate, trying to disengage Rival, and that is the job done. Gold Fury reset, Energy try and disengage. Dimmy will be the last one out of the fight, but this is working out okay.
Adapting comes around the back and hits Vote with that double tap. Gold Fury already gone, but Adapting's up in the air.
Small mistake from Adapting there, double tapping that Gold Fury. Vote's in the scan, he would like to land on him, but Adapting's going to wait for the right time. Can't though, because Vote can hold in the air a little bit longer than he can. Adapting's double tap would have hit, but the Aegis came through. Well, a different story, and Energy have actually picked up Deathwalker on the back of this fight.
Just too deep for the solo laner. Vote, no Aegis, trying to just put in the shots from a distance, and he does.
Oh, he got the double! He got the double off the wall, picks them both up. Yes, Rafa got the kill, but it was all Emilito. First time I've seen a Ricochet come through that really found the mark he was after. Adapting picks up Wolfie, and Callis is running. Rafa's close by, but a fantastic wall from Callis again there. Just gets him out of the danger.
What an unreal Ricochet coming out of Emilito. That fight was just going neck and neck. It was tough to see who was going to come out on top until Emil just single-handedly won the fight for Energy. Adapting, getting low from this Fire Giant, force uses Aegis, but he's not going to fall to the objective. Energy instead get 5 members with Fire Giant.
Now with all 5 members of Energy having the Fire Giant, they're going to siege up the Portal Demon here just for the golden experience. Maybe try and force a fight from Rival up against the Fire Giant. Portal Demon goes to Energy, and immediately Rival disengage. Talking about contesting though, tier 1 tower for right on Energy, but mid lane, Rival have just grouped up and taken that.
There's 500 gold for them. 2 members still on the right side as Adapting goes up looking for the dunk. He's going to hit 3 there with that one.
The Kraken off the mark though, but the Whirlpool did pretty good damage. Dimmy around the back, he's looking towards Wolfie. He won't be able to pick him up though as Vote is looking to clean up Adapting after the engagement. Right hand side, Emilito gets the tier 2 as this fight still continues, but everyone seems to be okay right now. The sustain from Rival, keeping him in the mix.
Raffer backed and used the portal to get a great angle onto the backside of this fight. Again, Adapting no ultimate, but Kalas slowed down by Yaman. Nowhere for him to go for the moment. Gonna have a dash soon, but he's blocked off.
Sacrificial lamb is Kalas right now. The rest of Rival just escapes, and Kalas and clearly made the call there. Leave me, boys.
They might not even look at the towers. They might turn their attention to the Phoenix instead. Emilito has that coerce buff and is just shredding through Deathwalker.
Deathwalker can't get out of the Whirlpool as the sun's rained down from heaven. Emilito will thank his lucky sun, stars, and moon as well. Vote flipped in. Rolls away to the left. Adapting wants to make sure he forces the ultimate out of Vote, and now on landing, the wall was waiting.
Emilito cleans up Wolfie under that Phoenix. Yaman finds Vote. That middle Phoenix already falling. Energy starting to take this one easily.
Pretty much full build achieved from the Hunter.
Only has that blue stone left, has one more item to go. Lots of penetration in that build, trying to strip down Kalas, who's going to get eaten by that Kraken, but there's not enough damage quite yet. Emilito does find him through that Terra's Blessing.
Adapting down, looking towards Vote. MBK, who rolls to the right-hand side, has to take to the scarf. The double tap did hit there, and waiting for him is 3 hungry members of Energy. Luckily enough, though, he had Wolfie with him to go on Yaman and cause a distraction. The bad news is Wolfie's gonna fall, as will Vote.
The body blocks are too good. Deathwalker trying to chase down Yaman. There's the knockback, but Ice Ice Baby finally cleans up Yaman, but I think he cost himself his life, and possibly this might be the game for Rival. Deicide looks likely here.
Adapting got the double, looking to clean this up with a triple, but Emilito will go, no, I'll take the Deicide for myself. The world champions' first game at the Gauntlet LAN, and they are a lot better, I will say, than we saw in the regular season.
And that's what we expect from Energy. Like they said, you know, like Yaman said in the interview, whether it's a little bit of bravado or whether it's true, they didn't want to burn themselves out. They just kind of took the early part of the spring split easy. Nothing easy of coming out of Energy here today. They are here to play, here to dominate.
I will say it's a bit of a tricky situation though to try and play around Deathwalker. When you look at the fact it's going to be a Xingtian he's against in lane, he's going to win that lane anyway, so you try and get advantages elsewhere. Talk about advantages, there's a good opportunity here for Rival to go in. They've already taken out Emilito, but Vote could be a casualty. No, quick meds coming through. Adapting still around the back though, looking to poke him out.
But there goes the turn on to him. He has to go up into the Anvil of Dawn to give himself an escape route out of danger. Great engagement there by Rival.
Dimmy keeps poking his head around the corner here just to try and keep Rival honest, but they're going to siege up this tier 2. Dimmy's still trying to keep Deathwalker busy right now as Callis and the boys of Rival will get the tier 2 tower and immediately fall back once Emilito is respawned.
2 Hunters, so difficult to zone 2 Hunters off of your tower, but it looks like Energy wants to keep the engage going.
Callis being chased down once again, and he may be once again a sacrificial lamb, but luckily enough the Monolith and his passive will keep him from being thrown away from the danger. Dimmy has to jump to the backside to push back Rival, and Deathwalker was left alone with the carries of Energy, and Yamin one of those carries will claim a life. And next on the list is Ice Baby.
Emelito is back with a vengeance. There's the double dunk coming out of Adapting. The wall as well cuts off the escape route for Vote and Collis.
And now Rafa jumps in, didn't find the stun he wanted, but Adapting's not scared of continuing to pressure. Vote forced all the way back and very low. Emelito wants that kill. He can smell blood, and he will get the life of the enemy hunter.
It might be the support as well. It will. Double kill coming out of Emelito. Wolfie just backtracking, trying to stay alive, but Rafa is level 20. He's 2 levels up right now on this Medusa.
And Wolfie's just going to try and buy time if he can to stop energy ending this game. The problem is, though, with 3 members in the mid lane, they should still be able to close out this game right now.
Yeah, with Dimmy here to tank this up. No minions for the time being, but Emelito's damage is enough. Wolfie is eventually going to fall there to the kill from Rafa, and Energy are going to take game 1 up against Rival.
Rafa has 21.
Right?
Wait a second.
Right?
Hang on. Hello? There we go.
Okay.
Oh, there was a moment there. I'm like,
Yeah,
no way.
Are you kidding me?
21 kill participation from Rafa there. 6-0 and 15. That's crazy.
Team Rival on the left side, they have the first pick, which means they also have the first ban. It's going to be a Kepri one more time. Fafnir banned out. I don't think Ho Yi is a top pick. I don't think he's a top ban, but at the end of the day, you said it, a lot of people said it, the reason Rival lost that game was a lucky bounce. Scotty and Poseidon. Bologna is Deathwalker, and we saw Wolfie's Ra yesterday.
And the 4 has a lot of engaged potential.
But the Sobek selection, Guan Yu will be the selection.
And already they've got a bit of pressure in this lane by their positioning here. Is it going to be interesting to see what Emelito and Rafa do to answer this back?
Yeah, if Ice can come over here and give Vote the help that he needs, it really could be a big lead for Vote in that dual lane.
Deathwalker in mid, though. He's wrapping around the back, and Yamin didn't see it coming. We've been watching this all weekend long, and Rival will gain first blood. Ice Baby on the board, and you don't want to give that to a Susano.
That's the dream scenario right there. Now Deathwalker doesn't even need to use his teleport because Dimmy didn't really push that wave up too hard.
What's Rafa doing? Rafa? Hello? He's sat in the camp right now on the left-hand side because he's soaking experience through the wall, but he's also protecting the purple buff. I know it looked really awkward there, but he's hogging the wall just so he can get the gold from the minions dying to the tower. Right-hand side, though, different story here for Rival. They've got the pressure that they're after.
Dimmy always has these low-pressure matchups. There's not a whole lot of point in camping him. There's not a whole lot of point in trying to keep him down because his matchups usually do that by themselves. Emelito gets to free farm in a lot of these matchups.
Adapting to the sky, keep an eye on Ice Baby. He'd like to go for that with no beads, and he will go straight forward with a snipe from Wolfie was beautiful. Different story from the Kraken, though, coming out from the mid laner of Yamin, as he does end up falling down to Wolfie. Great ultimate out from Deathwalker, but he can't pin down Dimmy long enough.
Wolfie's Raw is just nuts. I mean, you saw their coach Alpha Jackal throw up the sign yesterday before, a very rude sign, saying that Wolfie equals Raw, and that's exactly right.
You know, I actually want Rival and Saw to face off, so I get to see Aninster versus the mid laner of Wolfie, but they both have to play. They both have to. They both get to play Raw. There's just one rule: they both get to play Raw.
Cooper has to like sign off on that. I don't know if he's gonna be down.
Oh, no one cares about Coop. He just finds people.
I care about Coop.
Yeah, because you just got to get him fined. Right inside, though, Deathwalker's so confident. Look at the bludgeon. Great juke through from Dimmy. And Deathwalker's getting heavily punished. Dimmy's in a good spot because of minions, but the sustain from the Scourge helping Deathwalker out. Keep an eye on the jungle rotations, though, because there's 4 members of energy around him. It was a trap, and Deathwalker bit off way more than he can chew.
Adapting drops that wall. You can't release the Kraken if any part of that center circle is touching the tectonic rift, and so you have to be very, very precise in terms of dropping that, or just use it before the rift comes out.
Well, left-hand side, you can see that the pressure from Rival is on the Gold Fury right now, but Emelito's here looking to secure, but Emelito's in a lot of trouble. Rival get the Gold Fury, pick up Emelito. Rafa's next on the list. Rotation from Energy's here. Vote might go down. No, Beezer jumps away, but Adapting will close the gap, making it a 2-for-1. Rival come out big. Deathwalker's stolen away the speed. Not only did they go Gold Fury, not only did they get a couple of kills, they get out free and steal the entire right-hand side of Energy's jungle.
And look, it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, definitely could have been executed better for Team Rival, but I love the call to do it anyways.
Deathwalker is still trying to fight here, has his ultimate available to get away, but he might not get a chance to use it because if he does, Adapting's going to be waiting. One more hit onto Deathwalker should be enough to bring him down. The rally has worked. Adapting chose the wrong route, but the good news is the option was covered by Rafa.
That's why Adapting wasn't too worried. He knew the option was covered. Dimmy falling low here to Ice Baby, who doesn't commit that third part of the Storm Kata.
Wolfie snipe comes out. this time won't found Dimmy, but Callus is wrapping around the back now, and Dimmy needs to be careful.
No dash, no ultimate, nowhere to go. Wolfie is under that tower, but doesn't take the tower aggro from not hitting Raffer or Dimmy. Smart play there.
Raffer's baiting because Yamin's on the way as well. Wolfie would have seen it now. They look for the pick on Callus, but Callus turns it around, and Raffer could be in trouble. No real follow-up available for Rival. They want to disengage. No, Adapting gets pulled there, but do you like the Berserker? I like the Berserker Barrage just to try and cancel out any potential follow-up available to the side of Rival there, but that is giving them a window for the Goal Fury. Let's have a listen into Rival right now.
Block down.
Guys,
Nice.
I'm dead.
Leave him. Oh shit, you ulted. That's not good. They will push mid. You'll push mid.
Can you yell that? You need to rotate.
Yeah, we need to defend mid lane. But
They're
going to Porto. They're going to Porto.
They used all of our ults. We can defend us.
I think we can.
They're baiting behind the wall. Wanna fight it?
Yeah, go plus.
I'm on plus.
Go plus, no Aegis.
Yeah, plus.
Good job.
So back.
Nice. 1 TP.
Oh, what? Oh.
I only have that.
I have nothing.
I'm gonna go.
Got this.
I think I know.
Forward is low, by the way. They are healing up
gonna heal
like 1 HP. Just get out.
I'm coming.
I double tap man, had Aegis. Didn't even see it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But an opportunity arises for the speed buff invade. Left-hand side, though, the trade between the Hunters. Caldeir's into play. He's going to be able to tank the tower for Emilitos to get some more autos in if he can connect them. But Emilito's got to respect the tower damage as Caldeir falls down. Right-hand side, speed buff has dropped, and now Daptin's in a dangerous spot right now.
Typhoon is going to get Aegis out, and Wolfie went for the ultimate as well. Both the mid and jungle looking to clean up Adapting, but that Aegis getting him out of danger.
And the speed buff is secured from Energy, given to Rafa now as the left-hand side vote. MBK is forced back to base, allowing Emilito to get a tier 1 tower in the left-hand lane.
Yamin is just getting poked out so heavily by Collis, who picks up 2 with that Whirlwind of Radiant Steel, but the commit is onto Adapting. He has to use the Kraken defensively.
Yamin will get out, Adapting to the sky now, looking to reinitiate onto Wolfie. The Raw's the one in trouble, tries to dance in the heel as long as he can, but both times of that double tap connect, and Adapting will go onto a killing spree. Bad news is, though, Deathwalker is just ticking with that mystical mail, and will finally bring down Dimmy alongside the Jungle Thor.
Look at the player damage right now for Deathwalker. 14k. Emilito and Raph are here trying to defend this Portal Demon, but Rival popped the meditation and look to take the fight.
Portal Demon is so very, very low. It'll go the way of Rival. Rafa gets hit by that nice little pillar coming out from Vote to slow him down. Secures Ice Baby, another kill. Rival are taking it to the world champions right now. They are in control of this game.
Focus fire from Rival has been phenomenal so far.
Well, we've hit mid-game right about now. Mid-game's going to go on for a while here, Aggro, as we look at Ice Baby trading with Emilito. But Ice Baby bit off more than he can chew because Dimmy's still chasing him down. The Horsey will bring him in, but a nice knock will get him out. Adapting still wants to secure the kill. Aegis used by Ice Baby. He's not getting any support, however, as the rest of his team are looking towards Dimmy.
Adapting's in trouble now. He already used that hammer teleport. There's the Kraken onto the 2 in the jungle as Vote cleans up Adapting in between his towers. Deathwalker over the top secures the kill on the Dimmy. Emilito is going to get some pressure on this left-hand side, but Ice is here, and Emil's low.
Has to be careful with no relics available, but I don't know if Emilito really knows the state of that. Rival in the mid lane, however, with that Raw, have got great siege potential. They'll take 2 towers in the mid lane. As on the left, you can see Emilito pushing. Yamin's trying to do the same on the right, but he's got to respect the fact that there could be rotations coming.
ML still in a lot of trouble here. No Aegis this time around.
Good
Ice
ward.
lurking. Yeah, the ward, just to see exactly where Emilito is. And I don't mind this play at all from Ice Baby. Emilito is going to get out of danger here, it looks like, by backing right there. But it's just about letting Rival do that Gold Fury.
The second coming of Energy once more. Like, I'm not being funny. This really could be. The way they're playing it reminds me of the old school Energy that we saw climb the ranks. They had one split where they didn't do very well, and then the next split they turned up and started to really apply pressure to some of the best teams in the world. And Rival are trying to do that right now as Deathwalker's taking the whole team on a wild ride. 4v5 and Adapting has the ultimate available to try and force Rival back away from the tower. Callus goes in here looking to keep them busy. Gets a couple of beads and takes Caldeir out, but Caldeir doesn't care because Emilito will clean up Callus now. It's a 3v5.
We've seen so many fights right there. Deathwalker in this exact spot spot as the enemy team retreated yesterday, hit a 4-man taunt with Erlong Shen. You know they're comfortable fighting here. Dimmy, is in a lot of trouble. Immediately cancels out the ultimate to stun out Ice Ice Baby. Really intelligent play there.
It was really well played by Dimmy, and at the same time, Ice Ice Baby too. The Portal Demon is relinquished and given over to Rival because of that. Not in a position where energy right there, but they're still trying to fight.
Kalas gonna eat that Kraken, but still alive. Meditation, a huge ultimate coming out of Deathwalker as well.
Is Kalas alive?
He's still up. Adapting's gonna clean him up on the backside finally, but it's not before 2 fall from energy.
So MBK's very low, and the double tap from Adapting will get him a second kill. Rapper's running from Ice Ice Baby. Will clean that one up as Ice Ice now has to join in and try and bring down Adapting. Adapting is the last man standing here, as you can see at the back. Dimmy's just trying to push waves and retreat as well. The sustain will come through for a minute, but Adapting's still in trouble.
Nice idea for the wall, but it's not quite there. Ice cleans up his 8th kill. 8-0 and 8 right now on this Susano.
Deathwalker's going to be happy to chase down Dimmy here and just keep him busy. There's nothing really up in the jungle right now that we can see. The Rival could look to take maybe the speed buff on the right-hand side, but Dimmy's just buying himself time to stay alive and making sure Rival can't get any objectives.
That's true, but if Yemen's using his Whirlpool to clear the wave, that's a big control skill that
Scratch
they can't
that.
use.
There's a better minion on the front line. That's Deathwalker. He's tanky enough. Amelito took a lot of damage, so did Adapting. Half health already in this fight as Deathwalker's going to get re-sustained back up. Team Rival fall back, but Energy are not having it.
The Kraken hits Kalas and Deathwalker there, and a huge dunk coming out of Adapting. Desert's Fury tearing through the enemy team, but Rival's already lost both of their frontline members.
And that's what the world champions are looking to do there. They waited for Rival to group up to try and resustain and said, none of that, boys. We're going to fight now. 3 members left of Rival are running from Energy Esports as they tear down this right-hand side, looking for vote MBK first of all. Rival are trying to support him, but recognize they have to back away, otherwise they could fall down too.
3 dead now for Rival, and it all just goes wrong so quickly. Kalas went so deep underneath that tier 2 tower. Deathwalker tanked it up, yes, but immediately got put down to about 20% HP. The heal from Wolfie was just too far forward. It was an easy Kraken for Yemen.
And now Ice Ice Baby trying to contest the Fire Giant and look for a cheeky steal away. Will not find it. Instead, he'll find a quick trip back to the fountain. Raph is still tanking the tower shots. He's going to take a long time without minions, though, to bring down this Phoenix. And Rival are just patiently waiting.
Look at all the penetration that Amelito has in that build, though. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage to this Phoenix right away. There's the engagement a little bit there. Snipe off the mark, though, from Wolfie.
Kraken, different story. Staying up with the amazing Eagles ride from Deathwalker will avoid the damage. Energy are being pushed back, and a big ultimate from Callis allows Wolfie to pick up the damage dealer in Amelito. And the sustain from Dimmy's down too. Yamin has to beat and run for his life. Adapting's Aegis is down. He spins to try and avoid getting knocked up, and luckily his hammer comes up in time. But that was a Fire Giant team of Energy. They really want this Phoenix. No ultimates available for Energy that are alive anyway, and 3 men have to defend against the onslaught of Team Rival.
Deathwalker again trying to tank it up. Ice is really focused on getting down Adapting. He pokes him out pretty heavily as Vote and the rest of Rival knock down the mid Phoenix.
The Phoenix goes down and Rival take control of the game once again. Fire Giant is off all the members of Energy Esports now. 30 seconds on the respawn of that. But Energy can't easily contest this Fire Giant now that Fire minions are pouring in through mid.
Yeah, Yemen still pushing forward, trying to find the slow onto Ice Ice Baby. Can't quite find it, even with that increased attack speed, but the Kraken catches up to the jungler.
The Fatalis allows him to close the gap enough, and Ice Ice just hung around a little bit too long there. Rival can get here in time to contest it. The fight isn't going to be too bad because both their carries have their relics available. Adapting takes to the sky very early on just to make sure he can see people coming and make sure that does not happen. He's not after kills there, Aggro. Do you see that? He just watched them and went, what are you going to do now? I'm out. Now they're waiting for the next minion wave to come in. We'll see if they can get this Phoenix.
Adapting knows where Ice Ice Baby is. He knows that that's where he's been coming into these fights every time, trying to flank from the side.
Dimmy fighting with Deathwalker on the front side. Amelito's just patiently waiting at the back here. Rafa gets the pluck onto Callis and into the Whirlpool. The snipe comes out here in Amelito, and Rafa took a lot more damage than he would have liked there, as well Caldeir forced to run away on just 2 hits of health.
What a quick med coming out of Rafa there. As soon as that snipe hit Amelito, immediately meds him up, then the conviction heals coming out of Dimmy. That's exactly the whole point of this composition, is to just heal up that scenario.
Not just med though, but the Shelly's down, and now push out Rival, and Adapting's in the sky looking for an opportunity. They look for Vote at the moment. Vote's on his own, and he's going to get an Aegis. Good peel from Callis. The wall from Adapting did not help. On the backside though, Ice Ice Baby and Deathwalker and Wolfie are taking it to the other 3 of Energy. They get 1, they're going to not get 2 until the man below falls.
Raffer's so low, but he got a lot of HP in that build. Ice plucked back into the enemy team of Energy. Adapting knocked up. There's the Furious Roar as well, but Adapting escapes with 1 HP. Ice Baby trying to chase him down.
Jungler versus Jungler, the old and the new will take the life of the world champion. Jungler adapting for Energy. Raffer, meanwhile, being chased down by Raw through the jungle back to his own half of the map. It's not long until he falls down, especially because Callus is going to join the fray.
There's the snipe to secure it as well. Only Dimmy left standing. 3 members here. This is the safer call. Raffer just bought too much time, distracted Wolfie and Callus for too long for Rival to get that middle Phoenix. Emilito and Yaman both respawning right now.
But with Guan Yu on the side of Energy, both teams having some sustain. You'll be able to heal back up before the next engagement. Callus being looked at by Raffer, plucked towards the enemy team, but it's not going to be anything to write home about until Adapting takes to the sky.
Might be looking at Wolfie, but the focus on Emilito. Nice crack and peels for the Hunter as Deathwalker is trying to handle multiple members of the carries. The snipe is good from Wolfie, but not enough to knock anybody down.
Not just yet, and Energy looking to retreat a little bit, but the front line of Raffer and Dimmy are doing pretty good work. Rival also healing up on the backside, and Dimmy went for a different route away from his team. He takes a little bit more punishment. He'll survive for now. Both teams still alive.
Nice juke there from Dimmy. Gets him out of that jet stream coming from Ice Baby. And then the Wind Siphon was just not off cooldown in time to pull the solo laner back in.
Couple of problems though for Energy. Look at their relic situation. Only Yamin has his relics up. Left-hand side though, look at Rival's composition. You've got Vote MBK with both relics up, and Wolfie still has his Aegis. This could be a good fight for Rival.
Ice getting very low off that pluck. Dimmy going right for him into that backline with the cavalry charge, but Ice able to dash away. That snipe from Wolfie is ready to go. That CDR that he has a little bit of his build, really, really strong right
Energy
now.
looking to push on, and Deathwalker was the last one through the little closed gap, and he's going to get picked off. The snipe from Wolfie here adapting, but it wasn't enough to bring him down. 1-0. 60 seconds plus in a 4v5 for Rival now. A couple of massive Munes on both sides now. I can see 2 on the side of Rival and 1 for Energy. Adapting's going up here as they look at the Fire Giant. They were trying to bait in Rival. Ice Baby could be the focus. Cancel that, it's Wolfie.
He's blocked back into the enemy team. Aegis is good, but not good enough. Emilito gonna pick up his 5th kill of the game, putting Energy at the even 20. But at this stage, Rival's already defended 2 5-member Fire Giants at this stage. You may as well just give this one up. No sense in getting yourself at a bigger disadvantage.
Let's have a listen in to Energy here as they look to siege down this Phoenix.
Maybe put that normal bait to clear it and then we go on them.
Yeah.
Behind us now.
Behind us.
The sun is here.
They're initiating.
We're really punk.
Yeah, look for them. Susanna from behind.
They're gonna me.
Susanna's down.
Oh, Malt's down.
Careful, heal up.
Heal up now. Heal up now.
Good crack, good crack.
Get up.
Heal up.
Stay.
Heal up. Same again. I have bros on me. So
Just relax.
Go shots for Susanna from behind again.
Push this now. Yeah, I need healer.
Susanna's ahead of us.
I'm out.
Well, Energy are calm under pressure there. They recognize how important Susanna was, but they found that pick onto Callus, and they can't defend now. Rival of that Phoenix on the left-hand side. Immediately, Energy look to group in mid. The sustain is what they were after, but there goes Deathwalker!
Big Eagles rally, and then Ice pulls 2 into the Phoenix. Yamin, 1 HP. Vote's gonna be able to pick him up. Emil running for his life. Deathwalker cleans him. Vote finds 2. Dimmy forced to run and just able to survive.
And Ice will chase them down to make sure they can't get away here. Dimmy's looking to try and find a way out of this. The rest of Rival are going to pile down the mid lane and get that Phoenix. Raffer, realizing there's trouble, needs to base to try and defend the Titan. The respawns are so long here, aggro.
Dimmy's gonna fall. It's only Raffer here to defend, and he's got to do it for 45 seconds. The only difference is, can Deathwalker stay healthy enough to tank up this Titan?
The old and the new, and the old are in trouble right now. Yes, they're up 1 game, but Rival are gonna make it a best of 1 if they can bring down this Titan. Raffer flips Deathwalker away. He's trying to body block the best he can. The surrender vote has started, and Rival have defeated Energy Esports in a 46-minute extended game.
The final match. Game 3, picks and bans, P's and B's, pretty please. Let's get right to it. Energy versus Team Rival. They're the ones that have the second pick this time around. Energy will have the first. Energy, it's their time. They've already banned out the Circuit, but the Kepri already taken away. The Susano ban.
But instead decided to ban the Fafnir, and they went for 4.
It's the Scotty and Bologna on the side of Team Rival. But finally, there he is. It's J-Man Janice. The ISIS coming out for Wolfie. There's a Kali. All right. Bringing out the peppers. We're getting spicy here. I like the Chronos selection a lot here from Energy.
I love Athena here.
I went past Deathwalker, who just nipped to the bathroom between that set, and he said, "You ready for a 50-minute game?" Then there's Kali. So I'm like, okay. On top of that, though, I also saw Emilito today and went, "Hey, you know the Energy Chronos skin isn't in this client?" And I'm like, "What are you going to play Chronos for? No one plays Chronos." And he gave me a smile, and I was like, "No, you're not going to do it. Don't be silly." He pulls out Chronos as well.
Very surprised to see the Kali. I liked the idea from Energy to ban out Ice Ice Baby. We saw Circuit Susano, their first 2 bans. A Hunbat's in that second ban phase as well. I was really hoping to see his Fenrir, though. That's one of his most signature gods.
This speed buff, though, is being looked at by Rival now as they go aggressive. Adapting takes to the sky early on. Speed buff reset, but Adapting's looking for the fight. 4 members group from Rival, and he'll hit 3.
There's the up and down from Deathwalker. There's the ultimate from Athena as well. But again, Rival force Energy off of this speed buff enough to try and secure it, but it goes Rival's way.
But Ice Ice has no beats this time round. Took a bit of poke as the Lawbringer out from Dimmy. No Fearless this time. Rival are not going in, but Baby is.
A 4-man stun coming out of Kali, but just not enough follow-up. The Spirit Ball was on cooldown there from Wolfie. Good damage over the wall. Nice Spirit Ball as well, but Raffer's going to be able to get out of danger.
Still a win for Rival, though. They get the speed. They're going to get the blue, and look at the left-hand side. Vote has stolen away the red buff, and now looking to the purple.
Emilito does not here in order to contest his own buffs all across the map. Rival exerting that pressure that they've drafted.
Deathwalker yet again has a 2-level lead over Dimmy. I think I've been saying that all day so far, and Dimmy's in a bit of trouble here. Lawbringer just came up, but the Eagles rally was waiting. Dimmy is soloed by Bologna. Boy, Emilito's hanging around mid lane right now. He's leaving pressure for Vote MBK to push on the left-hand side, looking to try and help out the mid lane of Energy at the cost of the duo side.
Speed buff due to respawn, and that's why we see this grouping from Energy. All 5 members here to try and defend the buff from Ice Ice Baby, but he gets it anyways.
Ice Ice Baby taking a different route out while stun adapting, but jumps over the wall away from the stuff from Emilito. Yamin giving chase, no portal available. Good damage out of Emilito. The wall going to cut the option off. Ice Ice forced to ult, but adapting's gone to the sky.
Just waiting out that destruction ultimate, but the snipe's going to take care of him for him.
Callus gets dunked on by adapting. The double tap not used there, just a single as Deathwalker reinitiates again. Spirit Ball from Wolfie will follow up, and Rafa gets taunted in, but the pull from Yamin just too good to answer.
Whoa.
Round the back comes Vote, though his Dimmy does take out Callus.
It's just too late. Vote didn't come in time. He said he stole away the red buff when Rival really needed him there to fight. Look at all the wards placed by Emilito right now on this Chronos. He's a little bit behind, not only in his build, but in levels as well, due to all the aggression.
Adapting goes mid, space and time didn't hit Wolfie, and Wolfie will survive, and the potential to turn this around is here. Deathwalker around the back, but a great portal from Yamin will stop him. Rafa, however, is cleaned up as he was trying to escape and keep Rival busy. One of those kills went to Dimmy, the other towards Giannis, so it's an even game with where the kills have gone. Duo lane, rewind forced at the cost of Vote's ultimate there, 1 for 1.
Definitely worth it for Vote in that scenario. Emilito is definitely a little bit more susceptible to those ganks without the rewind compared to Scotty without Winter's Grasp.
But no rewind this time, and Ice Ice turns up. Athena on the way too. Stun gonna force the beats. Stunning response coming out from Emilito, but he's taking a lot of poke from Caldair too. The taunt follow-up gives Ice Ice Baby the first kill to get him on his way. And the 3-man grouping of Energy we've seen so many times before. Space attempt to the left-hand side, though they want Vote MBK, who's taking a treat against Emilito, but Emilito's one more hit. Caldair's chasing the dogs, trying to do the work, and it will get it. Vote uses the Aegis to buy time. Vote's still alive for now. He may go down, but here's the rotation from Rival.
Ice finds 2 with the stun. The focus is onto adapting, but the Spirit Ball not quite in range. Taunt is big there from Kalas, but not enough to find a kill. He's got that Fatalis, so upping that attack speed and getting some penetration online, as well as the ability to stick to whoever he's auto-attacking. Very, very important for Kali. Definitely one of her core items. Looks like it's going to be a Heartseeker potentially, though we've seen a lot of mass immunes so far this weekend.
A little bit risky at this Gold Fury. Space and time is available for Yamin. His adapting goes to the sky. Gold Fury goes down to Rival. Space and time fired off. Doesn't hit anyone. Adapting goes straight for Wolfie, though. Ice is in trouble. Isis is dead. Athena ult was channeled, but he's going to fall back in place. No real damage coming off of that. Ice Ice Baby, though, was trying to clean up the back, and the Lawbringer over the wall. We mentioned Dimmy, and Dimmy's doing what he needs to, keeping Ice Ice Baby at bay and killing him as well.
Doesn't even get his ultimate off in time. Energy clean up 2 after Rival snagged the Gold Fury. Gold lead is still in Rival's favor at this point, but it's going to be another 500 gold if Energy can grab this tower.
Deathwalker in mid lane, however, though, is trying to answer that back, and Yamin's in a bit of pressure there against that Bologna. Round the back comes Adapting this tier 1 as Callus gets a 3-man taunt. Adapting gets sieged by Vote MBK, though. The ultimate used by the Scardy, forcing Adapting back. Tier 1 tower stands. Yamin however, does not. He will fall down in mid against the Bologna.
Look at Deathwalker's HP, very, very low, but finds a solo kill onto Yemen. You want to talk about someone who's in the front running for MVP right now? Vote cleans up Raffer on the left side.
The gold went the way of Rival there, and you can see the team, the advantages they've got now is a 2-level lead right now for Vote, 2-level lead for Deathwalker, 3,000 gold, 3,000 experience, and Dapton's going to take to the sky. He'll get out. Is the dot damage enough? It is! Ice Baby will take out Thor. Rival, however, though, focusing on the Portal Demon. They have ward coverage, remember. Adapting knows this is going on.
Has his ultimate, but there's the taunt, catches the hammer. Adapting can't get out. Wolfie's going to be able to hit him with the Spirit Ball.
Straight back to the Portal Demon goes Rival. Dimmy comes in, they're looking for the steal. Won't be able to find it, though. In a bit of trouble himself, has to Lawbringer away. The Eagles rally this time from Deathwalker wasn't the greatest, and Yamin, as per usual with those portals, will get his solo laner out, but Rival still win the engagement.
And this is scary because Akali has a lead like
but
this.
Akali in mid, little bit out of position here, Ice Baby. Beads are down, ultimate is down, the heal will come through, but how long can he survive? Not long enough. They'll pick him up as the rest of his team are looking at the tier 2.
But Adapting lands down, tier 2 does fall, but there's a Terra's Blessing stun onto Wolfie, forces his purification beads, but Deathwalker is just handling energy right
and the
now.
Mystical Male Ticks are doing some good work too. Emilito's got her exit as Dimmy comes around the back. Wolfie's very low and Dimmy will clean that one up. Callus dashes away as Deathwalker can still tank up a storm on the front line. Gotta be careful of Emilito though, that's where the real damage will come from onto him alongside Giannis, and that's why Deathwalker eventually falls.
Just so unfortunate again. Rival has a lead and then Ice Baby is just out of position. That allows Energy to get a 5v4 in their favor. Just unfortunate positioning out of the jungler.
If he was on Susano there, he may have lived a little bit longer. Callus is trying to contest this just to stop Energy doing the Fire Giant. He did force them to reset, and that was good enough to make sure Energy won't go back to the fire, but they're going to get the blue buff and the tier 1 tower in right. The Gold Fury started up on the left. This should go to Rival for free, as Ice Baby's doing a good job baiting.
Great distraction. There's through space and time from Yemen. Dimmy blinks in. There's the Lawbringer looking for Wolfie. Ice Baby forced into his ultimate, trying to run away from Emilito.
But he's not going to get away from the threshold. Slow over the wall. He will jump for the time being. The rest of Energy, though, want to continue the fight onto Rival at their tier 2. All the way in goes Adapting looking for Vote, but Vote had the Aegis available, and Adapting's one hit from death now. Piercing Cole comes through, and Caldeir will claim the life. The alternate comes as well from Vote MBK, and now Rafa could go down too.
Ice is still alive on the right-hand side. Raffer has to use his meditation in the left, trying to get away from Deathwalker.
How is Ice alive?
Ice is out, I think. Yemen's still trying to chase him down, but he's gone.
So they get the Adapting pick, and Ice Baby lives. This is beautiful for Rival yet again.
Ice still hasn't even started that Light Blade, but with all that movement speed and all that extra damage on his abilities, certainly working out for him.
1-level lead for Deathwalker right now as Callus taunts Rafa in the mid lane, and Rafa's in a bit of trouble as the Spirit Ball and the Silence comes through too. Rafa's jukes against the wall. The wing gusts are good from Wolfie. Credit for the kill will go to Vote MBK as Deathwalker was making sure Dimmy could not flank round. Deathwalker happy to tank up this tier 2 tower. Dimmy comes in with a blink, but a great taunt from Callus yet again will stop Dimmy from doing anything. Meanwhile, Deathwalker is keeping the damage dealers honest at the backline with a fantastic Eagles rally.
Adapting can't go in right now. His team is too low. Rival's going to be able to secure another 1,500 gold. Wolfie has that circle of protection ready to secure this if necessary. Yemen also has that through space and time. Terra's Blessings popped. Energy want to try and commit, but the Portal Demon's already dead.
Turn on them to Adapting, and Adapting's in trouble. He can't get away from the damage that comes out from Rival. Vote, however, is in a lot of trouble thanks to the Fearless from Dimmy, and Emilito combining beautifully. Rewind out of Emilito just to reset one more time. As fantastic Spirit Ball from Wolfie to help peel his team.
But Deathwalker's now in trouble. There's the Fearless coming out of Dimmy. Deathwalker right in the middle of everybody, but here comes the Athena ultimate to give him a little bit of extra damage mitigation. As all of Rival comes through the portal, I don't know, Callus knows he's there now, but the Fire Giant seems to be the focus.
Adapting has his ultimate available, but he's in base right now. Dimmy's around the back trying to keep him busy as Rafa once again is turned on, taunted, silenced, stunned, deleted off the map, and Baby gets the kill. The way Rival are playing this so far, they're winning the team fights, they're getting out scot-free most of the time, and the objectives are still going at Rival, just like this Fire Giant is about to go.
Circle of protection secures it. Rival have the Fire Giant.
They're all trying to make calls about where to go, but they're all on the same page. We heard the mention of Medjai's for Ice Baby here on this Carly, just to make sure the Scourge from Bologna can't impact his damage output. They're sieging up this middle Phoenix though.
Raffer dashing in. There's the Lawbringer over the top of the circle of protectors waiting for him. Dimmy just gets blown up Vote able to clean him up as well. The
Nexus
Spirit Ball
Rapper.
hits Rapper, and Ice Ice Baby cleans him.
The front line is down for Energy Esports. To the left, and Phoenix is now being looked at. Emelito, the only one here right this second to defend. Round the corner comes Yamin, but they don't really care. They went for the objectives, and they got what they came for.
Now they're looking at maybe to end. They're posturing like they want to try and attack the Titan. That
This
right
is where
side
they've
Phoenix.
struggled a little bit by trying to end and not going for Emelito's in trouble. Emelito's dead. Into the sky goes adapting. It's not much of a celebration for him though, because they're gonna win. Rival beat Energy.
Rivals going to Masters. They take down the world champions Energy and punch their ticket to come back here to Atlanta in just 2 weeks.
Fantastic performance. Let's blank that, right? Alpha, that's blank. That's as good as your notes were for that game, but you didn't need those notes. It was picks and bans, right? Energy still have second chance Sunday to look forward to.
Yes.
We do have one more game still to go, which they'll face off against the losers of the NA final set as well. Whoever wins that one will then go on to Masters to join them.
I'm here with the jungler from Team Rival, Ice Ice Baby. Tell me, how are you feeling after beating the two-time defending world champions?
Oh, I'm really happy. Like, my whole team is really happy. That's it.
Well, ecstatic
happy,
words.
like,
ecstatic
that
words. You know,
sounds good.
cool like a cucumber is Ice Ice Baby. But
well, we kind of suck at time, but like with time passes, we get better and better. And
who picks Kali?
Oh, it was kind of like a random pick. We had for this
Just
lane,
random?
Oh, not completely random, but actually, yeah, completely random.
But do you think Energy still has a chance to reach Masters and join you guys?
Oh, they have a pretty good shot after all this NA.
Well, do you have any other last words before we throw it back to the desk? Any shoutouts?
Oh, shoutouts to all Rival fans, shoutouts to the org, shoutouts to my team, and shoutouts to adapting, who's still been adapting after 3 seasons, and I already adapted.
Well, congratulations, Ice Ice Baby, on a miraculous victory, well deserved. We're gonna throw it back to the desk for the next set. It's gonna be North America.
But let's take a look at the bracket and see how far Rival had to come in order to wind up as successful as they did. Find themselves in the finals, trouncing the defending world champions. They'll go on and play the winner of our next set, which is between E United and Soar Gaming. Scotty, the first pick here for E United. Soar take Amaterasu away and also select Rom. Talking about the weird picks. That right there, that's Chaos's Jean Queasy. Zeus is selected for Soar. Bans are all said and done. Kepri, Osiris, Fafnir, Kabrakan banned out by Soar. Nemesis, as I mentioned, Susano, Sylvanas, and Terra will be the bans coming out from E United. Odin will be the warrior of choice for Soar Gaming. Bacchus is not who I expected. Instead, we're going to go offensive with Bacchus.
Bacchus is also actually a really good pick because if he ever initiates and Odin does cage, the mitigation on his passive is at 1, it just, oh my.
And there he is.
The cruisin' bro. Here he is, the turtle god. We've got King Kuzenbo. Soar Gaming pick Kuzenbo. I mean...
You thought John Kui was spicy.
Yeah.
That is not a pick I was expecting to show up.
King of the Kappa, here he is. We've got Hindu and Aggro on the call.
We've had some interesting picks this weekend. It just gets better and better. Kuzenbo now into the fray as well. Only F8 on the Odin for this as well. Always in a bit of trouble in the mid lane after getting a bit of poke pressure with the leap. He's going to get chipped down, but he should be able to resustain a little bit. And Insta and Homie Effie will have lane pressure, as you'd expect up against a Jean Kui and a Bacchus. Really funny, because when you actually look at these compositions, I could easily see E United drafting the exact same composition Saw has here. E United of some of those sort of gods and those roles, that makes a lot of sense to me. But the only thing that gives away to that is that Jean Kui, this is always going to be chaos.
Every single time. I mean, I was talking to him about, what do you think about Jean Kui? And we were talking about the god, and he said, yeah, well, we'll see how well he does later on this week, because we did see some Jean Kui earlier on, not to the same success that I think Chaos is hoping for here.
Well, Sol's going to invade on the left-hand side early on and be able to strip away the red buff, and now they're looking at the purple buff. But he keeps them pinned in lane a little bit more because of how the Nene Kappa works. It does draw aggro from the minions, which means your minions are not attacking the enemy ones. They're attacking that Nene Kappa instead. Bit of trouble for Final K though, because he just dashed in with a sumo slam, and Veriziel's come around the corner.
He's in a lot of trouble right now. Benji slowed him early on. Veriziel's got that speed buff, needs one more auto attack to find it, and he will. Veriziel picks up first blood. This is Final K's third or fourth game, and that's his first death so far. He didn't die in their earlier set. Yes.
Not one death?
Nope.
Well, he's
his
died
first
now.
death early on here.
Jigs on the left-hand side, though. Pressure and Pandacat. Pandacat's supposed to be. Meanwhile, mid lane, Homie FA's in trouble. Has to drop the ring. He's dead as well. Pandacat, though, manages to trade a 1-for-1 in the duo lane. Vetium's going to back straight away there, not hang around. All three members that are frontliners for Saw Gaming here have all taken a tumble early. If that trend continues, there's not much of a frontline available.
But there's the cage onto Chaos, the lightning storm coming on top, and Chaos knows he's absolutely toast. Annenster gets number 2 for Soar.
Good pickup for Saw there. Obviously, the ring comes into play early on. No Phantoms available just yet. Sprint was picked up by Pain Divion at the start here to try and help with juking out some of these abilities and ring around the rosies to an extent, but it's still not enough.
I suppose Jigs here getting met by Verizial and Benji. He's in trouble. There's the Bird Bomb, and the Fear No Evil goes down onto Jigs, but not enough damage to pick him up.
The Bird Bomb didn't really do anything there, and Verizial will be able to leap away to safety. Andis is still under pressure, but the good jukes out. OK's ultimate will keep him alive. Andis is nearly dead. Monkey Toss will seal the deal, and now he's going to take on Homie FA.
But Verizial's in trouble right now. He is a level up. He got that speed buff as well. The Aegis saves his life from that bomb.
Go, Kappa, go. No, not going to happen this time round. He will get away back to safety, 4-2.
This game is pretty much even. The 3v3 core of Soar a little bit ahead outside of Verizial, who's got that level lead. And there's the Fear No Evil onto Jigs. The knockup and the Book of Demons comes out, but a 3-man cage coming out from Homie FA sets up for Andy.
Insta does so much work there. 2 members fallen. Homie gets 2 kills. The extra mobility from the passive of Odin won't be enough to get him away from Verizial, though. But 3 stacks are on the Monkey that detonate through, but it's just not enough.
More pressure from E United as they steal away the speed buff of Homie FA. Verizial 3-0-2 already has been all over the map.
Yeah, Verizial's done a lot of work as the blue buff is stolen on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, Gold Fury is available right now. 2 members of Saw already there. They're really looking for the Oracles, but recognizing, hang on a second, we don't see anyone. This is free.
This Gold Fury is absolutely toast. Bad timing between the backs.
When you look at the fact they've got an Amateur roster that's going to give the whole team extra mobility, you've got an Odin to ring people in like this.
Vetium is right there with the snipes. Pandacat doesn't have a lot of area to juke, and Vetium hits all 3. An easy kill for Homie FA.
Benji teleporting around the back. Verizial on the way as well. Homie FA was too busy taunting to recognize it. Leaps, no Eagles rally from Benji, though. He may look for Vetium, who's out of mana.
There's the purification beads, but the bludgeon's gonna be enough. Benji answers back. Now Homie FA in some trouble under the tower, and Pain intoxicates him in. So something that I just realized is Nemi and Lion for Fine OK. Love this pickup because Pandacat on this Scotty, most Scotties are not going for lifesteal in their build. It's all about the penetration and damage. That's gonna augment even more of his spiked shell damage.
Surprised though that he's not gone for the Thorns as his secondary relic. He wants the meditation, which will allow him to stay in the fights a little bit longer. Blinking from Homie FA over the wall with the ring, but the ring gets reset thanks to the Gold Fury and it going through it. Bird Bomb over the wall on 2, and Chaos is 1 hit from death.
Vetium gonna be able to clean him up with that snipe. Can't quite find the 3rd there on the low health target that's running away. Fear No Evil comes up just in time to get Pandacat the kill onto Jigs.
And Benji is gonna chase down Vetium for days, and there's not a whole lot they can do to stop it. Fine OK's on peel duty as Verizial will clean up Annenster, and Benji can now peel away, knowing that Vetium won't be out. The Bird Bomb would have hit, but a somersault is better.
And the big crit coming out as well. Doesn't matter. Homie FA finds the kill onto the jungler. Fine OK, right in Pandacat's face, forces out his Aegis there towards the end of the engagement. I was talking to Pandacat, I believe it was yesterday, with Barracuda, maybe Friday, and they were talking about Kuzenbo. And Barracuda, like most hunters, is like, yeah, Kuzenbo ruins my life, and I hate playing against him.
Yep.
Pandacat says Kuzenbo is trash. He dares anybody to play Kuzenbo against him.
Really?
Easy wins for him. And these two teams, again, did not play during the spring split. Soar had to forfeit up against E United due to not having the full team. Chaos gets blinked in by Homie FA. Verizial immediately jumps onto Andy.
But Chaos is already dead, and Andy's being kept busy by Verizial, but now Verizial's got a problem because Vetium's here too. Where you gonna juke to, boy? Nowhere. Back to the fountain you go. The taunts are real out of Saw right now, really trying to get in the head of E United.
I'll be honest, a lot of these taunts that you see are kind of good-natured fun. I don't feel that way about this matchup. Soar really wants to get into United's head.
Gold Fury started up by Saw. Pain Divion trying to keep them busy. Bit of damage onto Homie FA. Return of that damage onto Pain, and Vetium snipes. That third one could have spelled disaster for Pain Divion, I should say. But it's turned around as Homie FA bit off more than he can chew.
Now Andy's in a bad spot. There's the meditation coming out from Jigs, or from FineOK rather. Benji in the middle of 4, but he's got that Thorns. No one can hit him.
Pain comes in with a flop though, hanging around. Doesn't get the stun onto Anderson as the Bludgeon will clean that one up. Next on the list is Jigs as a double kill for Benji. Pain's doing his best to bait. Vetium will clean that up as FineOK ends up pushing Benji towards Vetium, and Vetium goes down, giving Benji a triple kill. Disaster in that engagement from Saw. Homie FA overextended without his team just a little hair fraction too much. United starting up the Portal Demon here. Pain Divion on ward duty. He'll spot FineOK as FineOK will look to contest the pull. Not going to get there in time, and instead Verizio goes straight onto him. FineOK still fighting because Homie FA's here as well.
There's the Blink cage, but a great Fear No Evil separates Anninster to allow him to not follow up on that cage. Jigs with the dazzling offense can't save the life of his mid.
Pandacat's in a lot of trouble here thanks to the damage from Vetium coming out as well. Big Eagles rally in place for the extra protections. Gives Benji another kill onto Vetium. Homie FA has to leap over the wall back to safety. 2 for 1. Looking at the player cams though, nobody seems too stressed from either team so far in this one. They recognize this could be a problem for both of them, but even though we United ahead, there's no smiles there. It's all serious business. Oh, tell a lie. Pain's smiling. Of course Pain's smiling.
Pain's smiling because Benji just stole away Homie FA's speed buff and then taunted him, because that's just what you do in this matchup, I suppose.
It seems that's the case. The taunts are real between the two. The fight is there. Obviously, Benji left, saw at an awkward time. They brought in FineOK, who's been a fantastic replacement. Mid lane, Blake from Homie FA, but the Permafrost comes into play. Homie's gonna run. Who you gonna call though, says Chaos. It's not enough damage, but it's enough to make Saw run away. Benji around the back.
Anninster just doesn't do any damage right now. Benji
Vetium's
is
alone.
making Vetium's life hell in this jungle. Sprint popped, Eagles rally over the top, meditation comes out, and Aegis saves Vetium's life from that bludgeon.
And Benji's so tanky that he can weather the storm under a tier 2 for a while. The rest of United just grouping up towards mid lane now with
1,500 more gold for United. Nothing Sora can do about it, but watch. There it goes in United's favor.
As now United start to collapse back towards the Gold Fury. It's up in 10 seconds time as of now, and a United war fight.
FineOK and Jigs get caught out by that Permafrost. There's a flop onto the Soul later, but he is tanky at this stage. Verizio jumps forward with that somersault, but Jigs finds a nice dazzling offense.
But Verizio finds a better Fear No Evil again. Vetium is here, goes straight to the sky, looking at Verizio. 2 shots are good, but the third one is pushed away by FineOK. Fight still going on as Anderson under pressure, needs some help from his team. Gets a little bit of peel, but still falls down to Pandacat. Benji picks up Homie FA off the back of that, and United falls straight back after picking up 2 towards the Gold Fury.
This is going to be another objective, the way of United, their second Gold Fury of the game. It's going to push their lead up above that 10,000 gold mark.
Paul Demon started up looking for FineOK to try and steal it away. FineOK steals it! Don't know how he managed to get away, and he will immediately dip out. Saw find a very, very small win, but it will slow United down around the Fire Giant for a few moments.
That's one of the small wins, but the Sora's going to need a lot of those. Jigs dashes into the enemy, but the speed buff still goes United's way.
Jigs ults to avoid the flop, and Homie rings in Pain Divion. Not rid of the target he was after. He catches Chaos there, but Chaos is very tanky. You can see that Zeus hasn't really done any damage to him, and instead Andy's one hit from death. You know what? If Benji would have stayed there, Mystical Mail would have killed Anderson at the back, but he'll get out, and Vetium is looking to turn it around on Benji.
But can't kill him still. Benji is just able to do whatever he wants in these team fights. No worries at all. 6-0 and 9, top of the player damage charts. That's gotta hurt Sor. I thought it was just the fact that Deathwalker's a really sick Bologna, but Benji showing us that it might be the character as well.
Especially with Cabrakan being the focus of bans just lately as well. And Cabrakan was one of those Guardians you would always want to put into a Bologna for lane control. Oh, Babe just disappeared!
No chance for him to get out of that one. Just trying to steal away the Fire Giant. FineOK now on the run. Verizio already used that Fear No Evil. Meditation comes out from the Soul Laner, but he's super slow here from Benji.
But meanwhile, the fight rages on in the background with the Odin Ring down, a couple of members in trouble. Pandacat specifically has to Aegis, but there comes Benji with the Eagles rally one more time. Unstoppable for the solo laner from United. 5 members strong, 5 members with the Fire Giant. 5 members will take the tier 2 tower.
Benji is the bad guy in this matchup, and he is just reveling in it. He's absolutely loving this.
Not much FineOK can do there to stop the Phoenix going down, but he's drawing the whole attention from the team right now. Investing a lot into him. Are United really going to try and end this? In comes Homie and his health disappeared again. United, they could take game 1 right now. The Titan Lions getting low. The Fear No Evil will secure. It United 26 minutes. GG.
They take game 1 above Soar. We'll see what happens as we head into game number 2 with the picks and bans. Scotty banned because of it. Next to him, Sylvanas Kabrakan, also going to be banned.
Banned there, and I actually really like the Fafnir.
Terra will be selected for Soar Gaming, but Ho Yi will be the hunter of choice for PandaCat, and Veriziel repeats himself playing Hunbats.
I do really like the Cupid pick, though.
Andy Scylla. So he brings out the Broken God, banning out the Agni from Chaos.
The Herc ban's not too surprising either after the showing Fine OK had yesterday.
Jean Kui ban, though.
You're going to see the Amaterasu come out. Nike will be across the lane. A Wheelish, the jungler of choice, and Vulcan will round things out for the mid lane on E United.
I love this Cupid pick for Vedium in particular. Fine OK taking more damage than he is really given there to Benji until Homie Faye comes up.
Benji's really low. At the same time as Homie F, the minions come into play though, so both have to back away. Fine OK eats a lot of archer damage there as well. Wouldn't have liked that, but the Vanguard plus the potions will keep him steady. Homie's the one that's going to be more careful though now, which has allowed United to get pressure. Meanwhile, mid lane pressure went the way of United. They're also going to swing on to the left, but Saw with following suit.
The difference here in the solo lane is while both Osiris and Nike have those cleave auto attacks, only Benji went for the Death Toll. Fine OK went for the more defensive mark of the Vanguard, so he's not going to get healed up just by auto attacking the wave like Benji will.
Right hand side of United are going aggressive again. They steal the speed, and Homie FA still level 1. Beats Durley trying to avoid the slows. Still not going to stop Veriziel getting first blood for a second game.
And this is the worst case scenario right now. A Willish from behind is difficult to really be effective on.
3 buffs stolen by United now. Speed, blue, and the red from Saw's jungle. I don't even know how duo lane's going yet because the Hunters are still going at it. It should be a Cupid lane, if anything, due to the boxing potential.
Oh, Vedium dashes in, and there's still a lot of minions there, but PandaCat doesn't have that mark of the Golden Crow yet to guarantee that stun. Looks like he put 2 points into the ricochet, so Vedium knew that, I'm supposing, because that was a risky play there.
It was risky, but it also did stop PandaCat going in the jungle to steal away that purple buff, which speed buff stolen away again by E United. Blue buff will be the next thing on the cards for them, but Saw have cleared out the minions from under the tower and are rotating round to help out Fine OK in the blue, but they will meet Benji and Veriziel, who are waiting here to contest.
Fine OK still a little bit behind Benji in terms of health and XP. There's the bounce, monkey bounce onto Anister.
Watch out for
and Jace.
Chaos on the Vulcan is on the back line here. He's going to look towards Anister. The backfire didn't hit. Still a use of the Sentinel was not very good there at all, but he will escape with the barest amount of health. Pulled back in under the tower of a monster. Anister connects. Pain Beyond is dead. Speed buff respawns for Saw, and United are already in position to strip it away again as Nike hits the first part of her passive. This mobility will increase as time goes on. It's a small boon on the side of Saw fans.
And that's the amount of minions that the entire team has to kill. That one's all complete. Now Saw needs to get 10 kills
Yeah,
as a
that's
team.
the easy one, right?
Yeah, the easy one, exactly. And have 2 members hit level 20.
Gold Fury started up. Suns a drop. Full commit from United here. Looking to steal this one away is Saw. Saw will steal it away as Anderson picks up Veriziel. The I'm a Monster hit. Next on the list is Chaos. Boom! Goes to Dynamite. PandaCat looked at. Pain looked at. Round the back comes Benji. The man who will not be named, maybe looking for Anister right now, won't find it. Andy zones him away. PandaCat back to the tier 2. United make a mistake because Hoey's leap is not the fastest thing in the world. Talking about leaps. Veriziel goes in on Jigs there, but no Fear No Evil used. They're surrounding Jigs, though, as Fine OK now comes in, and Jigs is a bit awkward. Holds his dash well, though, to escape, and it's actually Fine OK who's in a bit more trouble.
Look at how much damage Fine OK took. Nice knock up there from Homie Efe onto Veriziel, forces his purification beats, but he jumps over and uses that Fear No Evil.
Speed buff goes down. Veriziel picks that one up as still the collapse is on. A lot of pressure onto Fine OK, who uses the shield and disengage, but round the back wraps Saw.
Chaos is in a ton of trouble right now. Andy trying to chase him down. I'm a monster over the wall. Cleans up Chaos. Looking for one more. Veriziel 1 HP, but he jumps out.
He'll leap out of the way. Meanwhile, on the backside, PandaCat comes round, drops the Suns, looks to pick up the kill. Vetium will get credit for that. Sorry, Vetium will fall down to Benji as that happens. Homie FA picks up Pain as Benji surrounded by 4, looking to get back to the tier 1. Won't get away. No need for to escape that. And PandaCat's on the run now from the rest of Saw.
Homie FA's right here. There's the Feather Step. No, he holds it actually. Both relics now down for PandaCat. No jump, no way for him to escape. PandaCat's gonna fall.
And Saw can't get too many objectives off the back of that amazing successful win. Jigs in a bit of trouble on the front side here. Looking to keep going aggressive for the time being, keeping them busy. Jigs holding on to this is actually allowing Fine OK to make a good rotation. Veriziel's dead. He used the Fear No Evil too. Fine OK will clean him up, coming round the back. 2 more kills, and we will see Saw get their second laurel as well, so extra movement speed for the whole team. One of the reasons Nike was so prioritized for such a long period of time with that extra mobility. Benji around the back though, looks straight towards Aninster, and Benji's getting forced out by Fine OK and Betium too. I'm a monster hits into the Order of the Afterlife, gets him away, but Fine OK's there with Homie FA to close the gap, and before you blink, Chaos has joined him in the fountain.
And again, it's just Aninster doing so much damage on this Scylla. Benji does not have the lead that he did in game 1. Yes, it was the Gold Fury steal and the double kill for Aninster that really got him in position to start to carry this game.
Homie FA trying to stop Panda campaign to be on with Fine OK coming round the back now, and sorry, Aninster chasing round, and he's looking for the Sikkim if he can find it. Pain pops the ult early, but this could be turned round now because Pain, Andy waited perfectly, pulled back in, Pain falls down as well. 11-2 kill lead, that gold gap isn't that big.
Oh, Panda Cat in a lot of trouble. Andy chases him over the wall. There's a Sikkim crush, a little bit off the mark to zone Panda Cat back towards the team.
The win to surrender the Portal Demon over to Saw again. Gotta be careful though, because the Fire Giant could be next in the cards if nobody responds soon. That's why Jigs was like, hey guys, no one's here. Why don't we just start fire?
Fine OK is gonna back though, but he'll have that portal to come right back through. Vedium's on the front side. Chaos is in a lot of trouble. The blink in from Homie Faye, and Vedium cleans up Chaos, no problem.
And now it's just Benji here alone for the time being, because still Veriziel is trying to rotate round as is Panda Cat. Sorry, not a Panda Cat, I should say Pain to Beyond. Well, one of these two teams will have to face rival in the finals if they can get there today. The United need one more win to get there, but they're up against Saw right now. Pain to Beyond's forced out with the ultimate. Cupid Heart Bomb comes through, but it's not enough to kill him. Sun's rained down from Panda Cat, but this is all defensive work from United.
Homie FA up over the wall, looking for Veriziel. Lots of damage onto the jungler. The knockup is good, and Homie finds the solo kill on Veriziel.
Meanwhile, Benji's still going to fall on the right. The Thorns won't save you now. 15-2. Saw back towards the Fire Giant. Vetium now finds himself with 3-level advantage. And Saw might just wait here patiently and allow Fine OK to take a 3-2.
There's no reason to take this 4v5 fight right now. Homie Faye actually uses his beads early on there. I think by accident was looking for the blink, I do believe. Veriziel in a lot of trouble. There's the pull back over the wall. Beads is way too late, and Vedium's able to kill him.
And now United trying to collapse, but Pain's already dead too. Homie gets him. Fine OK takes a tier 2 tower. Right hand side, and still the pressure going on from Homie F as he looks towards Chaos. Aegis is down. Panda Cat stood in place, knowing that he's gonna get dropped as well. Vetium picks up that kill, and now on the backside you can see Fine OK is going for a Phoenix.
Sword has played that so well. It really, actually, United played that poorly in my mind, because they have the man advantage and they don't play around it. They instead try to take a 1v1 fight in the jungle with
Saw and United are unstoppable at the moment. Neither team really has an advantage going to the last one.
All 3 Phoenixes down now. Sword is making sure fire minions are gonna flood into this Titan room. Look at that crush out of Aninster.
It's just waiting for fire minions poking over the top with the fact of Aninster and that crush just allowing to do damage to not only the Titan, but the defense from United that is on its last legs.
There's the blink, fear no evil, but the Titan already falling below 75% HP. The Vulcan ultimate out of Chaos doesn't really hit anybody. That's a lot of ultimates. 4, in fact, out of United, and Sora is still healthy.
Well, Benji's not. He's already dead. Vetium's Heart Bomb will pick up that kill for them. More than anything, Saw just waited for United to invest everything on defense, and then with the fire minions coming through, Andy can get a kill onto Chaos. Dunk into the fountain. The Titan will fall. Saw will take us to a game 3.
We'll head to picks and bans for the final matchup here of our North American winners and see who winds up number 1. United has the first pick, and of course, the first ban.
The respect ban of Scylla from Aninster. On the opposite spectrum, you've got Sora with the same respect ban for the Jean Queen. And I was about to mention the Scotty as well.
Yeah.
With Fafnir and Terra already being picked up by Sora.
Thor and Agni. They're going to ban out Bologna and the Hun Bats. I think it's a very important ban to come out of the United. Homie asked his team to ban Odin so he wouldn't have to play it. I'm looking at the Susato ban. Well, Ra will be the choice for Aninster. Touch on the Hercules here. Thanatos is the selection for Homie Effie in the jungle.
Dashing from Chaos there, looking to clear the wave. Gets a bit of aggro from Homie Effie and those minions there, so gets chunked a little bit, but he'll sustain back up. On the left-hand side, though, Saw wanted to do the red buff at the start of this game. Pain to Beyond hung around there a little bit to slow them down, which means this whole wave will get into the tower before Saw reach it. The question is, how many minions do they lose? They're going to lose the purple buff, that's for sure, giving United an edge in this duo lane.
They only lost 1 minion in terms of experience, but a lot in terms of gold on the right, it looks like United going to be able to strip away the enemy blue buff from FinoK, who's gone for the mana chalice. He understands that he's not getting a whole lot of mana buffs this weekend.
And United's the game they won in game 1 was all focused on the right-hand side of this jungle, controlling both the speed buffs, both the blue buffs over and over again, gave him an insurmountable lead that Saw couldn't get back from.
Homie FA and Anitz are going to respond with an invade of their own, this time on the red. Homie in a bad spot here, I think, but Chaos, only level 2, not going to be able to stun him out.
More than likely, he won't have the stun available for him here. Would have gone for the flame wave, I expect, so Homie FA needs some support from his duo lane there. Flopping from Pain Divion, though, and Jigs is going to get caught too. Luckily enough, Pain Divion did not have the chug available to provide the stun required. So we'll get the purple buff on the left-hand side here, especially with Homie FA still around on this Thanatos.
Surprisingly enough, Venium and Jigs have been able to hang on, this time securing their own red buff and likely their purple buff as well. Benji just using the ultimate there and try and clear the wave and also return a little bit of extra damage.
It also keeps them both busy in this lane too, wondering if there's a gank coming in. At the same time as the speed and blue have spawned from United, sorry, from Saw, I should say. United are now in position to try and invade, knowing that Homie F and FinoK both took a lot of damage there.
Verizio just going to land on the speed to guarantee it goes the way of United. Speed is up and ready to go, and Andy does have that Searing Pain potentially to steal it away.
Hammer from Jigs, no follow-up really, as Anister throws out the line. Nuke doesn't find any follow-up, has the snipe available to try and steal this way if he wants to, but just a tip catches, and it's not enough to bring down the buff. Verizio steals the speed again.
If someone gets hit by Jigs' hammer and spreads out that slow, you're still going to be slowed through that sprint.
Oh, that double tap did so much, and Verizio's going to have a little giggle at Homie FA's expense. Energy didn't win everything today, as we normally would have expected to see after winning the World Championships twice. They fell down to Rival right now, who are the new name on the block to talk about from Europe.
Actually ending the winning streak of Energy at land. Verizio up in the sky looking for Homie FA, but he's also up in the sky. Anister is going to be the target.
Anister is the target, but Homie has already picked up Pain Divion. Anister's still alive at the backside. The sustain comes through to keep him topped up. Benji's boulder will not hit him, and Verizio's running for his life now. Needs a hammer to get away. The wall will buy him a moment. FinoK still giving chase with the Wrath of Terror, and 2 more members in tow.
Verizio knows that he's in a lot of trouble. There's the stun and the death sight that Homie gets his own chance to laugh there as Verizio falls despite getting the speed buff.
And Homie F, if you remember, was behind in this game early on against Verizio. He's caught up a little bit, getting 2 kills to a Thanatos in the early game. It is still early game, and he might even be looking for number 3.
Benji here. There's a nice driving strike on to Homie Faye. No real CC to set up for Homie with the death sight, but he hits it anyways. Plucked back in. Benji almost finds the kill onto Homie.
The Archers don't want to play, but Benji's got driving strike any moment now. Picks up the regurgitate just so we continue on. Sorry, the actual mitigate wounds. I don't know why I said regurgitate there, but Pain cleans up the kill. Benji just continues to farm away in this lane. He's not gone for his second relic just yet after hitting level 12, but Verizio's up again, looking towards Saul's speed.
Homie FA, no beads right now. Verizio's looking for it, but just too far away. That silence almost catches him, but the hammer does. The snipe is good as well, and Verizio does not get executed. The meditation there was good.
FinoK cleans it up with the pickup of the monolith as well, and the dot damage there. 1 kill down.
He jumped up out of execute range. I thought I saw it over top of the Aegis. Either way, he falls in the end. Doesn't really matter.
Meanwhile, PandaCat has trapped Vetium into a very awkward spot. This roll's going to be perfect. The Pain Divion flop wasn't, but Chaos will take the kill away from the Hunters. Gold Fury started up by Soul Gaming here, down to half health, and nobody on the side of the United seems to recognize this. PandaCat has an inkling, but he's just going to be there too late as the snipe rains through from Anister. And now United with Thor in the jungle on the left-hand side. Verizio's thinking about going in here, but with no minions, a quick clear from Anister relieves the pressure immediately. However, in the jungle, FinoK, I believe he just teleported in to try and support mid lane there, and instead he had to be very careful about getting away.
Stun onto Jigs, does have his ultimate available, but might not be able to get it off. There's a Terra's Blessing, but the dunk down from Verizio is good.
The boulder was better too to force Homie FA to the sky, and Vetium as well. And he picks up Verizio off the back of that, which is important as Homie goes in on PandaCat. The problem is Homie FA surrounded by 3, and the damage from Chaos joins PandaCat to pick it up. And he gets some damage off into Chaos, but he'll aegis away back to safety, and Vetium will live as well.
Benji level 16, stunned underneath the tower. The heal is good though. Snipe onto PandaCat hits, but not quite enough damage.
That last little skirmish we saw between the two as well, I was so surprised how much of an investment United put into Jigs. Jigs had even ult there as well. He was trying his best to hold on to it, and that seemed to be what United were really after.
There's the flop onto Homie, forces out his ultimate. Verizio gonna follow him up into the sky. Jigs this time gets a chance to use his ultimate, but Verizio still haven't found a target.
Well, he's looking to come down and was Verizio, but Jigs manages to juke that one out for the time being. Wall doesn't find Vetium either, and so E-United have to go away, but Jigs wants to dive in and go onto Benji. Benji's not scared of a good old tussle, though, in that fight. Homie Efe is very low there. The snipes from Bateman were trying to keep Panda Cat at bay, and it did work enough. The bomb over the wall will lower Jigs even more, but Jigs is still alive.
And Benji finally finds the first kill. Benji leading the charge under the tower. Verizio teleports forward and finds Vetium.
And Benji is still full health with the Thorns will reflect the damage back. Anister can't find the damage over the wall. Pressure for E-United on the mid lane now, allowing Chaos and Pandacat to chip away at the tier 1 tower. Talking about being ahead, E-United are in the lead right now. They're going to start up the Gold Fury. Sora on the way in. Gold Fury's already getting low. Vetium here. Jigs on the forefront first of all. Vetium has to roll away, worried about Benji going in. The engagement is onto Jigs right now, but round the back comes Fine OK.
Stun on the Verizio right there, and Chaos has to turn tail and run. Jigs up into that dragon form, but Verizio goes up into the envelope on himself.
Love the positioning from Anister around the back. Benji's dead. Vetium gets credit for the kill. Homie Efe goes straight to Verizio as he tried to collapse on the Anister. Now Verizio's going to run from the snipes from Vetium, and that's a double for the Hunter out of Soar.
What a turnaround there for Soar. Benji apparently is able to die in the middle of 5 members. Vetium with the pinpoint accuracy in the mid lane as well. Big double kill, but a bigger Gold Fury goes the way of Soar. Gold lead now in their favor.
Portal Demon also going to go the way of Soar. So not only tier 1, not only Gold Fury, but the Portal Demon gives him an even bigger swing as well.
Pushed up pretty far, Fine OK, but again, he's level 20, has that Spirit's Robe online now as well. Definitely a strong pickup, and I love this Rod of Asclepius onto Fine OK in this situation.
Into the sky goes Verizio early on, because on the Gold Fury was Vetium right there with Homie Efe, and Homie's one hit from death. He got knocked into the air, but the heal comes through. When it gets to the top, no, the boulder from downtown.
Squishes him down, now Pain in a little bit of trouble, no dash. The snipes coming in from Vetium, only hits 2 out of 3. Jigs pretty far forward still, but plucked back by Benji.
And the body box from Caldera, and Benji are good, and the permafrost pulled him back as well. Still, Jigs will get away with the lead. Pain, a little bit low, a little bit too far forward there. United not wanting to commit to the Gold Fury. They're heading down towards the right-hand side. Big play for them. Now they're going to look at the Portal Demon. Here is the big key for them. They can start to siege up the Fire Giant based off that if they do manage to get this. But Sora here to contest.
Oh, almost. There's Snipe coming through. Almost hits Pandacat. Almost kills him. It does hit him, but Soar get the Portal Demon.
Big win for Soar there, especially with Homie Efe being dead in that little skirmish, and now they're going to have an advantage. They wanted the gold, they get Portal, and they may even manage to pick up Benji in mid.
Homie Efe's teleported in using that portal and allows him to find the execute onto Benji. That objective steal comes up huge right away.
Fire Giant started, Fine OK on zone duty, going to root out Pain Divion to begin with. Pain's still going to be able to get in range though, has flop available. Verizio to the sky, going to force Soar to drop the Fire Giant.
He's looking at Vetium, but Vetium's up in the sky himself, up in Astral Barrage. Snipes going down onto Verizio for the moment. Pain locked in place right now by Fine OK. Great wall coming out of Verizio, blocks off Soar's advance.
Pandacat coming around the back here looking to pressure, but realizing that nobody's really here to support him, he has to back away too. Talk about backing away, Verizio's on the run in the jungle at the same time. Homie Efe can smell him in the jungle with that scent of death.
So low, Verizio gonna try and get out, but Vetium won't let him. Homie Efe with the hovering death, it wasn't even needed. E-United lose Verizio early on again. That's his 5th death.
But it does allow Benji to get back online and start to be a frontliner again against this Fire Giant. Soar have started it up, and Benji just showing presence here is making it awkward for Soar to take this for free.
No stun on a Jigs, that bomb stun misses. Vetium pulls off the Fire Giant and turns his attention towards Vetium.
Vetium's in a lot of trouble there, has to ages away from the storm coming out from Pandacat. Into the sky goes Vetium looking to clean up Chaos, but Chaos gets away in time. Instead, they have to invest into Benji, who's still alive. Boulders, though, and he's still in trouble.
Fine OK cleans up Chaos. Anitser's gonna find Benji as well. Vetium cleaned up, though, by Pandacat on the backside, who comes around with a nice flank there. That's a big kill for E-United, because that really hurts their objective damage in terms of trying to secure this Fire Giant.
Especially with Pandacat still being healthy on the map, too. If he comes in there, he can wail away on them as well. The sustain will come in, so are going to stop the Fire Giant still here. Have Coerce to try and increase some of the damage output they can do. They do have Homie Efe there as well, so they're not all doom and gloom when it comes to physical damage.
Terra's Blessing popped by Fine OK as all of Soar starts screaming streaming down this jungle. There's the dunk down onto PandaCat. Anitser's going to be able to find him.
Verizio came in trying to support Panda, but it's too little too late. Panda's already off the map. Verizio has to delete himself back to the fountain one more time, as does Pain. And on top of that, it's not going to be a fire giant for Saw now. Winner of this one game that's remaining will go to Masters to face off international play and represent North America.
But they're not done yet. Whoever wins this one still has to play Team Rival for seeding. Rival already punching their ticket to the Masters LAN by ending Energy's LAN winning streak. Loser of this game, their spring split isn't done quite yet. They've still got a best of 3, but it's against the defending world champs. Portal Demon respawns with only Benji up a little bit without the Boulder too. Impossible for him to get in there.
Also a little bit surprised by the fact we don't have a single meditation on a Unite against the likes of a Thanatos is very surprising to me.
Without a doubt, I was very surprised by that as well.
Let's have a listen to Saw as they look for this fire giant. Apologies for that, still not going to go to the competition, but the snipe out from Anderson to hit PandaCat, and he's on the run. Homie FA will clean him up as well. And now with that, it's going to allow Homie FA to disengage on the right-hand side, but Pain Devion's in trouble as well.
Stunned out by Jigs, up into the sky. Vedium's going to need all 3 here, I think, but only hits 1. Homie FA very low, but is going to have some sustain available to him once he comes back to the team.
So going to head back towards the fire giant again. Fine, okay on PO duty, but Benji's on the front lines once more. Homie's quite low here, has to be careful of the boulder, which comes out there, but Benji's getting invested a lot into. He's CC'd in place. He's trying to run. The thorns will not buy him enough time to get away from the amount of damage coming through. No sustain available.
Fine, okay is able to find that last hit. Verizio was looking for a target, but can't quite find a good one, despite Vedium being somewhat low in mana.
And now Saw can just go back towards the fire giant one more time. Pain is here, as is Verizio and Chaos, so they have the damage to steal this away. But can they get in range?
So close, but the snipe secures it from Anitser. Pain in a bad spot now. He's gonna fall to Vedium, who picks up his 4th kill.
And Homie Eve hovered in the air, waited for Chaos to use their dash, and then immediately dunked onto him. The follow-up stun is there from the crushing walls from Terra. And with that, the tier 2 tower will fall as well. Saw are in control of this final game.
And that looks like the right side Phoenix might as well. All 5 members still completely healthy. No ultimates available to Soar, but you can say the same thing for E United. No way to defend their Phoenix.
Phoenix will fall on the right-hand side, and Soar are going to go straight in here. Are they going to actually try and end? No, they thought better of it all of a sudden. I thought that was a little bit too much for a second. Soar are looking for their second Phoenix now. Fine, okay on the front lines. Will get aggro originally. Verizio gets a good double tap off onto Homie FA, forcing him back, and the ultimate will do even more.
There's the dunk down from Verizio, but Terra's Blessing was already up from Fine OK. Jigs pops that Magi's Blessing off of Verizio, but Benji almost pushes Vedium under tower.
The root is good onto Benji though, and he's stuck in place for a moment or two, forced to Boulder to try and peel himself back out, and will do so. Fine OK is getting very, very low.
Oh, this snipe doesn't quite hit PandaCat, but Homie's gonna be able to find him anyways. Number 5 for the jungler for Soar has to back up out of this Phoenix. Jigs tanking it up, but both Verizio and Chaos have to use their Aegis.
Pain's dead, so is Chaos. Verizio's back in the fountain. The Phoenix falls now, and the game could be done. Saw Gaming are going to be the team that meets Rival in the final set of the day after defeating E United.
It wasn't easy. Game 1, E United really took it to Soar, but Game 2 was really clean. Game 3, much more back and forth, but well played out of Soar.
I'm here with the captain from Soar Gaming, Connor Eccles, Jigs. I gotta ask you first off, how good does it feel beating your former teammate, Benji, especially after he left you guys high and dry?
Feels good, man.
Feels really good, man, for Jigs and the rest of Soar.
Yeah, shout outs to our sponsor for sticking with us when the first few weeks were rough. They were super supportive. They're actually here, and huge shout outs to Fine OK for coming from the Challenger Cup and then carrying us at LAN.
Let's take a look at the bracket real quick. If we can do that, we are ready to go. The wild card is going to be the first one here. Game 1 between E United and Energy. Best of 3 series. First 1 to 2 wins moves on to the Smite Masters.
Terra ban?
Their Energy is going to be the one to ban away Susano. Scotty is going to be the ban.
This is so it seems like they're targeting Verizio.
But it is going to be the Bracken here for E United. Bologna early on here. The Fafnir does not surprise me whatsoever. Hunbats and Zhang Kui, very similar draft to what we saw early on from E United. Hu Yi going to be the last pick there before the ban phase. A couple Hunter bans coming out from Energy, focusing out PandaCat on her and Rom. E United looking at adapting with that Thor ban and Yemen with that Isis ban. With Scylla locked in for Yemen in the mid lane. The Amaterasu going to be the last selection for E United, along with Cupid in that long lane. Nemesis going to lock it down, and it's great up against that John Queen.
Let's jump into game. These guys are comfortable as all hell, and actually it will be Benji on the Bracken, so we'll change that one up a bit, but E United still very comfortable. Slow's already starting. Adapting's going to take some damage, and it's going to be dished back onto Verizio.
Interesting idea to get the jump at level 1.
You're going to lose a little bit of the damage, but that slow is very important. That's what he was looking for. It's a large slow. And hey, look, it chases out the beads out of Yaman nice and early. Not just Yaman, but adapting as well have already used their beads. So you know what? I think Verizio pays off.
Chaos doing a good job clearing the wave before the opposition because of his build, going for the Soul Stone and Tiny Trinket. Whatever damage Verizio is lacking, Chaos makes up for it, so this is why we're seeing E United synergize so well and out-clear the combination out of energy.
So the damage, you're losing about 30 to 40 damage versus the jump versus the overhand smash, but it's a 30% slow when Hunbats jumps on top of you. So whatever damage you lose off of the initial application of the ability, you're going to gain in the basic attack. Don't forget the not so guaranteed, but hopefully crit in the passive, and then of course, like you said, the assistance from the mid lane Chaos on the Jean Kui. So certainly something to you gotta see the whole equation. That's what he was, Fat Loki. He was a burst character. You saw the Polynomicons, you saw the Soul Reavers as well. Now Cabrakan occupies a very different part of the game. Pain of Yana Verizio getting aggressive. There's the ultimate out of the monkey. Not enough to kill until Bluestone comes through. First blood for E United.
Verizio with the better end of that one, but Adapting's not done yet. He wants to find a chase target. Chaos caught in a world of her getting stunned out by Dimmy's rotation.
But it's enough. He's tanky, and he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Adapting with the double dash, gets him with the basic. That'll tie the game up for energy. So right now, everybody on Energy's side of the map looking for the speed buff. Ultimate out of Verizio, but he's turned on by Adapting. Silence coming out from Pain to Beyond, but he's going to be disarmed, unable to stack up that passive. Yaman just barely misses the root, but gets the crush. Looking for the ultimate, dodges away as Verizio, but he gets hit by the solo, and the jungle finds the last hit. Adapting with his second of the game. And so that just creates a big space where you're not getting stronger. So by mixing it up with other items, you kind of cancel that out. Emilito gets stunned out thanks to the ultimate at Panda Cat. I think this is just going to be a straight up trade, but Emilito wants to stay aggressive. Misses one, lands two, forces out the Aegis, boxing back and forth. Heartbond's going to do it, and Panda Cat takes out Emilito right to the face. That's a duel. He's on top.
And right after winning that duel, he raises his hand saying, "What's up?" But what's up in the mid lane? The Cabrakan ultimate, cutting off the escape path for the rest of energy. The Alma Monster connects, but not doing enough to find a kill. Adapting, escaping stage right.
This is a character that wants to use his ultimate on cooldown, specifically looking at Chaos, but of course across the board. This time going to use it on Benji. Rally over there, not going to find the stun, but all of the other damage combines, and Dimmy gets the kill.
Looking at the relics from Adapting, going for the Sunder in that second slot. Very aggressive option. Verizio, though, hiding around the corner, trying to catch out Emilito, forcing the Aegis.
And the Gold Fury going to be attacked. Everybody going to be near it. Pain of Beyond is still in control. Raffer uses the transformation. Left side of fight going on with the Hunters. Emilito takes down Verizio despite his best effort. Raffer's in trouble, but he's able to dance away. Trying to catch up his Pain to Beyond, offers to change targets, looking at Emilito. Here comes the Ghost out of Chaos. Raffer can't get too close. He might die, but Dimmy gets one. Chaos answers back.
But now it's going to be Chaos running away from the action. Dimmy is here. Yaman trying to survive. He gets hit by the card. Raffer getting taken out as well. Panda Cat trying to dash through to get the hearts. Has been a 3 for 2 thus far. Make that a 3 for 3, but Energy aren't done chasing yet. Benji doesn't have any mana.
Chaos half HP, heals up all for the minions. Nice little secret play coming out from the Jean Kui pilot. Dimmy and Adapting still giving chase. They realize they can kill the Ghost Man. He's going to turn around, trying to dodge and weave, but it just won't happen. Energy and E United, only one of these teams get to go and make it to the Masters land in a couple of weeks. Emilito gets jumped on by the monkey, forces out the ultimate. Here comes the help from the support. but that's going to be enough for Emilito as he tells everybody that the cavalry on their way, and Energy, their presence alone, enough to chase E United. Half HP on the Gold Fury one more time, looking like they want to leash it and take the fight. 25%, they have to commit at this point. Everybody's around here. Raffer's going to go ahead and turn things around. Fear no Evil comes out. Gold Fury goes away. Energy snatched out of the hand of the North Americans.
Yaman with the I'm a Monster, finding the Gold Fury and adapting, finding Chaos in the backline. Crush gonna slow up Pain to Beyond as well. This is going very well for Energy.
And there's the jump out of Emilito to get over the ultimate from the Kraken. Turning his sights onto Yaman as Benji. Nice read from the mid laner. Nice read from the mid laner again. Verizio can't find Yaman for the life of him. Meanwhile, adapting on the backside takes out the Hunter.
Benji doing so much damage, gets rooted in place. The damage is there from the Kraken. Nice stun, preventing the bludgeon damage. The tremors pounding and grounding, but it doesn't matter. Energy, they find the Gold Fury and they find 3. Make that 4 on some Pain. There we go.
Portal Demon started and leashed about half HP. Looking for the zone is going to be E United. Still half HP on the Portal Demon. Raffer showing up. There's a blink forward. Emilito jumps away from the ultimate out of the Cupid. Raffer can't do the same. Half HP for him. Portal Demon is still alive, not part of the conversation. Dimmy and Emilito get 1 each. Chaos goes down. Benji answers back. Yaman's ultimate down for the count, but adapting finds a kill onto Benji. Dimmy gets another one. Panda Cat the only one alive, and he's nowhere near that. Portal goes to Energy, and they're looking for the big guy.
That around the Fire Giant, Energy group up really well, kiting out E United.
Adapting his nemesis, he's very aggressive on this character. Not just looking to shut down Chaos, but looking to shut down, well, everybody. 100% kill participation. Virgil could be added to the kill column. Instead, use the ultimate, goes right back into it. There's the crit out of adapting. Brizio very low. The ultimate out of the Hunter, just not gonna work.
Wingblade getting him out of the fields of love. Easy peasy. Yaman using the ult for the CC. Immunity caught in a really awkward position with Benji and Pain to Beyond. Rizzo having to jump away from Dimmy though. Rizzo very low without an ultimate.
Adapting has to show up and take down the monkey. Chaos in trouble as well. That kill's gonna go the way of Benji. Gets Emilito before Chaos falls. That kill goes the way of Dimmy. 2 dead on the side of E United. Only Emilito falling for Energy. And they're going to push forward towards the tower. Nice ultimate out of Benji, but Yaman just doesn't mind. Raffer taking the tower, which is still barely alive. Yaman cleans it up on the back end. Down goes the structure. Down goes Pain to Beyond. The Phoenix is next. But first comes Panda Cat.
Energy have enough time to get the tier 2 tower, look for the body blocks, and get the Phoenix.
Anytime Zhonghui is picked up, Nemesis is not only in the conversation, but perhaps the subject of the conversation. Adapting finds the ultimate on a Panda, deals some damage, forces out the ult, forces out the Aegis. There's an ultimate from Panda, and Adapting earns number 10, takes him down.
10-0 and 10, 100% kill participation, still at the 32-minute mark. Benji just kind of sitting there. Raffer's like, sup, bruh? Take that.
And it's 2 Guardians, so, oh well. Really though, Raffer was technically zoning, and that allows his team to pick up the Fire Giant. Ultimate out of Raffer, forces an ultimate out of Pain to Beyond. Jumping forward is going to be, well, everybody, and Pain falls to the hand of Yaman.
Seconds, this right side Phoenix, no possible way E United can defend this. 3-on-5 with
Energy's going to wait here and camp this Phoenix. As soon as it shows up, 1 or 2 basics should bring it right back down, making sure that they don't dive too deep as Energy too soon, and still just biding their time.
That root just not on the mark onto Panda Cat, able to dash away in the backline. Gonna clear out the wave as Yaman in the backline though, adapting, trying to find the kill onto Panda Cat, able to safely retreat.
And here's a very deep Verizio trying to defend his own Phoenix, has to jump backwards. Here comes trouble for Chaos, unleashes the ultimate, and Raffer unleashes him. Yaman gets number 2. They're gonna sit down for 60 plus seconds. Benji, very low, even lower thanks to the mid laner, and Adapting puts him down for number 11.
Energy doing a great job finding these picks after the left side Phoenix siege, able to secure the Titan, able to secure game number 1 in this best of 3 spot for their chance to reach the Masters land.
Well, early on here, we're getting ready to go in picks and bans. Game number 2, Energy just 1 game away from punching their ticket to the Smite Masters land. E United They are in the first pick position this time around. Fafnir going to be the first ban for E United. Bologna actually banned away by Energy.
They're going to go with the Thor instead.
Scotty, the last ban there for Energy. That's going to leave open Terra.
Ramen response.
And there's the Susano for adapting right away.
Verizio falling back to some old vices with the Bastet and Chaos sticking true to Agni.
Scylla going to be the matchup that Chaos has to deal with. Bans coming in from Energy, Osiris, and Hu Yi. Kepri going to be the last ban again, targeting out Raffer with 3 Guardian bans. Instead, it's going to be the Bacchus, adding even more damage. Amaterasu locked in for E United. Respond with the On Her. Erlong Shen, the last selection there.
Minions coming up, and Dimmy instead going to look towards the blue buff, as that's where the Amaterasu Benji plans on starting.
Trying to maybe get some little minions. Chaos gonna be able to dash in, but taking a lot of damage in return. Yaman forced to use the Aegis, and just like that, adapting with the first blood.
Verizio trying to finish things off, but what is you doing? Chaos offensively dashes level 1. I mean, so let me talk to you about this one. Chaos actually discussed this with the starter item of the Vamp Shroud and the Tiny Trinket. You combine that with a health pot and a multi-pot. Raffer getting some poke here. Might turn into some violence, so we'll hold that thought process for a moment. Hunters now taking down each other, and the supports dealing with each other as well.
And just like that, the Verizio getting responded. What happened to Chaos now happening to
Pain.
Verizio, but Pain's not done yet. Trying to find the stun, but Emilito finding the Astralis through it. Getting off to a great start. Energy with already 2 kills.
Somebody on the desk, I think it was Taco, said that this composition for Energy looks like the comp that gets ahead and doesn't fall behind. Well, in minute 1, they had 2 kills. On the On Her is a character that's going to hit his stride towards the mid game, the early mid game specifically. So I think that's where you want to focus if you're an E United fan. You want to hope the Panda Cat gets off to a nice start and can help carry E United along the way.
Ooh, Verizio, though, in the world of hurt, I'm a monster through the wall, and Typhoon knocking up Chaos, not able to really use those bombs for the stun.
So let's talk Bumba's Mask. There's 5 in the game. 3 on the right side of Energy. You've got 1 on the jungler, obviously.
So as long as you are the only one within the vicinity with a Bumba's Mask, you're going to be the receiving beneficiary of the health and mana return. But Benji, on the worser end of things, taking the tower is Demi, getting the kill is adapting.
4 minutes, 4 kills for Energy.
Demi not able to intercept the dash with his own taunt ultimate. Pain Devion finding the route onto Raffer. Panda Cat looking for the follow, but Pain taking a lot of poke.
Nice stun out of the mid lane mage, and Verizio gets the last hit on Raffer. E United on the board, but adapting very quickly. Shuts down the cat. Shots from the sky are going to chase Pain Devion out. With that in mind, Yaman playing the Scylla. This is actually one of the characters that you can afford to go less pressure into, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Team fight on the right-hand side. Agni drops 2 bombs. Demi's in trouble. Stunned, but he's brought back up thanks to a heal. Chaos takes him out with a passive. Nice play from the hot mage. Adapting, continuing his reign of terror. Finds his 4th kill right here in minute 8.
Oh, nice little juke from Pain Devion. The Storm Kata connecting, not finding the pull though. Forced into the Aegis. Verizio trying to find a return kill. The Scratchies and the jump. The first death for adapting.
The threat from Chaos a little bit too much for Energy to go ahead and dive too deep, knowing that that long-range stun is certainly available to the mid-lane mage. Panda Cat gets pulled and jumps away, dashes forward, and he gets 2 spears out before adapting, puts him in the ground. 5 for the jungler.
Adapting is definitely mad. His speed buff is down on the right-hand side, so he goes to the left, instantly invading E United's red. Nice little rotation from both of these solo laners, making their presence known, but E United getting the worser end of things on the lower health pool. Adapting getting stunned out, including by the Agni, the dash committing to the kill, but at what cost?
Big play. That's the offensive dash that I don't mind. But Energy, they're going to start the Gold Fury without E United even knowing. 50% on the objective. Here comes Pain Devion. Looking for the belly flop. Here he comes. Energy take down the Gold Fury despite Pain Devion's best efforts.
There's just not that much burst damage coming out of E United. They have to invest into 3 bombs. Crush onto Pain Devion, but adapting. 1v1ing Verizio on the side. Typhoon knocking her out.
It's Raffer, Dimmy, Benji, and Pain Devion fighting each other. There's no damage. They're all tanky. Portal Demon started by kind of everybody at once. Very low, 25%. Now Leash looking for the fight instead. Aegis activated, and that doesn't seem to be fruitful. Adapting takes out Chaos anyway. Over the top comes the on her, still looking for damage. Emilito very low. There's the damage out of Benji, looking for the kill, but he goes right to the sky. Emilito saves his own life, now dishing out the damage.
Panicat doing a lot of damage. Nice little ability from Benji, confirming the kill onto Emilito. 1-for-1 thus far, the root onto a couple members from Energy, but not able to really chase this one down. Just a complete wash.
Energy have control over the Portal Demon. United trying to wrestle control away from it, 10% on the objective. There's the jump in. Portal Demon goes the way of Energy. And now Benji in a very bad spot. He's in a better place now.
We're going to see a 5-on-4 power play for that 40 seconds, which is why Energy is diving to kill Verizial and getting the tier 1 mid tower at the same time.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of multitask from the defending world champions. 22 minutes in our second game of our best of 3 contest here. Energy wrestled control early on, adapting from the backside, wrestling control out of Panda Cat. And he'll fall down. Chaos doing what he can. One more grab. It's 2 for the jungler. Well done, adapting.
Chaos, though, in a world of hurt. Yaman finding the kill onto Chaos. Tier 1 fell. It's definitely going to be the Tier 2 rewarded to Energy with a deicide. There is some steal potential, but there's forms of 3 bombs over time, whereas Yaman's monster is just going to be that one big bang that you're looking for towards completing the objective.
Raffer taking the dangerous pathing. He'll be rooted, not stunned. Panicat opting to hang on to his impale this time around. Finds himself half HP. Adapting unleashes the ultimate. Panicat dances around it. He's got his dancing shoes on here. Chaos looking for the long-range damage. Finds a little bit of it, but Panda gets pulled, and Panda gets put to sleep. Adapting is the veterinarian, making sure he's not coming back.
Chaos dashing away into the safety of the mid Phoenix, but Benji barely able to escape as well. The rest of Energy basically chunking Chaos to crush into the pull, to knock up the snipes. Not on the mark.
There it is.
The last one was, though.
16-5. Energy not done just yet. Dimmy very low, and Benji cleans him up. But the Phoenix is the target halfway down. Energy do not have the life bars to continue the push. United lose 2 members, but they successfully defend the Phoenix. They get what they were looking for.
Look at Verizial in the back line trying to get onto Yaman, and will successfully do so. 2 for 2 at the end. Very calculating his energy, which is why they are the 2-time defending world champions. They know what it takes to win, and without a certain plan, you're just destined to fail. Raffer leading the charge for Energy, trying to figure out the right target to belly flop onto.
And it's going to be 2 separate players. The Intoxicate comes out, but it's just not enough. Great pull out of the jungler. Can they finish up the damage is the question. Verizial, low. Chaos, 0. But Adapting going to pay for that. Panda Cat on the good side. Portal Demon also low. Now leashed. That can be clean for United, but they don't go for it.
It's all a bait. They don't want to take too much damage from this Scylla at the late game. Level 20. That crush basically eliminate a lot of Pain Devion's health.
Portal Demon finally taken down by Energy. Benji dashes in, but a little bit too late. There's Benji alone in the backline, looking for the stun. Finds it on 2, but Raffer jumps on top. Big damage out of Yaman, and he's going to seal the deal thanks to Emilito. Benji goes down.
Nice snipes from the Hunter from Energy, finding the first pick. The crush on the mark to Pain. Yaman finding the second victim.
Double root out of the solo lane. Dimmy, great play right there, but Energy, they've opened the window. 2 players down means that only 3 can defend, and a couple of them have to head back to base. This is a free fire.
And just like that, finally, the Fire Giant being secured by Energy.
You know what? Let's listen to this team. Energy making the push.
Let's look for the...
That's one.
Yeah. Big shell. Come to me for shell. I'm protecting ammo.
Phoenix.
Come to med.
I've Aegis.
The left Phoenix goes down. Mid Phoenix still standing. Right Phoenix still standing as well. Energy take what they get, and they walk away. They get the drive by Portal Demon. Right now, Energy basically have a free Fire Giant if United can't control those minions. So by pushing up that far, Energy have to deal with United before they can go for it. The double bounce coming out, but Chaos is the one that gets the kill. 2 on the other side from Energy as Verizial and Panicat fall to the wayside. Yaman uses the ultimate. Benji still alive for the moment, grouping up his energy, shifting over to the middle lane. United have 1 shot at this. They need to be able to take this Fire Giant right now, or they have to go back and defend the base. Pain to Beyond can't even get in there. Benji shows up far too late. Fire Giant goes to Energy, and you can see Energy playing extra careful because they know that stun is going to come.
He wasn't making his presence known in the earlier game, but now that the level 20 Amaterasu is here, making sure that dive in the backline, but getting pulled into danger. Pain de Vion taking a lot of pokes, but barely able to escape. Not until Emilito finds the snipe.
Looking for the basics as well. Adapting will be the one that cleans it up off of the assist from the Hunter. Yaman gets one all to himself. It's 3 down. Add that to the Phoenix. Bounce on top of Rizil. The cat, he does not have 9 lives. He'll fall down 2 for Yaman. With 4 players sitting out, Toli, I think this one's going to be Energy.
It's all Panic Cat left alone with a Titan. Everyone from Energy here to secure the second game in the best of 3 set. And Energy, they're going to Masters.
Congratulations again to Energy. They qualify for the Masters LAN, but can't believe I'm saying this. It's been so long. They don't just outright win the whole thing. We've still got our actual finals here ready to go. Let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly how we got here. It's going to be Soar Gaming out of North America. They're going up against Team Rival, the ones that shut down Energy at LAN for the first time in a couple years. They're already qualified to go to the Masters LAN. This is just for seeding.
I can imagine that he would be willing to pull out anything, even the Gab at this point in time, and make it work.
I mean, how do you pick and ban against Rival right now? Those sunglasses, man. Ice Ice Baby pulled him out in the interview, and now Deathwalker showing that he's not scared of nothing, and I can't blame him. The way he's been playing in that solo lane, whether it's the Bologna, whether it's the Guardians, or whether, hell, it's the Opwash, man. The final set here of the Spring Gauntlet, Team Rival up against Soar Gaming. The first few bans are in, and it's all Guardians. Kepri out of Rival. Soar immediately take away Kalas as Fafnir. And Rival, they don't want to see Andy on that Rob, banning it away. It's going to be Cirquet, but it is going to be Susano for Ice Ice Baby.
I'm happy to see a Sylvanas pick coming through here. That's a very, very strong dueling composition.
Xing Chen. And it is going to be the ROM for Vote here up against the Scotty. Scotty, Sylvanas, Kabrakan. Osiris ban on point right there.
I love the Zeus ban.
Erlong Shen banned here by Soar. They're allowing Deathwalker to go the Bologna if he wants it. The Jean Kui ban also very curious, but this leaves Scylla open for Annenster. Poseidon and the Bologna for Deathwalker, but it's going to be the Raven.
Here's a guy we haven't seen in a while.
It's Soar Gaming versus Team Rival. These two teams are battling for the seeding at Smite Masters. I talked about it on stream, on the cast. I said the Odin pick didn't really thrill me. When you have an all-time great, you don't give him something silly that he can't carry on. And then I yelled at him in person. I said, homie, you're a much better player. Why are you playing the Odin? He said, look, you know, I like Odin. And, you know, isn't it valuable to have a player that can do everything instead of just be one-sided? And I said, yes, of course, but at the same time, if I have a Stradivarius, I'm going to be playing some fantastic music. I'm not going to play The Devil Went Down to Georgia. So that's really what I'm looking at, is put Homie Efe on a character that he can do the heavy lifting, and I think that this character can do that unless he gets caught early. Very low is Homie Efe. Bludgeon's going to come down on top. There's the dash forward, and there's the kill. Ice Ice Baby takes down Homie bright and early.
But cut off the pathing as Homie Efe and Final K were deterred by just Deathwalker. He's back on his raw bench. Saw so much success with this raw sustained mage out of the jungler, former jungler, now mid laner. Gold Fury, though, Team Rival, 4 minutes in, cracking it. Soar, not even a clue. You say less dangerous, but at the same time, if those Amba monsters connect for the kills and the executions happen, that's even more scary, just like Jigs.
Oh, Jigs had the cute pull, but he puts himself in danger. Kalas goes ahead and gets credit for the kill onto Jigs, who was the one that initiated it. Team Rival have a 3,000 gold lead at 9 minutes, so maybe they will go for the 10-minute Fire Giant, but I don't think that's exactly to happen. Final K on the Robin selection uses the flip kick a little bit early. And because of that, Roma Invicta, Gold Fury being started one more time by Team Rival. This time Vedium knows, but he just can't do anything about it. And in fact, one of those gods that I would consider unplayable was played Opwash, and he was played pretty damn well. So we look at a character like Raven, as the blue buff is secured, and there's damage coming out as Homie Eve takes out Ice Ice Baby. That's the big deal right there. Deathwalker surrounded one more time. A little bit of help from Collis, but not enough. The jump and up down out of the Bologna is strong, and Jigs is in trouble. One more shot. Wolfie takes him down.
Final K, though, having to retreat under his own tower. Look at Homie Efe, though, taking a lot of poke in return. Not too much survivability here for the members of Sword. Getting pulled back in as Anister Typhoon knocking out the former jungler.
He's about the 2-1-2. Strong showing for the jungler, Ice Ice Baby. Deathwalker not going to let Final K live. And here, Ice Ice Baby from around the backside. Nice heads-up play by Final K, but it's just a good showing. Deathwalker likely to fall down this time. Homie gets the kill. But Ice Ice Baby just here to clean up some of the vision. Kala's gonna intercept some damage out of Vedium, but he's gonna do it too much, and he'll be taken down by the Permafrost.
Caldir still chasing out Ice Ice Baby, forced to jet stream away. Kraken hitting Anister. Wolfie getting knocked up by the Wrath of Terror. Jigs credited with that one. Final K diving onto Vote, just slowing him down a little bit further. Gold Fury for the picking.
Kalas did not need to die there whatsoever, Anatoly. Kalas dies. Wolfie tries to help him out, dies as well. All because Kalas takes the wrong pathing. The Gold Fury is going to go the way of Soar, unless Team Rival can do something crazy, but they cannot. Soar get the Gold Fury, Deathwalker tries, and Vedium punishes him.
Portal Demon available to the taking, and I like the composition from Rival to deal with this Caldir. Wolfie having the multi-pronged trident, as well Vote with the Rama, the double shots.
One more time, too deep, gets taken advantage of, and slapped back to the base. Vedium, again, on the good side, above the support. That's the second time we've seen that happen.
Scotty has just been able to really melt these tanks. Just look at the item choices for Vedium. It's just all pure penetration, waiting for the damage. A lot of hits. Anister taking out Deathwalker, and Team Rival secure it.
They snatch away the Portal Demon right there, despite Soar trying their best to zone out and make it their own. Two players do die, Kalas earlier on, so Deathwalker, the only one that dies in this exchange. Soar still unable to find the objective, but they do find the players. Soar was able to snatch back a lot of the momentum that Team Rival was able to really handle earlier on. What do you think allowed Soar back in this one?
It was just the aggressiveness from Kalas that didn't respect the damage from the Scotty.
Wolfie's in trouble. He's got nowhere to go. And with the assistance from Ice Ice Baby, it's going to help him out. But Andy takes down Wolfie. Deathwalker deals with Vedium, and it's a 1-for-1 so far. The chase for Ice Ice Baby will still be going. Andy on his tail. Ice Ice Baby knows it. Forces out the dash.
The speed buff with the Susanoo passive allows the Ice Ice Baby to escape. Anister Gold Fury, however, being started out by Soar, 4-on-4.
Big med.
Without Vedium, though, that's a lot of damage not being dealt.
And that's going to be Bologna jumping right on top, getting a stun, hitting so many players with the bludgeon. And there's Kalas with the washing machine, tossing two players directly towards the team. Not done yet. Ice Ice Baby trying to find it, jumping over the crush, and Homie Efe relatively low. Vote, basically you're dead. Ice Ice Baby takes it away with that. The Gold Fury goes the way of Team Rival one more time. Halfway down is Fire Giant Jr. Soar in the vicinity, looking to snatch it away. There's the leash, and there's the pull. There's the Kraken. That'll confirm it for Team Rival. There's the ultimate out of Ice Ice Baby as well, but Deathwalker low himself gets hit by Andy, gets smoked by Homie Efe. Ground pound to bound coming out from the Kraken, but it's enough to disengage. Team Rival will lose their solo later, but gain the Portal Demon.
Nice opportunity taking advantage of. Soar couldn't really respond, but they're responding right now with a nice double knockup into the pull. Ice Ice Baby with a knockup of his own straight onto Jigs.
And Vote's gonna get credit for that one.
Gold Fury has respawned now. It's the 5th one available so far in the game. Neither team wanting to go for it.
That's actually really interesting as Ice Ice finds himself in a bit of trouble. The huge burst. He's able to avoid the damage out of the mid lane, but the ground pound gets the better of him. Fire Giant is still dead. Team Rival pick it up as everybody else distracted by the lone jungler. Kalas might be in trouble. He picks up the dog and tosses him away, and he'll walk away clean and clear.
Great ultimate too, because Caldir ultimate was being procced. Anister with a root into the crush. Second death for Team Rival. Vote and gets pulled back in from Jigs. Eagles rally in the backline. Deathwalker with a hot bludgeon. Vote with some snipes too. Needs to find a third for Vedium. Not on the mark.
Nice little dodge away coming out from Vedium.
And Vote the late game ROM physical damage, completing his 6th item, that Titan's Bane, having the 33% physical penetration in the late game. Great crush from Anister over the wall.
And Vote's going to be in trouble. Dodges at least some of the damage at a fine okay. And he's going to be controlled, followed up by the jungler. But everybody else from Soar will be present, forcing the jungle away. Ice Ice Baby gets smacked by Homie FA. Cabrakan dealing a ton of damage. But Ice Ice Baby's still able to be safe. And well, this looks like the 4-minute gold fear that Rival had. Nobody is anywhere near it.
To tier 2, the next in line for Team Rival.
I really need to see Team Rival successfully take this one. Let's listen in with Rival as they attack Source tier 2.
So they're just tank from the side.
I have a lot of regen.
Like Scotty's gonna have the shit though.
Yeah, Scotty will get his shit up there.
We should go in then, like this way.
Okay. They're coming to you, they're coming to you, they're coming to you, be careful. Scotty and Cap boots. Scylla
I'm just zoning Scotty out.
Nice kill. Cap's on the side.
I'm on top. I'm for mid.
I'm coming. Group for mid.
I pop chill.
Fight.
Yeah, I'm holding Scotty.
Cap's gonna be taken. Cap.
Get Cap.
Get this motherfucker. Scotty. I'm back. Quite long. Careful for the Scylla. Like we can die here.
We have to. I'll zone her. I'm just gonna run into her.
Yeah. Okay.
Tank. Go fast. She's gonna get around.
Okay. I don't think we can end. We can't end. No, just back.
If you mitigate the crush into the Ama monster and you survive it, you're preventing that execution to not only keep yourself alive, but to keep the rest of your teammates alive as well.
Fire Giant half HP will be leashed by the guys on Team Rival as Soar get a little bit closer. Collins goes deep, tosses Vedium right into the Kraken. Wolfie on top of it, out of control. 3 kills for the mid lane. Andy drops his ultimate and Ice Ice drops him. Vote drops the Jigs, and this one looks like it's all Rival. Double kill for the Hunter. 17-12, Rival on the march.
They're looking so strong. They took out Energy Esports earlier on, 2-1. They win the first game here against Sword Gaming, celebrating in the skies. Vote laying down the artillery.
This is some of my favorite stuff.
We're getting ready here, going to picks and bans for game number 2. Team Rival up 1-0 over Soar Gaming, looking to secure the first seed going into Smite Masters coming out of the Gauntlet. Susano first banned by Soar, no surprise there. Soar, they're going to ban away Scotty themselves. They banned Fafnir, and it is going to be the Ross. Terra, the first pick for Soar.
Weekend, the Kepri and the Circuit, and that is a scary combination. Ultimate from Terra that just makes you zoom, and when you combine that with the Nike passive, I mean, you're fast as hell, boy.
Cabrakan locked in here, and Scylla Anister wants to run back along with Homie FA. Well, Rival, they're going to block in Rom once more for Vote. Hu Yi banned away once more. Finally, Bologna gets banned from Deathwalker.
Please, all the stars have aligned. I'm just saying, I'm not calling it now, but if we're going to see an Alpoish, this might be the time to shine.
Stop. Cabrakan is in the jungle. Opwash is not getting played today. I don't think. Deathwalker, shedding some signals over there to the opposite side. I love his personality, man. You got to. That leaves Osiris open in an instant selection for Team Rival. Cupid was banned away. Chapo, you said you really wanted them to ban it. So now that it is banned, where would you go if you're Venium?
Something that doesn't die to Circuit. Something with at least a little bit of mobility. Oh, hello, team. Is the mic working?
No. You were muted.
That's a caster's curse.
Yeah, you were muted. Don't worry. Artemis, exactly what Chapo said. If you couldn't hear his muted mic, the immobile hunter there for Soar. Thoth, the last pick there for Wolfie, and he had a phenomenal set on this god last time around.
For them. And Rival playing very carefully here, trying to spot out where exactly Soar are positioning themselves, but it doesn't seem that there's any invades necessarily. The dual lane, though, of Rival playing very aggressively under that tier 1 tower, probably going to start rotating for these buffs.
And I do like the fact that Deathwalker is going to be on this Osiris, but more importantly, I like the fact that Final K is going to be on the Cabrakan. I think that's a much better pick for this guy to be on. I think that he can leverage this character a little bit better than he did, or at least try to do, with the Robin.
Vedium playing this Artemis. Now, by being in the dual lane alone here, Artemis doesn't have too much protection, especially considering not level 5 yet for the CC immunity, but having the solo farm for the experience will elevate and accelerate her levels. However, you're losing your purple and your red buff.
And that one's going to be the entirety of Soar's left side jungle. Wolfie has a good look on Andenster, and as the left lane comes through, nice abduct, and where'd he go? Vote picks up the first blood, nice and easy. Hot rotation by the Hunter, and that's the first one for Team Rocket.
Vedium playing the Artemis, a lot of late game potential, but not if Vote is going to get to the late game himself a little bit faster on the ROM.
Well, Jake's going to be grabbed by Kalas this time around, and Wolfie able to deal a little bit of damage, but with Homie FA having Fear No Evil available, gotta be careful. Kalas with the early ultimate on himself, perhaps a little bit too early, as the Fear No Evil is dropped after the fact, and Kalas still able to get away. Andy very low, waiting in the ambush, jumps on top, beautiful patience, and it pays off. Ice baby, so damn hot.
I'm fine with that, F-Dot, because of the timing of the respawn for the speed buff. Despite not finding the kill, they get half the kill, which forces them to go to the fountain, conceding about 20 seconds worth of farming.
And that's the entirety of the right side of the jungle.
Then maybe Kalas would have continued to chase that into the duel lane.
Maybe. But either way, something that's certainly happening is the solo kill by Deathwalker on the right side of the map. Fine, okay, absolutely not fine. Deathwalker continuing what he's been doing all weekend and just being better. You know, I was just talking to Lobster out there in the arena, and we were talking about Deathwalker, and he goes, look, man, I don't know. Every game, he's 2 levels up against a solo laner. And look, one more time, he's 2 levels up. Oh, Jigs, that's a comeback call.
And without an ultimate from Homie FA makes it very difficult to find a retaliation kill. Enough timing for Rival to steal away the speed, but Final K getting stunned out. Sarket's taunts as well, slowed indefinitely. Final K getting abducted and into the graveyard.
But this is a completely different team than what we've seen in the past. I want to know, did they change their diet? Did they get a new car? What's different? They're just out of control. Jigs, he just, again, walks into Kalas. This time, Homie FA is able to help out, so the support gets out that time. But still, even without the kill, Team Rival sit up 5-0. Ice Baby could go down here. Andy looking for the ultimate, but he jumps away.
A lot of mobility with that Terrace Blessing. Kalas gonna eat the Ama Monster, still very safe, and with the ultimate from Capri, still in the mix.
Deathwalker still here. That's gonna be number 3. Final K able to take down Kalas on the backside, but Deathwalker still just doing it. He gets rooted and tickled by the mid lane mage. Andy, level 8, forced into the beach to get away from the slow, but Wolfie shoots him anyway. Andy dies for the 3rd time this game.
And now Team Rival around the 9.5 minute mark, trying to force the issue around this goal here. Vote getting caught out by the Fear No Evil, but he has backup available.
I love the play and the long range control. Vote takes down Homie FA. Wow. Just wow. Team Rival on a tear. Just doing it, man.
They're not letting Soar breathe for a moment, just being able to constantly get some kills, staggering the deaths, but Kalas dying yet again with his ultimate. I'm a monster being channeled. Damn, taking a spill. Deathwalker with his 4th kill already.
Incredible performance out of Deathwalker. 9 kills in total. 3 have a Deathwalker stamp on them in the assist column. 4 more in the kill. Ice Baby takes out Andy. There's number 5 for DW. Final K falls to the wayside, and with 3 players down for Soar, Team Rival looks directly at the goal field.
This is getting too out of control. The rest of his teammates have finally showed up around the corner. Teleport not available for the Broken God to be able to get back around this Fire Giant. Portal Demon could be looked at here. Homie FA taking a lot of damage, but it's Jigs that got jumped on, and with the abduct and the poisons, that's going to be another kill.
Love how they just watch how it goes down. Vote NBK looking like he's at a shooting rally. Fire Giant Jr. going to be the target. Rival pick up the portal. We'll listen on with Team Rival as they aggress on the Soar.
Bats is trying to
push.
Yeah, just keep pushing, keep pushing. I can like blink hood from the back.
Okay. I'm sitting in the back.
Alright, that's about to jump. I'm gonna go.
Let's go. Go down. There we go. Keep going. Your boys are mid. Keep going. Cap behind. Watch out for cap.
Yo, what division are you guys?
Okay, can someone help me here?
I'm grabbing
careful.
him.
Is
My ult
you
is
might
down,
try
my
to
ult is
go on
down.
you. He did.
He's rooted.
No!
Nice.
Push mid lane, boys. Push mid lane.
Okay.
Just
Get
push
this
mid door.
back.
Yeah, get this back. And
No, just you. Let's group
it
up push
doesn't
right
really
lane.
matter at this
Let's
point.
group up push right lane.
Like this game was over like
Yo,
7 minutes ago.
guys.
Like the moment
guys.
we entered this, like.
Let's group up push right.
Yeah, group up push right.
After specking ban phase, the game is over.
Yeah.
No. From the moment these bots created the lobby.
Wow, dude.
Yo, hearing Team Rival shout across the way to their opponent. Hey, yo, what division are you guys?
Some spicy pickup game basketball trash
Yeah.
talk right there,
Yeah,
honestly.
This is a lot of fun. And you know what? Team Rival, they're playing this like it's a pickup game. They're making this look easy. And I say that with respect to Soar. This is a great team. Homie FA could be considered one of the best junglers in the world. Anderster has had a fantastic season in mid lane. Vedium is literally a person that has been at finals at Worlds. Jigs, no slouch himself. And Team Rival just making mincemeat out of these legends of the SPL.
Don't forget, Anderster winning the Season 1 Worlds as well.
For Soar, if they have any intention of taking this to a Game 3. Team Rival starting up the Fire Giant.
Well, they're not even truly contesting this Fire Giant.
They know it's happening.
Having Deathwalker lead the charge with his build, now confident enough to go for Hide of the Urchin after Mystical Mail, after Pestilence has been completed, knowing that they're going to win all these team fights.
Here comes Fine OK. He'll stop one player, get zigzag, gets shot, and there's one stack for the Hide of the Urchin. Deathwalker claims another.
20-2 reads the death counter. Team Rival getting the objective. Vote having his back turned with Callus, gonna get hit by that Root Crush. Doesn't even matter with the kind of regen with this late game buff. Anderster looking for some poke on the side. Slightly off the mark with a Root Crush, barely tickling Ice Baby.
Deathwalker still leading the charge. Kala's gonna take a little bit of a stun. Good defensive set out of Soar here to stop the onslaught onto the right side. Phoenix still, Ice jumps on forward. Deathwalker one more time leading the charge. Homie FA is being zoned out by himself. Deathwalker taking some of the damage by Fine OK, but it's not a big deal. The Phoenix goes down.
Right side, Phoenix has been demolished. Blinking in as Homie FA trying to find the broken guard, but he's so tanky. All 8 missing fragments and almost a missing life from Homie FA. 1 snipe hits, 2 off the mark. Third one, Vote only finding the mid mage.
And the mid Phoenix is going to be the next target, not yet being aggressed on just yet. Now finally a little bit of opening, and the mid Phoenix goes down easy peasy, no problem whatsoever. Team Rival move over to the last Phoenix. Left side Phoenix just barely alive. And Fine OK doing his best to try and stop the onslaught out of Vote. Big stun coming out on top of him, but it's not that big a deal. Vote gets 1, Vote gets 2. That's a fantastic play out of Hunter. And Wolfie picks up Jigs. All the while on the backside, Wolfie trying to deal, stand still, lets his teammates deal with it. That's an F6. It's DW, Deathwalker, the Croatian sensation, and the rest of his squad taking it out. They will be your #1 seed.
Congratulations, Team Rival. You definitely deserve it. After Season 3, you're now looking like a strongest team in contention here heading into Masters.
I'm standing right here, Deathwalker I'm going to be talking to, but I thought it was really important to just show everybody. Kalas, I will hit you. What's the biggest difference between this Gauntlet LAN and some of your previous performances here?
This time we came in with a plan. Unlike the last one where all we had was a sheet of paper, like a just piece of paper, like from a notebook, and it just said Wolfie is dumb idiot. That was our plan for that LAN. And this time we have a lot more. We have Cococanult into Loki decoy. We have what else do we have?
We have Kalas, 012, Chronos ADC.
Yeah, Kalas 1 and 12 Chronos ADC. We have Kalas Zeus support, 0 and 20. Oh yeah. Kalas doing more damage than Vote in most of our scrims. 7-minute long scrims as well. I think it's because we're really good friends. We've been together for over I think a year right now. Just really good. Everyone has really good relations with each other. We constantly play, even outside of Smite, we play games together.
Why don't you talk to me a little bit about what Jackal has been doing for you guys?
Who's that? Why do you have a rival shirt?
This is the coach, Alpha Jackal.
I don't know why I've got this on.
Like even after we won yesterday, I think we were like all went to McDonald's, which is pretty close to the hotel.
McDonald's? Are you going to celebrate with McDonald's?
I mean, it was pretty late. It was like 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deathwalker and the rest of Rival, your Gauntlet victors. We'll send it back to Ryan and everybody else at the desk for one last thought.
Thank you very much, Tom. And again, congratulations to Team Rival. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how they got here. They went up against SOAR in the finals. Across the top, that's how SOAR got there. Oxygen Supremacy made a phenomenal run out of the Challenger Cup before being stopped. And then what did they play for? A spot at Masters. Let's take a look at that bracket and see how that's going to shake down. Just some straight up bracket play. Energy, they're going to face off against LG Direwolves right off the bat. And then the winner of that sees Obey Alliance. Good luck there, man. That's going to be amazing. Team Rival, what they get for winning? A matchup with Luminosity right off the bat in the quarterfinals. A lot of great stuff coming to Masters. I can't wait to see how all these teams shake out. Dig against SOAR as well. I mean, there's a lot of great matches. Thank you so much for joining us here all weekend long, from everybody here at High Res, all the players that came down, the casters, the production staff. We had a great time putting on a show for you. We hope you have a great Easter.